I have, Jonathan, and this is a group of people who actually now are helping the neighbor by the name of Carmen, and she's a little older. She can't man the hose, so they took her garden hose and they're wetting down a home here that already burned to the ground, but the smoldering embers are carrying under her rooftop, and just moments ago her roof started to slowly start to burn on one of the corners, but they were able to extinguish it. Now I'm going to take you back around over here and show you something. The streets here are starting to get a little bit more crowded, and that is concerning to law enforcement. A lot of people are starting to return back home even though they're not supposed to be. I've seen a lot of homeowners come home, they went around the barricades, they're driving up here, and law enforcement is pushing them out. So once again, if you are thinking about coming up here, do not come up here. It's just congesting the roads, making it very difficult for firefighters to get around. Now let me go around this way here and see if I can talk to the homeowner here whose home was saved. Carmen, ma'am, this is your home, right?
Yes.
But your home was saved by those two gentlemen, right?
Yes.
But what is it you guys are doing now?
We're just trying to water the roof.
Yeah.
And we're watering the back because there's a fire in the back as well.
I noticed that. So the flames are actually coming out up from the backyard, but you guys were able to I guess, flag down some firefighters?
Yes, that's correct. We directed them to the cul-de-sac where the house is on fire next to, right across from us.
I saw you when you came home. I take it you went around some barricades or something to rush home, or how'd you get up here?
There were no barricades. I just came up. I was really surprised that there was no traffic to come up here. Yeah, I just came up.
But you're ready to leave here if this fire starts to rage again?
Yes, but I'm also determined to save my home.
Yeah. And how thankful are you for your neighbors? Your neighbors seem to be the ones that really have helped you out tremendously.
Absolutely, yes, I'm very grateful. I'm very grateful that they took the time to do this to our home, to save our home. Yes, because I've seen it on TV that our neighbor's house was on fire, so we drove over here. And just thankful, very grateful.
Thank you so much, Carmen. I'll let you get back to it. As you can see, Jonathan, this is what they're doing. They're putting water on this smoldering home next door. The flames, when they do flare up here because of the wind, they've actually gone all the way up to the roof. As you can see, once the fire gets into these eaves, that's when the fire department gets very concerned because it gets into there. So that's where the problem is. Let me get out of this way here and kind of walk down the street here and see if I can find Jimmy. So people are actually bringing tools. Neighbors are going into their garages, getting chainsaws, getting shovels, getting whatever they can. As you can tell, homeowners here are just scrambling to try to get whatever they can to put the flames out. I saw several residents here with buckets going into pools, wetting down rooftops. A lot of the water pressure has seemed to gone down in the area, so they're doing whatever they can just to keep things wet. But right now, the winds are still pretty steady. I'm not sure the exact on gusts, but the gusts do pick up from time to time, and then you'll see the flames just flare right up. I've seen probably about 30 residents did not go, or some actually left and came back, and they are refusing to leave now, and they're determined to save the neighborhood as much as they can. But that's Jimmy there. He's the one, well, you can't probably make him out with the smoke here, but he's the one responsible for saving at least two homes that I saw with him and his friend. Hey, let me see if I can get him real quick. Hey, Jimmy? Can I get you real quick here? You're live on NBC. Sir, you took it upon yourself to just take a stand here with your friends and really make a stand and stop these homes from burning. Tell me about it.
Just trying to do what I can. I'm exhausted.
Jimmy, your home right now has flames just feet from it, but yet you're over here at your neighbor's house helping them.
My dad's back there trying to do whatever we can. That's all we can do.
And you've got chainsaws now, you're cutting line. I mean, you're doing whatever it takes to try to stop this.
Yeah, whatever we can do.
That's it. Thank you, Jimmy. I appreciate it. And this is that's kind of the mentality out here, guys, is that they're not going to go down without a fight. And again, fire department advises against this. This isn't something they want homeowners doing. But at this point, these residents are determined to stay here and keep their homes standing as if they can help the cause.
can I get your water? You want a water?
Yes, please.
Oh, no, I'm good. Thank you, ma'am. Hey, man. Which one is it?
Where the flames are. So this is a fire that has taken at least 1,000 buildings, chased 30,000 people from their homes, and is just one of several fires burning in Southern California at this time. I'm Jennifer Bjorklund, NBC News. Now back to you. Is that okay?
What's your name? Oh, you scared me. Taylor.
Still blowing towards the ocean. We're at Sunset Boulevard and Pacific Coast Highway, where this fire broke all the rules. It burned downhill. The wind is still pushing the flames toward the ocean, which is a big problem because a fire usually burns uphill, and it's counterintuitive. And these are sustained winds like we have not seen for at least 10 years here in Southern California. This fire has chased more than 30,000 people from their homes, and it's only one of several fires burning in Southern California. So resources here are very thin. And can we start over, because that was terrible the whole way through. Oh, the garage is shattered. What?
I said, I don't know what flammables are in there.
Yeah.
You know, you can solvent, paint, all that stuff in the garage.
Cool. Thanks, y'all. This is so sad.
Protectile could put it. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Just lost.
They're using our
You got it.
Dude, you think that's for the bottom of your pants?
Oh gosh, why did it go out again?
You think that's for your pants?
What? Wait, why did my ISB just go out again?
Brittany, you're next.
Okay.
So toss to you.
Can you hear?
I'll push this up. Stand by, let me give her a headset.
Thank you.
Brittany.
Well, Camilla, they just continue to be devastating. So we're right off Wakecrest Drive right now. This is still the neighborhood that's just west of the Getty Villa. Well, just behind me, 3917 Spray Lane. That is the address there. We just saw the garage door completely collapse. It doesn't seem like there's any vehicles. Oh, wow, we can see something. We can hear something certainly catching. It doesn't seem like there's any vehicles inside of that garage, but we are keeping a very safe distance because we did hear some pops. Oftentimes garages, right, are where you keep things that would be more flammable, chemicals, tools, things like that. So we're keeping our distance at this point. But we've seen this home, the roof of it has been burning for a few hours. It's just been in the past 10-15 minutes where the inside of this home, the front entrance, what seems to be the living room, and now the garage. We have a really powerful gust right now that's not helping here. But now this is totally engulfed. So this is a cul-de-sac just right off Wakecrest Drive. And inside the garage, that's where you can see stacks of what look to be maybe toolboxes, file cabinets. We can hear glass shattering around us. There is a CAL FIRE engine that is here right now, and we saw them for a long time spraying that roof with fire. But at this point, it seems that they're trying to look at the integrity of these two homes just across because of how wild these winds are, just blowing up all of this ash. So it seems that now, I mean, this home is going to be a total loss. At least from this side, we don't see any more structure protection happening because the home is fully engulfed. But this is just one of many in this neighborhood, again, that we're showing you. And I want to let you know I just lost IFB, so I'm going to try to call again on my other cell phone as we show you this live picture of what we're able to see at this point. But this is just horrible. We're going to wrap around this way and show you just behind me. Oh, I might be getting IFB back. I just want to make sure that if you have any questions. Perfect. I think we may have you. All right, so as we walk this way, we're going to bring you toward Wakecrest Drive. This is where Wakecrest turns into Surfwood. So Spray Lane, this is where that home is burning. The winds are really kicking up here. Wakecrest Drive on the left. Right now, you're looking at Surf Road, and multiple homes here on Surf Road have burned. These homes have been burned since about 8-9 o'clock this morning. The winds are really powerful. Although they are burned, there's multiple hot spots that are still smoldering on the inside, which is why fire crews are still here. In fact, look at that. Look at that little flame in that hole over there. This is the exact concern. Now, I want to draw your attention. There's a big, tall brick chimney just behind us. You'll see it sticking up there between that tree and that street light. That was at least a 2-story home that we saw this morning that firefighters were trying to protect. And it's completely collapsed now. So that's what we're seeing here on the Surfwood side. But we'll bring you back. And again, I'm sorry, neither of us, Enrique, do you have IFB? No, we've both lost it at this point. Oh, you know what? Let's actually go back to the home. It looks like the foundation of the home now officially is catching. That front entranceway, totally engulfed. At this point, though, what's interesting is that its neighbor to the left is still standing. And I'm so sorry to folks who are tuning in and watching this. Again, the home that you're looking at is 3917 Spray Lane. This is just off Surfwood Road and Wakecrest Road to the west of the Getty Villa. We're going to try to call into our IFB again one more time. I just want to make sure we have connection and that you're able to connect with us as well. But this is just the issue. I can tell you I have a friend who lives in this neighborhood, and cell phone service is constantly a struggle in this area. Okay, I can see that you're still live. We're able to get our live feed on our phone. So again, what you're looking at is 3917 Shady Lane. Inside of that garage there, it seems like it had a lot of things inside of it because there's a lot of things that are burning. But I would expect the foundation of the home to collapse at some point. All right, let's see what CAL FIRE is doing. They're wrapping around this cul-de-sac. Oh, you know what? It looks like they might be pulling back into this home here, where this home as well that they're backing into, the home next to it burned as well. So not sure what they're going to try to do. We did see, and I just want to say this, we saw fire crews. They're off us. Nothing.
Yeah, it's so windy, that thing is.
You're back? Hey, Win, we're back.
Find those blind trash cans.
Hey. Hey, Win, you got us? okay. We got you. Yeah, moving up really helped. So hopefully it stays that way.
home. Our family's still home, so that's a good sign.
Still no evac warning?
No. No, we have a fire station right
Thank
below
God.
us too, so. I think those guys were heading out last night because I kept hearing them straight out.
Mm-hmm.
Makes me feel good as my neighbors. Having good neighbors makes a whole lot of difference. That means they'll help.
Thank God.
Yeah. I love my new neighborhood.
Dude, that's...
Yeah.
So, such a blessing.
Yeah, I was just saying that the other day. So I'll probably get home and give another live picture out of my living room, like I did last night. Feels like it's 3 in the afternoon. It's only 11.
So crazy.
And what always throws me off up here is the
So there's another fire down here. As soon as you're done, are they still using your picture?
Not yet. Well, I used it already. What is the other fire? Conan.
Oh.
President, how are you? Thank you. Thank you, Governor. How are you? Good to see you. Good to see you, sir. Good to see you. Good to see you. All right. Great to see you. Sir, thank you. Appreciate that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good morning, President Biden. Thank you for being here on behalf of the fire service. Last week, we began receiving reports from the National Weather Service about a significant wind event that was going to hit Southern California. This is not something that's a surprise to us in Southern California, and it was something that we were well prepared for. Based on those predictive conditions of wind gusts up to 100 miles an hour, east pushing offshore, we began increasing our staffing, local, state, and federal agencies. Hundreds of firefighters began moving on Sunday afternoon from Northern California into Southern California. My local partners began upstaffing their own fire stations, helicopters, fire engines, hand crews, to be prepared for an incident like this that occurred. Those resources were pre-positioned in counties throughout Southern California for an event just like this. And on Tuesday morning, the Palisades fire began. I'd now like to introduce you to Chief Crowley, who can touch on the Palisades fire. Chief?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. President. I'm here just to provide you a brief on 3 significant fires that have occurred within the city of Los Angeles With that, I'm going to be focusing on the Palisades fire. That fire broke out yesterday morning around 10:30. We did pre-deploy a number of resources. We knew there was a potential for a significant threat to our constituents due to the weather event. High winds. I've never seen the winds in my 25-year career. So we leaned forward as much as possible and pre-deployed. With that, we had a significant amount of fire that occurred. We had an aggressive fire attack. The fire has grown from originally 10 acres to 10,802 acres as we speak. It's an active firefight with our firefighters, and they're doing their very best to protect our people within this area. Interesting enough, because of the winds and the low humidity, we had a second fire also break out, and that was the Hearst fire, which is just north of that area. Again, this was close to 11,000 acres. This is close to 500 acres that also broke out. The information that I want to share with you is also the significance of multiple fires in the area within the city, but also the county. That's the second fire that actually came out, and we're actively engaged in that firefight. The third fire then broke out this morning at 4 o'clock in the morning, in which we have an active firefight there as well. We're working with our local jurisdictions, our state, regional, as well as federal. So we're doing everything we can to protect life first and property next. We'll go ahead and then pass this off to Police Chief McDonald. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Mr. President, it's an honor to be able to be here and be part of this and represent the men and women of LAPD and policing to support our partners in the fire service. What we saw here in the last 24 hours is unprecedented. I've never seen anything like this. Fires driven by the type of winds that we saw, up to 100 miles an hour. Our role out there is strictly support, to be there for evacuations, to get people out of the affected area, to be able to provide for traffic control, and then crime suppression as the fire is fought, and some may come in and try and take the opportunity to go into these homes and steal from them. So we're going to be on top of that. I just want to say the relationship we enjoy here, in my case under the leadership of Mayor Bass, with all of our elected officials, is unlike, I think, anywhere else in the country. We are blessed to have the relationship between police and fire that we do here. Unfortunately, we do this kind of thing frequently, never to this level, but I can't say enough about how important that is. And as we go into the next 5 years with the Super Bowl and the World Cup and the Olympics coming up, it's critical that we maintain those partnerships. So thank you for this opportunity, sir. Oh, sorry. Let me introduce my partner from the County Fire Department, Chief Tony Maloney.
Yeah. So thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to be giving you an update on our Eaton fire, which is east. The county starts all the way up in Lancaster and goes all the way down to the Long Beach border. We go from the county line at Ventura all the way out to Pomona, 4,300 acres. So we have a fire east of the Palisades fire that began last night. It's called the Eaton fire. It's currently 10,600 acres, 0% containment. We have over 750 firefighters on the line. Unfortunately, 2 people have lost their lives. Residents have lost their lives at the Eaton fire. It's impacting tens of thousands of homes, not only in the city of Pasadena, but also the county area of Altadena. And we're doing our very best. We just had our out-of-state resources arrive from Arizona at the Eaton fire to assist us. Last night, as the Region 1 coordinator, I contacted the Governor's Office of Emergency Services. We requested 250 additional engines into LA County with 1,000 personnel. We also are using our compacts with other states like Arizona, Nevada, Oregon, and Washington. Firefighters from those regions are on their way down to Los Angeles County right now to assist us. So thank you for your interest. Thank you for your attention.
The governor asked for a declaration provides for everything from the government's solution. Signed today. Folks, the fact is that I directed DOD, Department of Defense, to rapidly provide additional firefighting personnel and capabilities. Also, California National Guard is adding 2 modular air firefighting systems units, and 2 more are being ready for the National Guard, the Nevada National Guard. 4 more are coming from the Northern Command, and 10 Navy helicopters with water delivery buckets are coming down from San Diego. We're prepared to do anything and everything as long as it takes to contain these fires and help reconstruct, make sure we get back to normal. It's going to be a hell of a long way. It's going to take time. We're in it. The federal government's here to stay as long as it needs everything we need. Is there anything you've actually haven't gotten yet?
Quite the contrary. Mr. President, just first of all, that major disaster declaration we approved. Next level of appreciation on behalf of all the residents here in Southern California. As the chief said, we have pre-positioned assets this weekend in anticipation of these weather events. The complexity of multiple fires, the likelihood these weather events, this wind event will continue over the course of the next many days. Impacts of over 1,000 structures already that have been destroyed, 100+ thousand people that have been evacuated, lives lost, traditions, lifestyles, places torn asunder. This means the world to us, and just publicly, because I think this is important, the President happened to be in the region, in town. It's impossible for me to express the level of appreciation and cooperation we receive from the White House and this administration. So on behalf of all of us, Mr. President, thank you for being here, but not just being here today. Thank you for being here since the minute of this incident, when there was a 10-acre fire less than 24 or so hours ago. Deep gratitude.
It's astounding what's happening. The only one piece of good news, my son was out here in the way. They got a notification yesterday that their home was probably burning around. Today, it appears that maybe still standing, I'm not sure. But the good news is, I'm a great-grandfather as of today. I was granddaughter. Next baby girl, baby boy. So I remember this day for a lot of long reasons. Thank you, press. That's very good. Thank you so much, everybody. Make your way out. Thank you, press. Thank you so much. Make your way out. Make your way apart. Please go this way. Thank you.
Press. Going out this way. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, press. We're exiting. Press. We're walking out. Thank you, press. Thank you. Got it. Got it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We need to head out. Thank you.
Time to head out.
Thank you. Press. You got ready.
Please start making your way
Can
to
you
the
help
car.
take
Thank
this
you so
court?
much.
Thank you.
Go to the car. Thank you.
Okay, guys.
Thank you for making your way out. We gotta go. Thank you. Make your way out.
Palisades, specifically the neighborhood that is just west of the Getty Villa, where flames got dangerously close. We want to show you this home right now. We've been watching this home slowly burn for the past 4 hours or so. In the past 30 minutes, though, those flames quickly spread to the garage. And at this point, you can see that front door is gone. The garage door is gone. Everything that's inside is completely destroyed. Now we're going to move up the street a little bit. So this is just one cul-de-sac here in this neighborhood. This home over here, we saw CAL FIRE working on this home as well. Because the winds are so powerful, and you can probably see and hear them now, a lot of embers have been jumping to different homes. In this neighborhood, again, just west of the Getty Villa, we're seeing 50-50. 50% of homes that somehow have been saved. 50% of homes that are destroyed, and in some cases, it's every other. So we're gonna wrap you around this corner right here. In a line is 3 to 4 homes that are destroyed with fallen trees. And although these are all flattened, there's a lot of hot spots, which is why we have seen fire engines and water tenders and ground crews here in this neighborhood. Because of those winds, if one of those sparks picks up, that is when the fire could spread to other homes below. This is a perfect example, actually, right here. And we've been watching this little hot spot for about 20 minutes or so. It may look small, but it can't deceive you in situations like this. Over there as well, inside that home, behind that stone wall, is still some flame there. And then another home here. All that's left standing on this one, you see that brick chimney, you see a lot of wood, you see what used to be some sort of gate, but that's about it. Now this is what's fascinating with fires like this. Of course, you have a lot of trees like this and gusts like this, and that's the problem. You have two houses that are completely fine, that are standing. But that home over there, you can see a black brick chimney. Early this morning, that home was still standing. You could see the two-story home now. It's completely collapsed. But the homes on this side of the street, still standing. We've gone through this, almost this entire neighborhood here, just north and just west of the Getty Villa, that iconic art museum that at this point is still standing. And we can tell you this neighborhood has been decimated. And with these winds not stopping, it's going to be a long day, night, overnight, into tomorrow and the coming days ahead, when you're dealing with so much fuel, so many chemicals, and so many destroyed structures, many of which are homes. It's a huge issue for fire crews who have already been on the fire line more than 24 hours. Resources are spread thin. Thousands are evacuated. That's what we're seeing here in the Pacific Palisades. Brittany Hope, back to you.
Hey guys, just be aware, this drop line is disconnected here. There's an electrical line disconnected from the house back there, draped across that tree. You're standing right below it.
Stay away from that electrical line. Okay.
There are so many fires burning throughout the area. We have several active fires burning right here, and we only see one crew in this neighborhood itself. But you can see the flames here in the distance as well. There's a separate fire that's burning beyond the middle school campus. But then let's turn you around and show you more of the neighborhood that we're at right here. You can see this house is up in flames right here, and it really continues from there. If we turn you this way, Tommy, and you look down the road beyond where I'm standing right now, there's destruction. I talked to some people who live in the neighborhood. They said that it was about 3 this morning that they made the decision to evacuate. Some of them returned to this morning, hours later. Several homes burned. I talked to one woman whose business partner's house is gone.
Like a war zone. A lot of history here. A lot of history has been burnt up. The Altadena Country Club is completely gone. It's just devastating.
We may have we lost some audio, having some audio issues there from Alex. As we mentioned, that cell service is really tough out there, but you can just hear that heartbreak in those women's words after losing her home.
It's just beyond I mean, it's hard to really comprehend the level of devastation that we're seeing in both of these fires. And sticking with the Eaton fire, we believe our Conan Nolan is now on standby there. He has arrived on scene. Conan, outside, is this the same home that you were at earlier, or is this a different home here?
Well, this is, there are about 7 fully involved in this neighborhood. This one, we talked with you about an hour ago, the homeowner desperately trying to save this. It's a loss. He's pulled back. We'll go across the street here. This shows you the, this homeowner right here, his house is just to the right. It's still intact, but it's flanked by homes that are fully involved. This one, of course, which is fully destroyed, I should say, and the one to the right. So as we pull down here, he has obviously been getting everything he possibly can out of the house. As we see if we can talk to El Dorado Hills Fire, that's mutual aid from west, or I should say east of Sacramento. As I put on my goggles here, they believe they can keep this house from going up as long as the embers have not made their way into the attic. That is, of course, as we've been saying all day, that is the rule of thumb here for fire companies. If they believe that the attic has been compromised by an ember falling in and engaging the upper part of the house, they consider it a loss, and they will move on. That house, though, remains intact. This house fully involved. We've had a lot of explosions here, so I'm assuming there's some propane that's been going up. They have subsided, but there was one house where we heard one right after another, about 7 of them. That also represents an issue. As we come down here, there was a fire crew just a moment ago that was trying to secure this house from going up. Limited effect, as the one next door to it is now fully involved. There are fires. This is, by the way, we're on Sacramento Street at El Molino Avenue, and Sacramento Street has been devastated, both sides of this intersection here in the city of Altadena. As we continue forward, we will see not just this house that is fully involved. We saw it from a different angle a moment ago, but now as we come up forward, we see a house fully involved that we didn't see just a few moments ago. And again, that's because you need fuel. It has the fuel. It needs propulsion. It has the wind. And it doesn't take long, of course, as we've been saying all day long. This house fully involved. Other crews have been here doing what they can, but then they move on, because this is now a triage effort in this neighborhood. If they find something that they can save, they will address it. If they can't, they move on. One of the other elements to this, of course, is to try to keep whatever's burning here from igniting any other homes nearby. That has been a lost cause, though, of late, because we've seen so many homes go up that just not that many minutes earlier seemed to be all right and actually downwind, not downwind, from the fire. But some of the homes, like to the right of this one fully involved, some of those homes still, they're secure. They have not gone up. The hope for those homeowners, of course, is that this will pass. They are upwind from the direction of the fire, and so long as nothing's burning next to them, they have a fighting chance. But once again, as we take a look to this one over here, that was just an ember a little while ago. Fire crew came up and said they realized that it was in the attic, and that meant this was going to go up. So this neighborhood of Altadena has seen well over a dozen homes destroyed. Some continue to burn. There's limited access for fire crews as they try to make their way up and down this neighborhood to save whatever homes they can. But once it's compromised, it's over, and they essentially move on. We've seen that. It's heartbreaking as we see some residents continue to do whatever they can to evacuate. Of course, this evacuation order went out a long time ago, but there were people here who stayed trying to save their homes because some of them told us they know that if they leave, it'll go up and that nobody will be here to protect it. So they have decided to stay. Not something the fire department would like to see normally, but frankly, in some cases, we've seen the fire units with the homeowner trying to figure out a strategy to save their home. Too often, it just has not worked out. The wind has died down for the moment, but it's been picking up sporadically, and that, of course, is that's the entire ballgame there. Whether there's the velocity that has been not just in the Palisades, but here and elsewhere, that has been turning one home fire into a neighborhood fire, into a whole series of neighborhoods on fire. We still don't know how many homes have burned completely in the Eaton Canyon fire, but we know about a dozen here, just in this section of Altadena. Back to you.
And Conan, we're going to stay with your shot here as we have an update. You talk about seeing at least a dozen homes. Officially, we believe there are at least 100, but we anticipate that number will go up. Just seeing these cataclysmic images from Conan's camera, from Alex's camera, and other reporters we have there on the ground. We do have an update with JPL next door to this fire, just not far at all, from the NASA Deputy Administrator saying in a conversation this morning with the space station crew on a NASA feed that NASA Deputy Administrator Pam Melroy said she was worried about JPL and worried about the NASA staff there at JPL in Pasadena. Right now, ISS astronauts do not have a view. They're not in the proper orbit to see the California fires at this point, but that is something that was mentioned. We do not have an official update on how close the fire is burning there to JPL, but we know it's not far from where Conan's location is right now. But again, officially, the Eaton fire stands at 10,600 acres burned. And, you know, Conan, we want to come back to you because we heard from LAFD Chief Kristen Crowley. We heard from LAPD Chief Jim McDonnell about the unprecedented nature of this fire. You've covered countless of them in your decades of service here in Southern California. Where does this stand? This one just feels different given the utter devastation we're seeing here and in the Palisades.
Right. Yes, I've covered my share, multiple in Malibu, and even a previous major fire in the Palisades, of course, in the inland counties and Orange County, Laguna Beach. I have never seen the velocity of the wind velocity like this. It's always been a problem, the Santa Ana winds, but the weather team would be better to answer this than I, but I think this was historic in the sense of just the velocity of the winds. Once it picks up, and we knew this before, and I'm going to bring you around here to show you a little more of the devastation here, that there's really nothing you can do. You can't fight a fire when it is advancing that fast. All you can do is, and this is the attitude I think that essentially fundamentally prevails with the fire service. Listen, it's property, it's not life. We want to save lives at that point. and it is completely defensive. And again, in my experience in covering fires for the past 46 years in California, I've never really seen the wind velocity the way we saw it over the past 24 hours. That was quite amazing. And to see some places that are completely sectioned off from the wildland. Remember, if you have what's called wildland interface, rural-urban interface, that is homes that butt up against wildland, and you see that in the Palisades, you see that in Eaton Canyon. Yes, there's always a potential for fire, but when you have neighborhoods that are not in that urban interface, that they're fairly distant away, they're in a place where you would never expect to have an evacuation order. That's remarkable to see evacuations from them. Of course, we learned that lesson up in Santa Rosa in Northern California, when an entire neighborhood that was nowhere close to vegetation burned down, and that was because of, again, the wind velocity brought the amount of embers and advanced the flames so fast, so far in an area that normally people thought there would be no issue with fire. And that has changed. So now you have neighborhoods that, unlike 20 years ago, unlike even 10 years ago, they didn't expect that they would be in harm's way. Well, they're in harm's way. I've never seen, for example, an evacuation notice for Glendale and places that are much farther down from, say, the Brand Wilderness. But it's now into the Chevy Chase Canyon and La Cañada. And you mentioned JPL. I saw the lab as we were driving up here. It is west of that flank of the fire. I can also tell you that in the Arroyo Seco, which is where the JPL is located, there's the Rose Bowl, and the Rose Bowl was covered in smoke to the point you couldn't even see the light standards. Of course, they have defensible space along the Rose Bowl because of the amount of parking and asphalt parking. That's a blessing for them. But again, because of embers flying through the neighborhood, you never know. So that I haven't checked up on that institutional landmark for this region, but that was quite a sight as well. Once again, Long Beach Fire here doing what they can on this structure as we take a look to this Pasadena fire as well. This is an example right here of this house on fire and this neighboring home they're trying to protect. As they lay down some water, they do have some water pressure from their brush unit here. got it, boys? Okay. This is Conan. Yeah. I'm in front of I could send you some video. NBC, and I don't, and Yes, I hear you. Okay, can you talk to him on the PL line?
Jake, I can't even explain how fast and how strong and how gusty these winds are. They're so unpredictable. To give you an idea, we're standing at the corner of Sunset Boulevard and Pacific Coast Highway. So the ocean is right here. You can't see it. The sun is out. You can't barely see it. It's like being in the eclipse kind of during totality, where it's just this eerie, weird, dark cloud over the entire Los Angeles basin. And here on this corner, we are right outside Pacific Palisades that was absolutely decimated. Yesterday and overnight, we saw flames coming down the mountain. It started at the top of the mountain, and people who were closer to the water felt that they were okay because, you know, fire usually travels uphill. Well, this one, breaking all the rules, still the wind is blowing downhill. It actually came through the neighborhoods, came into the urban area, not even really urban interface, but just the city, and blew all the way over Pacific Coast Highway and into lifeguard stands and into structures on the other side of the street, on the ocean side. So a very difficult fire to fight because overnight the helicopter drops were grounded because, first of all, the wind makes it too dangerous, and
Ever had. If you see the picture bouncing here, it's because my right hand on the joystick, I cannot hold this steady. So we know that's going to make the firefight much harder on the ground. As for the aerial firefight up here, you know, fire helicopters and tankers have had trouble flying as well. But hopefully as the winds die down, they will have a better handle on this. For now, we're live at News Chopper 4. Back over to you.
still, I'm hoping I just wake up and it's a dream. But it's not.
But you're with your family.
I'm with my family. My kids are safe. My dogs are safe. We're alive.
Yeah.
But it was our home.
Yeah, see, that is the difficult story of just one person, like so many that we have met here, that we're meeting across our communities, our different reporters, talking to them. It really is so many years of people coming together within their communities, but it's not just about their homes. Once you're in that home, that's fine, but it's the places you remember driving by, the schools where your kids went to. We're hearing of several schools in the Altadena area also that are now gone because of that fire. But again, here at this evacuation center, people are just trying to get information as it comes from where their homes are. They're trying to stay as safe as possible here, get a nice clean bathroom, some food to eat, and of course some water. And a lot of folks here getting assessed medically in case they need to go to another location that's not just at this evacuation center. So we'll keep monitoring here, talking to folks here and making sure that we talk more about the resources that are being handed out here. So we know that soon hotel vouchers are going to be handed out for those folks who do not have a place to go. We're also understanding that the Red Cross will be assisting people in trying to figure out next steps, which include turning off your utilities if you did lose your home, and of course doing any insurance claims. So we'll continue to follow that here, but it's these are communities that have really been impacted across Southern California. Guys, back to you.
Lolita, that's the point. That's the point we can't lose sight of here. We're throwing so many numbers, acreage, structures, evacuation orders, but what matters is that these were people's homes, and like you mentioned, these were their communities. Lolita, thank you for that interview, as tough as that was. Right now, we want to go back to our News Chopper 4, giving us a live look of from up above, of really a view we haven't been able to see. Just because of the sheer level of wind, and yet the winds have not really died down all that much. Let's go back up to Julia Dang, because Julia, you mentioned earlier you were even struggling to control the camera there from your position up in the air.
I am, Jonathan. I'm gripping the joystick on the camera controls back here in my right hand. I have never flown in conditions quite like this. The turbulence is unreal. And I've heard from firefighters, veteran firefighters, who say they have never seen anything like this on the ground. LA gets wildfires every year. That's not new for us, but this is absolutely historic. I mean, all night we were watching our colleagues on the ground covering this down below, and those tight shots where you're zoomed in, you're looking at the flames, you're looking at the smoke, it's almost like you get lost in the devastation. You can't see the full scope of it, but now that we can fly in News Chopper 4, I'm gonna zoom out and show you from up above this big picture view of the devastation. Close to 11,000 acres now burning in the Palisades fire. This is Saddle Peak Road that I'm zooming out at. There are homes being threatened as we speak. As you were tossing to me, Jonathan, you saw how that smoke that looks light now was starting to darken. And you can't quite tell from this far out how quickly the smoke is moving. But let me tell you this, I'm looking at my pilot's airspeed dial up front. We are barely moving. We're hovering over the Santa Monica Mountains right now, but that dial is reading more than 80 knots. That's how gusty the winds are. That's how powerful these Santa Ana winds are, and that's what's driving the spread of not only this fire, but the one out in Altadena, the one in Sylmar that we could see from Whiteman Airport, where News Chopper 4 is based. And let me show you something else. If I zoom all the way in, you can see how quickly this smoke is being blown from, again, Saddle Peak Road. If I were to track this and turn on that little speedometer that we have on the helicopter camera, you could see this plume of smoke actually moving faster than some cars we've tracked in pursuits. This is historic. This is extreme. For anybody out there in areas under evacuation orders or even warnings, if you have not made moves to leave just yet, you need to do that. Pack a go bag, turn on your alerts, and make sure you are heeding these warnings. We have never seen anything quite like this.
And this is a fire we know.
That just cars. I just kept thinking back to yesterday.
Yeah.
Those cars that were trapped as people were trying to evacuate, and that's what is just so heartbreaking.
And meanwhile, Julia, we're going to stay with your shot here. We're also going to go to our meteorologist, Stephanie Olmo. We want to bring her in now because Stephanie, I think you made such a critical point earlier, right? We talk about these winds at historic levels that we saw overnight, but they may be dying down, what, just slightly?
Right.
But they're still very dangerous winds by all accounts.
Yeah, you know, we were talking about gusts earlier today, over 80 miles an hour in some spots. Yeah, they have scaled down in some areas, but what, 60 miles an hour? It's still very dangerous out there. And even as we head into this afternoon, coming down a little bit in some areas, but we're talking about gusts around 30 to 40 miles an hour. So still enough to carry these fires out. And that's exactly what we're seeing. So if you're told to evacuate, you want to make sure to do so. Don't take the hose outside of your yard to try to do it. Just don't do it. And just wait for fire crews. And it's very important to, get to safety as soon as possible. So this is the live imaging that you see right now, and the fire burning over very steep terrain, a lot of heavy fuels out there, which actually it takes a while for it to be put out. So gusty winds continuing at this time. And I want to go over and look over some of the maps that I have right behind me. This is the live satellite, the fire temperature, where you see some of the bright colors. You see the flickers, the orange, for example. This is the Palisades fire. This is burning there near Santa Monica, and also we have the Eaton fire, where this is a view from satellite. And you see it's still pretty intense. It's very bright. And this is what we're dealing with. I mean, these fires have just exploded here in the past 24 hours. As we go over the Eaton fire right now and check out the current conditions out this way. Over in La Cañada, Flint Ridge, we're talking about gusts around 30 miles an hour. So the gusts around this area, the winds are calming down a little bit. And we saw Conan Nolan out there too, and we were able to see that the calms come down a little bit. But again, we cannot put our guards down, because as we continue here into this afternoon, yes, we could get the occasional gust out across this way. And also around the Palisades fire, where we're looking at gusts right around 40 miles an hour in the lower elevation there in Topanga Beach. But in the higher elevation, we're talking about gusts right around 60 miles an hour. So it was actually that general area. We had very strong gusts, upwards of 80 miles an hour. So we're talking about hurricane force winds across this way. All right, let's go over some other areas, some other fires that are burning. The Hearst fire in Sylmar, where we do have the Ridgetop site. And we're talking about gusts out in this general vicinity here, right around 42 miles an hour. Further to the south in Granada Hills, gusts around 20 miles an hour. So it's still gusting pretty good in some of these spots. And lastly, the Woodley fire in the Sepulveda Basin, where we do have gusts currently in Van Nuys, close to 40 miles an hour. So it is still not letting up as we continue here into this afternoon. So as we go over some other alerts that we have in place again, and you've been told, if you see the smoke, if you see ash, you want to make sure you head indoors. This is the type of stuff you do not want to breathe inside. We're not talking about ash, but also the chemicals that are burning from these homes. You just don't know what you're taking in. It's certainly unhealthy. So we do have the smoke advisory that has been extended to include Orange County and parts of the Inland Empire through tomorrow. I'm sure it's going to get extended as we head into the coming day. So the smoke futurecast, I just want to point this out because, again, you have the offshore winds coming in from the northeast. Is pressing all that smoke to the southwest. So this is why we're talking about here the smoke advisory in place for the basin, for example, part of the valleys, and also down into Orange County. Look at all that smoke. Look at the darker colors, the oranges. It just represents how thick that smoke is as we continue throughout the rest of the day today, and even as we head into tomorrow too. Although the winds won't be as strong, it's still going to be gusty in some areas as we head into your Thursday. So this is what we can find again, just that dense smoke continuing to work its way toward the south direction. Here's a look at the wind gust futurecast, and we hone in a little bit closer in some spots. And this is around the San Gabriel Valley, Duarte, Glendora, back into Pasadena, where we're looking at gusts here calming down a little bit as we continue through the afternoon, occasionally seeing gusts getting close to 20 miles an hour there in Glendora, for example, gusting around 50 miles an hour there in Pasadena. And as we progress throughout the rest of the evening, again, the gusts out this way, not looking too bad. But if you look up to the north, you see some of the coloring there. So we're still looking at gusts in areas nearby, gusts around 30 to 40 miles an hour, especially in the San Gabriel Mountains. And as we continue into tomorrow, again, it looks a little bit calmer for the most part, or a little bit lighter out your way. But let's focus over into Ventura County and LA County, because it's been pretty gusty out here, where as we put this into play, you head into, let's just say the next hour, 1 p.m. Still looking at gusts over 30 miles an hour in some areas like Woodland Hills, down into Malibu, gusts right around 41 miles an hour. As we head into the late afternoon time frame, 3, 4 o'clock later on today, you see we start to back off in some of the colors. So I'm seeing mainly the yellows, for example, gusts around 20, 30, even upwards of 40 miles an hour. So it's still going to be pretty strong, just not as strong as what we're experiencing here right now. As we head just around midnight, we're still seeing the occasional gusts out around Porter Ranch, Simi Valley, for example, down to Malibu, with gusts around 30 miles an hour. Here's a look at the Pacific Palisades and your hour-by-hour wind gust forecast, where you're seeing, again, the strongest gusts. We had it this morning and still continuing around this time. Gusts around 43 miles an hour, and then coming down as we head throughout the rest of the day around 6 p.m. You should be down into the 20s and then down into the teens as we head until late tonight. So, I mean, that is some good news. But as I mentioned, there's the fires that are burning. We have spotting, for example, where the embers are flying to different directions and starting new fires. And so, of course, crews are very, very busy out there. So the reason why we do have the conditions that we just have all the right ingredients in place. You have the weather conditions, all right? It's been quite some time that we've had some wet weather. It's been very dry. In downtown LA, for example, we've only had 0.16 inches of rain, when typically this water year, around this time, we're already a few months in the rain season, we should be over 4 inches of rain. So certainly a deficit there. And so things have been extremely dry. Again, we have those strong gusty winds, all that fuel. The past couple of winters, yes, we've had a lot of growth out there. So that is added. That is some added fuel. And then we have the topography. A lot of the fires are burning on the very steep terrain. What can we expect as we continue? So let's go over this. So damaging winds will continue through mid this afternoon, as I just showed you in the Futurecast. As we continue this evening, the winds not as strong, but still gusty, as you saw in the Futurecast as well. Gusts around 20, 30 miles an hour. And when we have the dry conditions and we have the fires burning, that is still a threat as we continue throughout the course of the day today. And there's still the threat for downed trees and power outages, power lines causing for some power outages as we continue, also with the strong winds causing the power outages. Extreme fire conditions will continue even as we head into Thursday. Even Friday, too. We'll have the occasional winds out there, and because the conditions are just so dry, we have elevated fire danger. Guys?
Stephanie, thank you. And remember, on that QR code on the corner of your screen, you can scan that with your phone to get updated information like Stephanie just gave us.
And well, we're going to get to Conan Nolan in just a moment in Altadena. I just want to mention one thing. Local Planet Fitness locations are now opening their doors to anyone impacted by the LA County fires. So this is effective immediately and available 24/7 for anyone that needs help right now. And now let's get back to our Conan Nolan live in Altadena with the very latest there on homes burning where you are, Conan.
Right. So this is a microcosm of all the destruction, the horrific drama that the Palisades has gone through, and now the neighborhoods near the Eaton fire, starting up in Eaton Canyon above Pasadena, next to Altadena. This neighborhood, we've been talking to you about it for a while, El Molino in Sacramento. The cavalry showed up, which is great news. Pasadena Fire, along with mutual aid from Long Beach, we can pan over here. They were able to put some water on this structure. It's not going to save it, of course, but it keeps it from being essentially a source of new fires and new embers and new contamination for the rest of the neighborhood. This house fully involved. As you can see, the brush in front of it as we walk down this way. That's a problem, obviously. The wind gusts have died down to a certain degree, but they still kick up momentarily for a few minutes. It's not as bad as it was earlier, thankfully. As we come down this way, I'll show you the effort at staging a fire engine company near a home that has not gone up, so that what's happening here does not impact that house. This house is all gone, and you have a company out of Long Beach, I believe, that has been stationed at this particular home, where the homeowner was able to get out some of his furniture, which has you know, that in and of itself is combustible, but he was able to save that. As you can see, this engine company out of Long Beach doing what they can to put water down on the structure next door, again, so that if there continues to be wind gusts, that it doesn't end up with fire in the eaves of this next structure, which of course, as a domino effect that we've seen in these neighborhoods, ends up infecting plenty of the others. Let me ask this. It looks like you've got this, you're trying to keep this from going on.
Yeah,
I mean,
let's not go back there.
how optimistic are you that you're going to keep this from going into the rest of the neighborhood?
I can't, sorry boss.
Yeah, there you go. They seem to be, based on just what we've seen thus far and these conversations we've had with some of the other engine captains, that there's, first of all, they're exhausted, obviously. They're deeply concerned that they're not getting to the neighborhoods that they need to get to as fast as they can. But here, they're able to, thus far, keep this home from, again, resulting in more fire in the, oh, here we go. With this, this is an example of this, I don't know if that's, what exactly is that caught fire outside the house. And it's now caught the tree on fire, which is problematic. There's a lot of coverage in this neighborhood. That is a lot of mature trees that, if they do catch fire, they could help facilitate, or I should say, transmit flame from one side of the street to the other side. That hasn't happened thus far. Of course, the other problem that we've had is power lines coming down. We try to stay away from those, but some of them have come down in the past few hours. And here we have some application to this flame. Again, this is just one neighborhood. This has happened throughout Southern California, throughout this part of Altadena. Sierra Madre and some of the other cities to the east of here have been evacuated. La Cañada Flint Ridge, a very large flame presence or smoke presence going into the canyon there. That was evacuated. We don't know if any of the fire has actually gotten there. We understand that again, I had mentioned that the Rose Bowl was shrouded in smoke as we made our way up here. It has defensible space. And of course, you had heard earlier from the NASA director about the concerns over the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, both of which, of course, are in the Arroyo Seco, which is west of here. This neighborhood, again, we've counted at least a dozen homes that have gone up. There are at least 100 homes, from what we understand, have been destroyed and structures here. And the effort underway by crews that have doing everything they can to get to where they need to be at the right time. Some homeowners have had to wait. We've talked with some of them who tried to put as much water on using their own garden hoses to try to keep the fire from spreading. And this is what they've been hoping for. A lot of water pressure from an engine tender, and they're able to essentially extinguish this flame with the hope that with the wind dying down, fingers crossed, that they'll save the rest of this neighborhood. Back to you.
Conan, it's so hard to imagine. Just a week ago, we're out here, Pasadena, Altadena. They're big time every year, celebrating the Rose Parade, celebrating the Rose Bowl, now dealing with that fire. Just devastating images. It's tough to imagine just 1 week later.
And how, as he said, it's been such a challenge for these firefighters, and it really, at this point, just depends what happens with the wind, and that's what we continue to monitor right now.
Meanwhile, it is 12:30 right now, and we continue to bring you nonstop coverage of those multiple fires burning across Southern California. We're talking about the Palisades fire, the Eaton fire there in Altadena, where Conan just was, the Hearst fire in Sylmar, and another small wildfire that burned in the Sepulveda Basin this morning.
And we want to remind you about the QR code on your screen there to help you stay up to date with all of the evacuation orders, school and road closures, and of course those weather conditions that our meteorologists continue to track very closely.
And changing minute by minute, it seems. Within the last half hour, we learned that the Palisades fire has now burned close to 12,000 acres. It's just continuing to grow as the winds are just relentless there. More than 30,000 people were forced to evacuate the Palisades area as well as Santa Monica. And then about 50 miles away, the now deadly Eaton fire near Altadena, where fire officials confirmed today at least 2 people and 2 residents, they said, have died in that fire, where more than 10,600 acres has now burned, burning homes, at least 100, likely to be more than that. And we saw in Alex Rozier's live shot earlier, also burning small businesses. Meanwhile, in Selmar, the Hearst fire started last night. That one burned about 500 acres. There was another smaller fire, the Woodley fire, that started just after about 6 o'clock this morning. That one burned 30 acres in the Sepulveda Basin. That number was downgraded from 75 acres.
And now we want to give you a live look from News Chopper 4 over Pacific Palisades, which again, this fire has scorched more than 11,000 acres.
Shooting out the back
at this point. Just absolutely devastating just to see the widespread smoke there. Julia Dang is overhead with the very latest, with a bird's eye view of just what we're seeing here, Julia. Just that intensity of that smoke continues. And again, it just gives you a broad picture here of just how widespread, Jonathan, this is.
Absolutely. Julia.
Jonathan, we're listening to you report these updated numbers, right? That acreage keeps on ticking up. Palisades fire now 12,000 acres. And we're watching this grow in real time. You know, I've been glued to not only our ground reporters' coverage, but what our meteorologists are forecasting. I mean, this is what Stephanie was talking about. These are the consequences of these historic conditions we're facing, these extreme wind conditions we're flying in right now. I told you earlier the airspeed dial in our helicopter is reading 75 to 80 knots, even though we are barely moving. We're hovering right now over the Santa Monica Mountains. So that gives you a sense of how powerful these winds are. But it's not completely determinative of fire behavior, because here's the thing, wind direction, right? We can forecast that, but because it's blowing so quickly and so erratically, you might be able to see here from my live picture, the fire is spreading really in all directions. Look at this. We've got a flare up right now. This is Temescal Fire Road. This started flaring up as you were tossing to me. Look at this black smoke. I mean, I don't know how many acres this is chewing through right now, but because of all that dry brush that Stephanie was talking about, because of these extreme historic winds, this area is going to be consumed shortly. And we can see it right now because we don't have thick smoke covering it, but I'm going to zoom out and show you a wider shot. You know, we may not be able to see through the smoke, but just imagine how many other areas are burning like this or have already burned like this under this thick blanket of smoke. And then even if your home has not been destroyed, even if you have not been forced to evacuate, just think about the health impacts, the long-term health impacts of breathing in this toxic smoke. So even if you do not live in the Palisades, even if you are not in Santa Monica, you're not under one of those evacuation orders or warnings, just look at this region, look at this smoke. You want to get as far out of this as you possibly can. I'm going to zoom in now and show you, if I'm able to, Santa Monica. We're shooting southbound right now from Topanga. This is Santa Monica. We can barely see buildings through this cloud of smoke. So I know the evacuation warning is just on the northern edge of the city, but if you're under a warning and you have the choice to evacuate voluntarily, I sure hope our coverage from News Chopper 4 and these live images help you make the right decision. You do not want to be in this.
Julia Dang overhead in our News Chopper 4 giving us a vantage point we really haven't been able to see much of during these burning fires, these 4 fires burning across Southern California, sheer because of the wind, because of the sheer levels of wind. It was too dangerous for them to fly. We're thankful now we can truly get this perspective, but just how stark this is, it's truly dramatic. And as Julia pointed out, we're at nearly 12,000 acres for the Palisades fire, but likely that number will continue to rise. Right now, we want to go to our Hetty Chang down below where Julia Dang is in the Palisades. We've been talking, Hetty, about 1,000 structures officially on paper so far there in Palisades, but it's not just homes. We're also talking about businesses.
You guys, I lost communication. I lost IFB, so I don't know if you're coming to us or not. I don't know if you can see our live shot or not, but it's been so challenging as far as connectivity in this area. We've been trying for the past hour and a half to give you the images from what we're seeing in these neighborhoods, and I'm trying to stay as still as I can, and I'm hoping that you can see our live shot. But we're here in the Palisades area. This is the downtown area. And Eduardo, if you want to pan over all the way 180, that was where the Shell station was, where you see that fire engine. This is Sunset Boulevard, and that's via, I don't know if I can see that sign, Via de la Paz. And if we swing back over this way, you can see this used to be an Italian restaurant, Casa Nostra. And it's no longer there. Next to it, you see the Bank of America. That too is no longer there. And it's just total devastation. We can't say it enough. There's hard to find the words to describe what we're seeing in and out of these neighborhoods. We have been driving around since about 9:45, and it's row after row. It's neighborhood after neighborhood. There seems to be no rhyme or reason as to why some homes were spared and some were not. We've been to some streets where everything is completely destroyed, with the exception of one home that seemed to be untouched. If we want to pan over to the right, Eduardo, this whole row of SUVs behind us here to the left, that is Governor Newsom and Mr. Alex Padilla's entourage, his security here. We saw him just about 20 minutes ago with CAL FIRE touring this area. They were getting a tour of the area of where we're seeing the destruction. We asked his press people if we were able to ask him a few questions. They said that he wasn't taking any questions, but we are anticipating that he's going to come back around here in just a second. Again, Governor Newsom and Mr. Alex Padilla getting a tour of the devastated area here in Pacific Palisades. And we're going to stand by here in this area to see if they come back around this corner. They were with several CAL FIRE officials. They seem to be getting the briefing about the devastation here in this area. But again, this is the downtown area of Pacific Palisades, just a little bit of what we're seeing here. That's the U.S. Bank, the cleaners. This used to be a florist, a flower shop. About 30 minutes ago, we passed by and it was still somewhat there, and then we passed by about 30 minutes later and you see it now, a complete loss. Jonathan and Camilla, back to you.
Yeah, and I know she's having a tough time hearing us right now, but again, from her live picture here as we're watching these images come through, Jonathan, just the devastation of not just homes, but businesses that have also been destroyed. Again, over 11,000 acres have been scorched in the Pacific Palisades fire here.
And only continuing to grow as we want to go to our Alex Rozier. He's at the other large fire we're following, nearly 11,000 acres. That is the Eaton fire burning in Altadena. And again, same with you, Alex. We've been talking about homes being burned, communities lost, but truly we're also now seeing small businesses and large businesses catch fire.
Homes, small, large businesses. We are now seeing schools catch fire too. I want to set the scene, give you an idea where we are right now. I'm standing at the intersection of Lake Avenue and Calaveras Street. Behind me in the distance, there's a neighborhood. We witnessed at least a dozen homes that were destroyed by the flames of this fire that is ongoing. But let's pan you over here, and this is a middle school that is here in Altadena at Lake Avenue and Calaveras. It's Elliott's Arts Magnet Middle School. And we watched firefighters here earlier today. They were focused on a portion of this campus. The roof caught fire, and it appeared that several classrooms were fully engulfed in flames. And it's so devastating to think of the reality of this situation. I mean, yesterday when this fire took off, the students likely were returning from the holiday break, and now this school has severe fire damage, and firefighters are no longer here right now. But want to pan you around and give you a whole look at this intersection. Across the street over here, you can see a shopping center that is destroyed. But while we're here, I want to show you these firefighters, because I had the chance just moments ago to talk to one of the firefighters, because a neighbor came up to me and said, "Where are they? Where are they? There's so many fires." He said, "Alex, we can't keep up." He said, "There are so many places that are on fire right now, and these embers are flying. A new house, a new business catches." And he said, "We're simply trying to spread the resources as best we can all over, but there are many places that have gone up in flames." Let's turn you around. We're going to head north. We're going to walk and talk a little bit here on Lake Avenue, because it's amazing to see some of these businesses that have been spared. Some of them have no damage at all. And then right next door, there will be another space that is fully engulfed in flames. So as we continue to move down Lake Avenue, we're going to show you what we see in the distance, and that's more flames up here. This appears to be a florist that there's an active fire burning right there. You can see the flames. And then in the distance beyond the florist, there's an apartment complex that also has gone up right now. Lake Avenue in Altadena, we're talking about a busy thoroughfare right next to a school, right next to a residential neighborhood, not far from the Altadena golf course. And now they are just dealing with destruction on so many different levels here right now. So that is what we're looking at as we look northbound on Lake Avenue. Some of the businesses that have been impacted. But Jonathan and Camilla, that really is just the beginning right now as we send it back into you.
You know, Alex, when you think Lake Avenue, you think Pasadena, you think Altadena. That is one of the major thoroughfares through both areas, and really the heart of many of those communities. And that's what we're seeing here in the Palisades. We're seeing it in Altadena and Pasadena, entire communities lost. And I think that's what's so devastating. You know, we'll give you numbers, we'll give you acreage, we'll give you numbers of structures burned, but truly what we're losing here are schools, entire communities, people's futures. This may change the landscape of these beautiful communities, whether it's the beach, PCH, the Palisades, to our gorgeous Southern California foothills that people love to call home. That's what we're seeing destroyed now in front of our eyes in a way that we've truly never seen before.
Yeah, and he talked about just those line of businesses, as we also saw in Hetty's live shot. I mean, these are people's livelihood. This is you know, they wake up every day to go to work, and now having to see that their businesses, their homes are completely gone. It's just absolutely devastating to see these images that are coming in at this hour from both Conan and Alex, and also our Hetty Chang and Pacific Palisades. So again, so far, the Eaton fire has burned more than 100 plus structures. And now we actually want to get back to NBC4's Conan Nolan, also in Altadena, where there are a number of burned homes there on this street, and one up in flames right now here live as we're watching it on our screens. Conan, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. This house is one they put some water on just a little bit. Pasadena Fire, Engine Company 33. They have since moved on. They did what they could. Again, they're not going to save this house, obviously, but the effort was to try to keep the embers from this fire moving on. This house, of course, total loss. There was another home just down the street. This is Sacramento. Here's a Pasadena Engine Company coming by here. They doing what they can, hopscotching through various neighborhoods to try to use whatever water they can to suppress the fire that is raging again, so that if the wind comes up, and the wind has died down momentarily, it does not propel the embers from one fire into the rest of the neighborhood. It's astonishing just how many homes have not burned, and that's sort of the luck of the fire disaster lottery, if you will, that something has happened at one home and the ember flew hopscotched over another and made its way to several others. So they apply. This is a pretty good stream of fire as a result of their apparatus. This is what they've been looking for. You can see this engine company 32 putting up a good stream. This is the second time they've done this for this particular structure. And they've been going, obviously, and we're hearing some explosions, maybe some propane. There's been a lot of that. They've been hopscotching these neighborhoods. This is Sacramento and El Molino and Altadena. We are west of where this fire started in Eaton Canyon. This neighborhood has been under evacuation from the very beginning, late last night, and most people have left, but some people have stayed in the effort to try, if not to save their home, save their neighbor's home. We've seen a lot of that because, of course, they believe that they have a fighting chance if they stay. In some cases, that is not a wise decision because of the risk to not just to property, but to life and limb. We're going to move out of the way as one person makes his way. This is possibly an evacuee. Of course, there's also the possibility of there being, we can see the damage to this truck as somebody's trying to make their way out. There's a possibility of power lines coming down. That's another hazard, of course, as these people make their way. Here's another one. What did I say? There's a power line right there. Now that is inactive. They have shut down the power to this neighborhood, but that gives you an idea as to just part of the issue they have to deal with. At least a dozen homes in this neighborhood have gone up. Again, remarkable that more haven't. We understand, and you would better know in the studio as to just how many have gone up here in the Eaton Canyon fire. We know that it's been at least 100. Let's walk over here and see if we can talk to somebody. We don't want to interrupt their assessment of this, but the Pasadena fire getting help from El Dorado Hills. They were here from Northern California, as well as Long Beach fire. We make our way over here and cast our attention to this house, which they've been able to save. If you can see up on the roof line, they were working on the neighbor's house just to see if they could keep it from making its way into the attic. And it looks like they've been able to do that. That was fairly successful. You have sort of a makeshift fire battalion that neighbors have put together for this neighborhood. This house, of course, fully involved when we arrived. The effort has been to keep this house from going up. The homeowner seems to have been able to do that thus far, again, based on what we've seen and what we've heard, and the fact that the wind has died down. We're going to see if we can talk to this. Excuse me, sir, is this your house? No. No? What do you think? Have you looks like you've done a pretty good job keeping these other homes from going up.
We're trying. Yeah. You got to talk to them.
Right. You can see up the neighbors next door asking some questions of the crew down here. Again, about a dozen various, at least a dozen on this street, homes. And the worry is, of course, as we've been saying, the fire advancing. If indeed the wind gusts come up, it is more still now than we've seen all morning. That is a blessed sign. Once the smoke starts to go up like a chimney effect, that gives fire crews an opportunity to fight it. If the smoke is horizontal, you really can't fight it. Not only is it moving so fast, of course, but there's no visibility. It's hard for you to understand where the flame is once you're immersed in that kind of smoke on the horizontal level. So if you see a plume of smoke going up, that's actually a good sign in that it's stationary. It may be moving, but it's not moving nearly as fast as makes a fire completely untenable when it comes to structure protection and battling the blaze. We can take a look here. These fire crews, this man in the white helmet is a battalion chief. Let's see if we can say, Chief, real quick, can you just give us your assessment? It looks like you've done a pretty good job saving as much as you can.
We're saving as much as we can.
How frustrating has it been? I mean, there are all sorts of outbreaks. You only have so many personnel and so much water.
It's extremely frustrating. I mean, everyone's doing the best they can with what we have, and it's just frustrating that it's just not enough.
Right. The propulsion of the fire, it's still right now, that is a godsend, because you can get your handle on something so long as you're not seeing embers fly a quarter of a mile, a half mile, or a mile downrange.
Yeah, I got here right around sunrise, and I really don't have a good view of the fire right now. I'm kind of underneath the plume, and we've been going since about midnight. So
God bless El Dorado Hills. Thank you very much.
Oh, thanks.
I appreciate it.
Take care.
Again, he's from out of town, as so many are here. Mutual Aid. California wrote the book on mutual aid for major fire disasters, where individuals who are already set up from various parts of the state will immediately respond, fly down here. That is the leadership of the fire response. Set up a camp, an establishment, a logistics center. One person's responsible for logistics, where the helicopter landing pad's going to be, how many crews, where the crews are going to rally, where they're going to stage. Others deal with strictly the strategy, mapping out where the fire is. Just knowing where it is a challenge once you have the vertical nature of the smoke that I was telling you about, because aerial reconnaissance is very difficult, if not impossible, because of the wind velocity. So there, as he said, he's under the plume and not exactly sure how big this fire is. He knows this fire battalion chief we just talked to, he knows what his assignment is, and his assignment has been here. They're now wrapping up. This is E386 engine company. They're headed off somewhere else as they've been dispatched because they believe that's gone, that's gone, that's gone. But these other homes, they're cautiously optimistic will be able to survive this fire, so long as the wind stays the way it is, which is non-existent, at least in this neighborhood at this moment. Back to you.
Yeah, we can only hope. Our Conan Nolan there on the ground in Altadena. I believe we want to go to our Julia Dang overhead in News Chopper 4 right now. Julie, are you with us? Where are you at this point? All we see is smoke from your vantage point.
Jonathan, you can see as this smoke is blowing towards the ocean, you can see through this opening Pacific Palisades, or what is left of it. My helicopter map is telling me this is Palisades Court that you're looking at. I know at last check, we had more than 1,000 structures that were destroyed. So we're going to have to add a couple dozen more from this neighborhood. This is Palisades Court and Trailer Canyon Fire Road. And I hope the homeowners, I hope their friends and family are not finding out their home was destroyed from our live footage here. Nobody wants to learn that their home, their livelihood, their memories have gone up in flames like this. But everywhere we turn the camera, this is what we're seeing. And as smoke is blowing, and we have these patchy openings where we can see on the ground, it is simply apocalyptic. I'm going to turn the camera and show you a little bit more of what I'm seeing out the helicopter window now. These flames are jumping the hills. They are just eating up this dry brush. I know at last check we were nearly 12,000 acres burning here in the Palisades fire. That number is just ticking up every time we check. Every 30 minutes it seems to go up another 1,000 acres or so, and these conditions have not changed. The wind is not dying down. We are still feeling the impacts here in the helicopter. Like I said earlier, one of the bumpiest rides I have ever experienced. And I'm not just struggling to control the joystick on the camera controls here because this smoke is getting thicker. It's changing color. It's getting darker. More flames are erupting. It's turning orange. With my other hand, my left hand, I'm having to dial down the iris on this and to play with the color and light settings just to give you a clear picture. I can only imagine what firefighters down on the ground are dealing with, and just to give our viewers a sense of how unprecedented, how historic this situation is. LA City Fire has now called in off-duty firefighters. I can't remember the last time they did that. We're hearing on scanner traffic now, fire departments might be having trainees come in to help fight these fires. A lot of the images that I'm seeing being broadcast by our ground colleagues, they remind me of 2018, the Malibu fire. But today, I mean, we have this in the Palisades. We're dealing with a fire in Altadena that Conan was just covering. And then there was that fire in Silmar. And with these conditions continuing, the dry conditions, the extreme winds, we could be in for additional fires. This is going to be a very long day, a very long week. Back over to you.
Yeah, Julia, when we say the winds are dying down, it really is just to normal red flag conditions, and that's what's so scary about the situation right now that we've been seeing over the last 24 hours or so, as we see, looks like what firefighting aircraft is that?
That's right. That's right. Tankers can fly now. There was a window yesterday where fire aerial resources could not even fly. That was during the window of time that news choppers also could not launch. And of course, that was because of these extreme wind conditions. So you're right, Jonathan. Now we're just dealing with garden variety red flag wind warnings. But you can see at this point with this fire, nearly 12,000 acres, it's not making it any easier to fight this. And like I showed you in that neighborhood in the Palisades, Pacific Palisades Court, we're not even seeing firefighters there. So they've had to cut their losses and move on from some of these neighborhoods. Simply apocalyptic, just devastating.
Julia, thank you so much for that update. Just really challenging conditions for firefighters. We now want to get to NBC4's Christian Casares live in Pacific Palisades near PCH and Will Rogers State Beach. And I know, Christian, you have been speaking with a number of homeowners in that area.
Yeah, that's right. And I can tell you that no matter where you look, you know, it's very difficult to ignore and not feel the pain that this community is going through right now, because, I mean, it's just heartbreaking anywhere that you look. This is what's left of a mobile park community. The Palisades Bowl, we're along Pacific Coast Highway. And I mean, guys, this was someone's home. We talked to two different homeowners today who came by hoping to find their home still standing, and they were just in tears, not just of seeing their home, but their neighbors, their friends, this entire community just completely gone. And it's hard to imagine what this community went through just in the last 24 hours when they were given that notice to evacuate. You can see, I mean, this is where people made their memories. You know, we still find pieces of furniture and just small little belongings at different properties here that, you know, really made a life for someone. And this is what we're talking about when we are telling these stories from all these families, that, you know, these lives, so many lives have changed, and also communities have changed. People have lived here. For example, one family that we spoke to, they said that they have lived here for about 30 years and they chose to live here because of the view. If we can pan over here, I mean, they had the view of the ocean here from their front door. Every single day, this is what they saw. And now you can see that, I mean, there's just so much smoke here. You can see the wind is still blowing. You can see how the palm trees are just going back and forth. But it really is what they described as just a nightmare of a situation that they're living here right now. Now, I can tell you that the police department and the fire department, they're still going up and down the Pacific Coast Highway. We actually have a police officer here in this community because they're trying to keep people away from here, and that's because of the winds and just all the ash and all the other debris that's here. With the strong winds, they will be picking up all the ashes, the metals, the nails, and they become projectiles. We have seen pieces of metal from some of these properties, just burned pieces that have been flying around everywhere. And even though we're wearing the masks and the goggles, you can still smell that heavy ash here in the air. So again, guys, just a heartbreaking situation here in this specific community of Pacific Coast Highway. But again, just you can't ignore the pain that this community is going through. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Absolutely. Christian Gossett is there on the ground covering the Palisades fire for us. It's about 1 o'clock right now. We are in our 26th hour now, bringing you nonstop coverage of the fires burning across Southern California. And joining us now is our own Michael Brownlee. You were on the air as soon as these fires started yesterday.
11 a.m. yesterday.
Yeah, and you're going to continue our coverage for us.
Absolutely. Great job, by the way, this morning, you guys. Thank you. We have a lot to get to here. Obviously, the Palisades fire, the Eaton fire in Altadena, the Hearst fire in Sylmar, and yet another small wildfire there in the Sepulveda Basin. We want to remind you folks about the QR code you see on your screen to help you stay up to date with evacuation orders, school and road closures, and of course those weather conditions.
Yes, and the Palisades fire, some of these latest numbers, now has scorched nearly 12,000 acres, 1,000 homes and businesses have been destroyed. More than 30,000 people have been forced to evacuate in Pacific Palisades in Santa Monica. LA City Fire says the flames started as a backyard fire. As we continue to monitor, Michael, these conditions with the wind and the air quality.
Yeah, just about 50 miles away or so is the deadly Eaton fire near Altadena. At least 2 people have died in that particular fire. More than 10,600 acres of burned. City leaders are expected to provide an update here at 4 o'clock this afternoon. All Glendale schools will be closed for the rest of the week. Over in Sylmar, again, the Hearst fire started last night. That has grown to more than 500 acres. And the very latest fire, the Woodley fire, which started just after 6 o'clock this morning, has already burned 30 acres there in the Sepulveda Basin.
We want to show you some new video of an empty Universal Studios. In just a moment, we'll show you that shot there. Well, the theme park is shut down today because of the wildfires and smoke in the air. There you go. There it is. You can see that empty lot. City Walk is also closed. The theme park says, quote, they will continue to assess the situation and expect to open for business tomorrow.
I want to give you a live look right now from News Shop 4 with our Julia Deng over the fire burning in Pacific Palisades. You see it right there. All of the smoke, the fire, the line of fire there. Let's get to NBC4's Hetty Chang. She's live in Pacific Palisades near the Palisades Village. And Hetty, we saw a lot of businesses along that road now destroyed.
Yeah, Michael and Camila, it really is heartbreaking to see. We want to show you much more, but as you've been seeing with the connectivity issues, we're going to stay put right here because this is where we can hear you and see you okay. We were over at the corner here, but we stepped over just downhill because take a look at those power lines. About 15 minutes ago, there was one standing, and then we heard some crackling, and then it just took a tumble and ended up where all this debris is. So we're really keeping a close eye on the power lines here. If we circle behind us, Eduardo, you can see that there's businesses that are up in smoke right now. So this is an area that the locals know as the Village, and there's so much that is no longer here. I want to talk now with Gabe Vogtel. He's 27 years old, a longtime Palisades resident. And Gabe, I stopped you because you were here on your e-bike here, just kind of touring the area. Tell me what you've seen. Tell me what you've learned about your childhood homes, about the schools that you went to throughout your childhood.
Yeah, I mean, everything I've seen has just been absolute heartbreak. The 3 homes that I grew up with, they all have been completely decimated. I grew up on Earlham Street just down there. That home is gone. My dad lived on Muskingum. That home is gone. It's just absolute heartbreak. Almost all of my friends, their houses are gone. I just kind of went through what we call the alphabet streets. Every single house down there seems almost completely decimated. It's just, it's absolutely devastating.
I cannot imagine seeing that firsthand. What is just going through your mind and your heart as you continue to just look at the damage? You were mentioning that is it the Beach Street Cafe?
The Maxtons own that. It's like Good Family Friends. That's completely decimated. My elementary school just past it is essentially rubble. My high school, Pali High, was completely hit last night. It leaves me for a loss for words. Just, it's my entire childhood, my entire home, my community is just completely eviscerated.
Yeah. And again, we can't imagine what you're going through just seeing this all firsthand. Walk me through the past 12 to 18 hours. Well, really the past 24 hours, right? Because we've been covering this fire for that long. Tell me when you decided to leave and when you decided to come back.
So I actually work in Westwood. So I left my office around, I'd say 2:30 to come try and help my mom get stuff out of her apartment. I couldn't get past essentially Temescal because it was just too smoky. I turned around, went in Venice, and me and my family just kind of watched the news and watched everything unfold.
And you're here on behalf of some of your friends too, right? Because they were asking, and we're getting those requests as well. Can you please check on this address? Can you please check on this street? And what are you learning?
I just went to my best friends, the Whiproats on Hartzell. Their house is completely rubble. The only chimney is standing. It's just absolutely devastating. On Galloway, the Senators, it's all just completely decimated. McHenry, Mac Bradley, his house completely gone. It's just, it's almost everyone I knew and grew up with has been either, everyone's been severely affected, but completely just, their homes are gone.
Gabe, I'm so sorry to hear that. And you know, we cover wildfires all the time. We cover brush fires all the time. I'm sure that you've watched it on the news when it happens to other communities. Your thoughts that it happened to this community that you so clearly love, that this community that you grew up in, this community that you are now watching much of it burn to the ground.
It's something that you couldn't even process and imagine. I'm still processing it. It's just truly heartbreaking. I know the Palisades will come back stronger. It's Blades forever, but it's just, it's still hard to process and really wrap my head around. Like looking around, just like I grew up on all of these streets and all these stores and doing all. This is my home.
Yeah. Is everybody accounted for? Yes. Are you in touch with your family? Are you in touch with your friends?
Yes, I'm texting my family. They're all safe in Venice right now. But everyone's holding together, but it's truly devastating for the entire community.
Are you surprised to see how quickly this fire spread? Oftentimes when we cover fires, we see a bit of relief overnight, right? The winds start to die down, firefighters get a relief, they get a break, sometimes homeowners get a bit of relief, but this was just sheer terror into the night. The winds still continuing to be very, very strong where we stand. What was going through your mind and your heart when you just experienced these continued gusty winds?
Yeah, I mean, look around, it's still happening. It doesn't seem like there's an end in sight. These winds are happening. It's just really disappointing. It feels like we were almost very unprepared for this. I work in property management. We knew about these winds were coming. We notified all of our residents about 48 hours ago. The fact that there wasn't more preparation when, like you said, we've experienced so many wildfires in Southern California. It's just, it's heartbreaking to see it hit my home to the extent that it has, and it's still going on.
Yeah. Gabe, thank you so much for talking with us in this very difficult time, and certainly our thoughts are with your family, our thoughts are with this entire community that is still, you know, watching things smoking. I mean, just behind us here, thick plumes of black smoke. I'm not really too sure what that business is. Do you know what's burning over there?
Hopefully not Garden Cafe, but it's hard to tell. I'm not sure.
Okay. All right. You know what we've been doing, Michael and Camila? We've been looking at a map just to try to figure out what was around us. So we know that just to the left of Eduardo, left of these power lines, this was a clothing store, right?
Yeah, that was Elise Walker. There was a sunglasses store next door, Juice Crafters. Yeah. Across the street, Cafe Vito, which was a Palisades staple. Yeah. There's just so many businesses that just are gone.
Yeah, and lastly, if you turn to the right, you can see the bell tower of Gabe's elementary school still standing, but much of the rest of it is just totally gone. Again, the 3 homes that he grew up in this community, all gone. And the the schools that he attended throughout his lifetime, all gone as well. Michael and Camila, back to you.
You know, Hetty, to hear him say there seems to be no end in sight, there is just no silver lining to anything that we're looking at, and of course, what we're charting out over the next couple of days.
Yeah, you know, it's tough, Michael. We got here at about 9:45, and you know, the minute you think that the winds are going to die down, they start picking back up, and at sometimes it was really hard to even keep our balance. And so driving around all these communities, we had just these heartbreaking and devastating images to show you, neighborhood after neighborhood after neighborhood. But as we've been talking about, there's just no connectivity, and so we weren't able to get a signal. But even at one point, we were stopped by a Long Beach fire. You know that there are so many agencies here trying to help. And they said, hey, we don't have a signal. We're trying to get to a home on, was it Raycon? Raycon. They didn't know where they were going, and so we kind of tried to pull it up on our phones the best we could, and they followed us to the home. When they got there, a minute later, we saw them leaving just because there was nothing left to save. And that is the story with each neighborhood that we go to. In some cases, homes just, there's no homes left. And sometimes we go to a row of homes totally gone, and then there's one left standing that seems untouched. So to your point, Michael, yeah, these winds, they have been continuing strong and then even stronger at times. And it just seems every corner we look at, we see a plume of smoke. And we hope certainly for this community, for all the firefighters, everyone in Southern California really, that these winds start to die down sometime soon. Back to you.
That's the hope.
All right, Hetty Chang live for us there in Pacific Palisades. NBC4's Alex Rozier is live for us now in Altadena. Alex.
Yeah, Michael, we are on Lake Avenue, a main thoroughfare here in Altadena, and the fires continue to burn. You can see one in the far distance. We walked right next to that building about a half hour ago. That's the Aldi and Dollar King right there. Their roof is on fire, and then let's pan you around looking northbound on Lake Avenue, and you can see that this business, several businesses have caught fire too. I want to bring in Kraft here because first and foremost, Kraft, you told me you lost your home last night, so yeah. I'm very sorry for what's happened. Tell me about your experience.
She came in last night telling me, she was saying, hey, get up, get up, get up. And I just laid there because I'm used to going through tragedy living in California 30 years, right? But I just took it for granted. And then at 3:35, she says, we got to go. We get out at 3:35 this morning. We're driving down the street. We pass a fire about half a block away from our home. And when we passed that fire, I'm nervous because the fire hadn't gotten north of, it hadn't gotten west of Lake, and we're west of Lake. So it hadn't gotten there, so I'm thinking, track down the fireman, tell him, he goes up there, comes back, they don't do anything. And so then we sit in the house all night, and now we're back, but we come back about 8 o'clock, and we see that everything has burned up. The house is totally engulfed in flame. Have a secondary home behind it. It's gone. The car, it's gone. The trailer, it's gone. Everything is gone. And I didn't take it serious, so I didn't grab anything because I'm like, okay, we're gonna be all right.
What's going through your mind right now?
It's amazing how, as you're driving down the blocks, you see so many different houses. And as we were in the dark, because it was so dark, pitch black, and the lights were out, remember? So the embers are traveling along the ground. And as you see these little black things, you would have less embers than that. And this is how all of this caught on fire from 8 to now. I mean, none of this was on fire. We were parked right where that car was.
And we're here on Lake Avenue, as we mentioned, a main thoroughfare here. We are in the direction facing north right now. Mm-hmm. Describe for me what we're looking at in flames.
Well, you're looking at a small-time community, small-time community where most of the people come down. They retreat to here. You have the post office, which is on fire. You have the Aldi's, which is on fire. The grocery outlet, which is on fire. The neighborhood restaurant, which is on fire. The Thai restaurant, which is on fire. The bar, which is like the staple of the community, which has burned down. That was a pet store, thrift stores. I mean, everything is gone, and you just can't believe that from 8 until now that all of this damage has happened. And then as you're driving through the community, it's the same thing. I'm saying 70% of the business is gone, 30% of the houses for sure gone, and it may be closer to 50%, but I tend to want to err on the side of, being cautious, I think.
And as we look at this live picture right here, you'll notice that you don't see any firefighters in the screen. I talked to one of them a minute ago. I had a neighbor come up to me and say that, where are they? Where are these firefighters? They told me these embers are flying. They are just stretched too thin. Is that what you're seeing too?
Yeah, because this morning you'll see 15 fire trucks shooting all up. They're all coming in the line. And you saw them in different places. But the problem is, it's everywhere. It's nothing they can do. All they can do really is get the people out. And that's what I was told, that they're just getting the people out, trying to make sure that, any major break, like they warned us about the Chevron station, saying that it's going to blow. They say make sure you're half a mile away from that Chevron gas station. You can't even see it, but we're actually about 4 blocks away from the Chevron station, and you can't see it for the smoke. But it's right there where that light is, that second police, the rotating light is right there.
Very lastly, what is your next step for you and for this community?
Well, we went and rented a hotel room, and you know what? I think most people are kind of in this shock, but accepting kind of shock, where you're in shock, you've accepted it, you understand, and just happy to be alive. It was really something, because animals will let you know everything, and we had the dogs in the car, and the dogs, they were acting kind of skittish, so they knew that this was really big. It's amazing how much wiser the animals are than we are.
I'm sorry for what's happened to you and your family and your community here in Altadena. We thank you for your time.
Hey, you be blessed.
That was Kraft, whose home burned in the fire, but you're looking at Lake Avenue, and you saw in both directions, flames are here. We've got a crew now that's putting some water on it, but frankly, the flames are too much. I want to make one final note. When talking with that firefighter, he said the other problem is the hydrants aren't working well. He said we're getting such low water pressure, and you can kind of see it right there. They're getting such low water pressure that it's making it even more difficult to fight. So they have been facing challenges through the night, in addition to the challenges brought by Mother Nature. So just a devastating scene here in Altadena. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, Alex, thank you so much. Alex Rozier there reporting live covering the Eaton fire for us that has scorched more than 10,000 plus acres. We now want to get to NBC4's Conan Nolan joining us live in Altadena, where 2 homes are burning there. Conan.
Right. Well, we are up now from where we were earlier. We're at Alameda and Santa Rosa. There are multiple homes on fire here. We are west of where Alex was reporting on Lake Boulevard, where there is the commercial district. This is, of course, residential. In the distance, there's one home. We can zoom into that. That fire, it's quite possible that the ember from that fire ignited this house to my left here, which is fully involved. And there's a neighbor house next door to it as well, a neighboring house. Again, there just isn't enough resource. So right now, the homeowner obviously evacuated. You see his car, or a car still here. There are no engine companies within sight here, save for one down the street. And as we talked with a battalion chief just a little while ago from Northern California, he said right now they're under the plume, which was his way of saying they're not exactly sure where they are and what the situation is outside of the very specific neighborhood of which they've been assigned. This house fully involved, and this one, not too long ago, these 2 homes appeared to be safe, but again, it didn't take much for the embers to fly from one downrange from the other homes about a block up from here, 2 blocks up. The good news is, you see this plume, it's going straight up, oh, sorry, it's going straight up. And as a result of that, it indicates to you that there's no velocity to this fire, that the wind has died down. In fact, I can actually bring my mast down because we are downwind from this fire, which is fortunate for us, very unfortunate for anybody who is in the neighborhood just to the north of us. We hear throughout the neighborhood, of course, and you see this throughout the Palisades, wherever there's a fire, there's some combustion taking place, whether it's propane, not exactly sure what it is, but that's also part of what transpires during a calamity like this. Not only is there's a fire, there's other elements within the home, the toxicity of the home, and then of course, as we mentioned before, there's the issue related to the electrical wires that have fallen down throughout much of the neighborhood here and other neighborhoods. You take a look at this this home over here on fire. Excuse me, sir, do you live here?
I live on 9th Street.
So tell me, how's your house?
It's fine. I was out here this morning hosing it down, make sure none of the fire jumped over, but I'm monitoring the neighborhood, make sure that it doesn't spark up again, and just tracking everything.
Right. So a lot of your neighbors stuck around.
Yes.
It's an evacuation. Tell us your thought process when it came to staying or going.
Well, you know, it's an important house. It's actually my daughter's house, so I'm watching it for her, and just didn't want to see it happen. I mean, if the fire had gotten really bad and there was fires right adjacent, I would have gotten out, but I didn't see too much of a danger, so I felt I could stay around and host the place down and keep it cool.
Right. Is it unnerving, though, to see that there just isn't the resource?
Yes, I know they're strapped. I mean, I called on this house a couple hours ago. I saw smoke starting to come out of it. Fire department said, we'll get out there when we can, but, you know, we just don't have enough resources.
Terrific. Your name, sir, is?
Mark Griffith.
Thank you very much, Mark.
Right.
I appreciate it. Good luck to you.
All right, thanks.
So there you have it. Let me see this engine company. Again, we're talking about mutual aid. This is LA County Engine Company 20, and you can see there's they're putting some they're putting some water on this blaze. Again, doing what they can not to save that house, but to save the house next to it. And this is an interesting scene. You've got a homeowner, we can assume is a homeowner, putting his fire hose up against the neighboring fire, side by side with the engineers and the firefighters from LA County. It's a team effort, but once again, what we've seen throughout these neighborhoods, and you've seen it in the Palisades, I'm sure, is these impromptu fire brigades where neighbors have been reaching out to neighbors. One of the things that you find out after these kind of fires is you talk to individuals and they say, I really never knew my neighbor until this happened. Well, it's a sense of community that helps save a neighborhood when people know each other before a calamity like this. Here we have, they're going to bring in a ladder here to the right, as I think they're going to, again, make their way to the roof, and then do what they can to make sure that no fire embers end up in this structure. As he goes up, it's really bad. Anyhow, yes, I don't know what the exact number is on the number of homes that we've seen. The plume is going sort of straight up, which is better. It's not consuming us, and the wind has died down, which gives them a fighting chance. And I'll be honest with you, if the wind hadn't died down, we wouldn't be this close, just because it's, again, the ferocity of the fire, the ferocity of the wind, the amount of heat that's generated, the fuel inside these homes, and then the vegetation, which, although green, much of it still with such very little Very, very little, I should say, very dry, little moisture, and we've seen some of the tree line go up in smoke as well. On this street, by the way, Alameda and Santa Rosa, there are towering pines, and that's also a concern. They want to make sure that they keep the fire from getting in any of these trees that could crest, and that could lead to a transmission of the flame from one part of the street to the other. That in and of itself is an issue. But once again, this is Alameda at Santa Rosa, LA County Fire Department, engine 20 on scene. We've counted at least 5 homes on fire here. Alex was talking about his neighborhood in the commercial district on Lake Boulevard that is east of here. There, the loss of commercial structures. This is the neighborhood which the fires have been hopscotching from one to another. Some being saved, and others not so much. Again, it's all about timing, whether or not the fire reaches you by the time the winds die down. The winds have died down currently. Very good news for the homeowners here as they look warily at the firefight across the street. Back to you.
Yeah, Conan, with the caveat that the winds have actually died down where you are in your particular neighborhood, but again, not necessarily the story in other parts of Altadena. As we give our viewers now that split screen, what you're seeing on the left-hand side of your screen is exactly where Alex Rozier was, there on Lake Boulevard. And of course, we have Conan's live shot there on the right, where at least 5 homes have burned within that neighborhood of Alameda and Santa Rosa. All right, so we want to switch now from our coverage here in Altadena and take it back up to News Shot Before live over Pacific Palisades with Julia Dang. Julia.
Michael, this is eerie. This is just unnerving. Look at the water here. It's glowing orange from flames that are continuing to erupt. We're still over the Palisades fire, and it doesn't feel to me or my pilot like winds have died down here. This is just unrecognizable. I mean, this is our iconic Southern California coastline. We've actually turned on the map overlay, this map graphic in our helicopter, because you probably can't even tell what we're shooting. This is Pacific Coast Highway here that I'm zooming in on. And just like Conan was reporting on the other side of town, you know, it comes down to timing for a lot of these structures, a lot of these homes and businesses, whether they are going to be saved or not. So right now we've got a plume of smoke being blown into the camera frame, but you can just make out, I'm going to zoom in a little bit more. Again, this is Pacific Coast Highway. We are shooting west toward the ocean. You can just make out a frantic firefight underway right now. Homes up and down PCH on both sides, east and west, had been burning throughout the night, throughout today. It's completely obscured now. I'm going to pull back out with the camera and see what I can show you. But again, it does not feel like winds have died down. Winds have been kicking up flames. I'm going to move the camera east a little bit and show you where the worst of this is burning right now. We've been posted up northeast of the fire just to get out of the line of smoke, but because the winds are blowing so quickly, so erratically, so powerfully, we can smell the smoke in the helicopter. I'm starting to get this fine layer of dust on the camera controls back here. I imagine it is from this fire because we've never experienced anything quite like this before. But take a look at this. As this starts to come into view, I hope this map graphic helps you get a sense of what it is we're looking at, where we are right now. Look, this is glowing orange. We've got flare-ups over here. And we just don't have the fire resources to fight everything that's breaking out, to chase these embers that are flying through the air and raining down on communities. And Conan earlier was talking about this sense of community. I know that has not been shaken, but I think everybody's sense of security has. I mean, questions are coming up about whether we were as prepared as we could have been, whether the city, the fire departments, everybody had what they needed. And we are watching from overhead in real time with this big picture, bird's eye view of the consequences of all of this playing out right? The weather conditions, wind conditions, the dry brush, and then, of course, the preparation. But I keep on reminding our viewers what is within your control right now. If you're under an evacuation warning where it is still voluntary for you to get out, what is within your control is that decision to pack a go bag, to be ready, and to get out sooner rather than later. This is apocalyptic. You do not want to be anywhere near this smoke.
All right, Julia Dane giving us a bird's eye view again with the reminder of always being prepared. And we heard Camilla from Brazona Craft, who spoke with Alex. He said he just took it for granted and that he didn't grab anything before he left. Again, not returning to a home.
Yeah, and talking about that shock of just coming back the next day, just absolutely heartbreaking to hear some of these interviews today.
All right, folks, it is 1:30 right now as we continue to follow the very latest on all of these fires burning across California.
We're talking about 4 different fires here: the Palisades fire, the Eaton fire in Altadena, the Hearst fire in Sylmar, and another small wildfire in the Sepulveda Basin. And on your screen there, you see that QR code to help you stay up to date with evacuation orders, school and road closures, and those weather conditions.
All right, the Palisades fire is now, we have some new numbers here for you, 15,832 acres. About 1,000 homes and businesses have been completely destroyed. LA City Fire says the flames started as a backyard fire.
And about 50 miles away is that deadly Eaton fire near Altadena. At least 2 people have died in that fire. More than 10,600 acres have been scorched. And within the last half hour, we heard from one firefighter who was on the front lines of those flames. And he told our Conan Nolan that resources are stretched thin.
We're saving as much as we can.
How frustrating has it been? I mean, there are all sorts of outbreaks. You only have so many personnel and so much water.
It's extremely frustrating. I mean, everyone's doing the best they can with what we have, and it's just frustrating that it's just not enough.
All right, we want to now bring in meteorologist Stephanie Olmo, and of course we talked about the peak of those winds, which was from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. this morning. What are we looking at now moving forward, Steph?
Even throughout the late morning hours, Michael, we were dealing with very strong gusts. Now, as we continue throughout the rest of the afternoon hours, it's letting up a little bit. It's still gusty out there, just not as strong as what we had earlier today or even what we had yesterday. So I want to go over again and check out the current observation sites where we have these fires burning. So let's first start things up around Altadena, where of course we have the Eaton fire that's burning right now. Sustained winds generally around the area, 3 to 5 miles an hour. With the gusts, as you see there in Altadena, right around 50 miles an hour. So, of course, this is where we have Conan Nolan at, and the winds have come down a little bit compared to, again, what we had earlier today. Over in La Cañada Flint Ridge, we're still looking at gusts right around 30 miles an hour at this time. But as we continue throughout the afternoon, for the most part, models are showing that it will continue to remain light in this general area. But we cannot put our guards down because, of course, we could occasionally get strong gusts as we continue into this afternoon. Another area of concern, especially here, the Palisades of fire, where it has just exploded. Another fire that has just exploded, where gusts around just south here, Topanga Beach, where it's lower elevations, gusts right around 34 miles an hour. But up to the north over in Santa Monica Mountains, we're looking at gusts right around 42 miles an hour. Definitely a difference from earlier this morning when I got in. Around 6 in the morning, we had gusts around over 80 miles an hour there. So certainly seeing a difference there. But of course, it's still very strong at this time. As we go over and check out another spot, the Hearst fire that's burning in Sylmar, we do have a gust generally around the area, especially up in Ridgetop side. Gusts right around 53 miles an hour as we continue with sustained winds at 30 miles an hour. So as we zoom out, check out the picture across the region. We're still looking at pretty strong gusts. So you see some of the coloring here. Now, again, we've sort of scaled back in some of the colors, but you're still seeing we're looking at gusts right around 40 miles an hour in some spots. Like, for example, Santa Clarita down to Van Nuys, close to 40 miles an hour. LAX. So another thing that we were talking about here yesterday, and impacted wind-sheltered areas because of just how strong these winds were. We had that upper level support, and it brought a lot of those strong winds even down to the basin. LAX looking at gusts of 26 miles an hour over in the Inland Empire, Orange County. It was just earlier today, a couple hours ago, we had gusts in Santa Ana right around 60 miles an hour. We've scaled back to 44, but it's still very strong. 47 in Ontario and close to 40 right now in Riverside. So again, this is why I keep saying we cannot let our guards down, because it's still gusting pretty good and it's very, very dry out there. Let's go over some of the peak wind gusts that we experienced earlier today or even yesterday. Magic Mountain Truck Trail. This is the San Gabriel Mountains, where we actually saw peak gusts of 90 miles an hour. In Deer Creek Canyon, this is in Santa Monica Mountains, where we experienced a gust at 80 miles an hour there. Simi Valley, 77 miles an hour. Camp 9, also in the San Gabriel Mountains, 75 mile per hour peak gust for you. And lastly, around Van Nuys, we saw a peak gust of 67 miles an hour earlier today. So we've been talking about how dry conditions are, and they will remain that way as we continue throughout the day. So as we go over the humidity futurecast, and you see some of the percentages here down into the single digits, down into the teens. It's very dry. It sort of sucks the moisture out of the vegetation, and it becomes more flammable. So this is why it becomes an issue as we continue, even though the winds are weakening a little bit in some spots and still pretty gusty. And any spark could still cause a big fire. As we continue into later on tonight, you start to see some percentages climb a little bit. For example, at Long Beach, we're climbing back into the 70s. So areas along the coast, but a little bit further inland, again, we're still looking at percentages or humidity values down into the single digits, down into the teens and the 20s. So still very, very dry conditions, even as we head throughout the day here on Thursday across the area here. And that's going to remain that way as we still have the northeasterly winds that will persist. So let's talk more about these winds, and let's talk about what can we expect as we head into the rest of this afternoon and into this evening. So as we put this into play, we head into the next couple of hours. Again, just right now, we're seeing a little bit more of that purple around this way, around the Santa Clarita area, down into Malibu. And now we're starting to scale it back. We're seeing more of that orange, still seeing very strong gusts over 25, 30 miles an hour in some of these areas, as well as around the Inland Empire and down into Orange County, where you see Irvine. As we head into just a couple of hours here, we're talking about, or rather, I would say in the next 20 minutes or so, seeing gusts right around 31 miles an hour as we continue throughout the rest of the afternoon and heading into the evening hours. It gets a little bit lighter across the area here, but it's still very strong with gusts around 20 to 30 miles an hour as we continue. And Michael and Camilla, and we're still dealing with that smoke advisory that has expanded to Orange County. The Inland Empire is still a big issue. So if you don't have to be outdoors, it's best to stay indoors. So back to you guys.
All right, Stephanie, thank you.
Yeah, that air quality continues to be a concern at this hour. We now want to get to NBC4's Hetty Chang live in Pacific Palisades right now. And Hetty, you spoke with a homeowner earlier who lost multiple homes.
Yeah, he's been around the area all this morning. He lost all 3 childhood homes that he grew up in. He lost his elementary school, which is down the street, his high school, and he's been touring the area just to check on his friends' homes. Those 2 have all been lost. We're here at the Village, and this is where a lot of the businesses that people visit all the time to have Sunday brunch, you know, the Bank of America, the clothing store. And we've been talking with folks like Ron Durham, and you have been a resident here for 6 years. You decided to just start walking and to check on your home.
Yeah.
Do you know what the status is?
I don't. I've checked maps, and the maps say that all the area around my home has burned, but I don't have any indication of that exact street and the location and everything. So I just decided I got to go. You know, we packed out. Yesterday, my wife went around like 11 o'clock and picked up the kids at the Waldorf school, and excuse me here, and then I stayed and packed up as many things as I could and got on the road. There was tons of traffic, and you can well imagine it's just been kind of crazy.
How does it feel not knowing whether your home is still standing or not?
I don't know. It's otherworldly. I can't even explain it. It's just Yeah, it's like, you know, I want to be able to have a home to go home to, but and I want some confirmation. So the only way I could do it was to park my car in Santa Monica and start hoofing it, and got this far, and it's a pretty dismal scene. It's apocalyptic in so many ways.
Apocalyptic is a term that we've used, we've heard a lot lately as we're talking with folks. Can you just kind of describe this area that we are at, and whether these are places that you visit to do business? You go to the bank.
Well, Erewhon, like everybody buys food at Erewhon. This was the Starbucks. A friend was going to open up a shop. And part of this building here, you know, this is Elise Walker, and all this whole street down here is where the farmers market, half the farmers market is every Sunday. So yeah, I mean, this is sort of the center of town here, and it's just decimated in so many ways. And then there's like CVS is still standing. So I took 4 disposable cameras over there last week, so I may be able to get my pictures yet. Which is like, that's the bizarreness of it. It's, you know, it's crazy.
And it seems like there's no rhyme or reason. You know, we've been driving through so many neighborhoods. Some homes are completely untouched. Yeah. Others are completely gone.
Yeah. It's sort of like I lived in Santa Barbara back in the 70s, and they had a fire like this that came down out of the foothills and selectively started burning houses. And, you know, it's so reminiscent of that. It's just, it's a travesty. It's a catastrophe.
To go through this again so many decades later.
Well, I actually didn't live in that area, so it wasn't, it's just that I toured it afterwards because I did have some friends there, but this is a completely different ballgame for me because I live in this neighborhood.
What is your plan when you actually do get to your house?
I have no plan. My plan is just to look and see what's there. There's nothing else I can do at this point.
Well, our thoughts and certainly our prayers are with you and your family in this community, and I can, you know, sense the heartbreak and just the emotions that you're feeling right now.
Yeah, it's you know, it's not something that you experience all the time. It just happens, and sometimes you're in the middle of it, and sometimes you're on the outside of it. And, I'm lucky enough to have friends who would take us in, and we're doing what we can, and a lot of it's just waiting.
Tell me about the Palisades community.
The Palisades community that I am mostly involved in is with the Waldorf School, which has had some damage done to it. I don't know how much, and it's a funny thing with all of the news and all the sources coming in. It's hard to confirm what's real and what isn't. So because so many things contradict the others. But that's the strongest community that I have is those people who have kids like I do, and I have a 3-year-old and a 6-year-old. So
they are safe.
They are very safe, and they're with mom and friends, and I actually, despite the fact that I'm looking at all this, I feel safe here right now too. I don't feel threatened.
Okay, well that's good to hear. I think the winds, as compared to this morning, are much lighter, but they're still, you know, sporadic, right, and gusty at the time. So thank you so much. Please keep us posted. And like I said, our thoughts are with your family. If there's anything we can do to help to drive up there, please do let us know.
Yeah, all right, great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. You guys have a card or something I can take with me?
Yeah, let me just wrap up with this live shot, and then I'll get it to you. But again, Michael and Camila, you heard from that gentleman. He parked his car in Santa Monica, and then he just decided to start walking. He wanted to make sure that his kids and his and their mother were safe, and so he's just walking. He's been walking here for about an hour and a half before we ran into him here at the village. And you know, initially I said, hey, can we do a live interview with you? And right away he got emotional. He got choked up and he said, "I'm sorry." And I said, "You're human.
Yeah.
This is your community, and please don't apologize for that." There's many emotions here, just to see the devastation firsthand. And I can't imagine what he's feeling, not knowing whether his home is there or not. And as we've been hearing from so many people, it's so random, right? I mean, it's random as to the CVS is still standing, yet the beloved neighborhood cafe where they have Sunday brunch is gone, right? Homes, schools, clothing stores, places of worship. Some of those are totally gone. So, I'm sure it's too early to ask these folks, what's the next step for you? Because as you heard there, for now, they are just trying to figure it out. He doesn't have a plan. He just wants to get to his neighborhood to find out if his home of 6 years is still standing. And he does not know that.
Yeah. All right, yeah, one of many stories like that. Hetty Ching live for us there in Pacific Palisades. We want to now switch on over to Olivia Garvey, who is also in Palisades over there at Allenford and Sunset. Olivia.
Hey guys, yeah, as you just said, we are on Allenford and Sunset. I'm going to step away here. Police officers right now are trying to divert these cars off Allenford there. I know many of them are trying to go up Sunset, but that is just not happening today. They have completely shut down Sunset. It's awful, and all of these cars have come up to us because we have been up Sunset. We have been up in Pacific Palisades. Unfortunately, we cannot go live up there due to the cell signal. We hope to go up there soon with a truck, but all of these cars asking us, how's our homes up there? How's our homes up there? We don't know. We don't know, but we know that the destruction up there is absolutely terrifying. I talked to one man who was trying to save so many homes up there, and he tells me it's a war zone, and that's exactly what it looked like. We walked around a home where the car was burned. The only thing that was standing was the fireplace. The sewage up there, or the water, is now going to higher levels. The plumbing is just going to higher levels now. I have video of that. I'm not sure if they can show you that right now. It is just so disastrous up in the Pacific Palisades. The winds aren't that bad right here, but if you go up Sunset, if you go up West Sunset, it's moving. I had trouble standing still. It was horrific, and I can't say this enough. It is a war zone. We did go up to where the Gelson's is. It is no longer there. It is completely destroyed. A supermarket that people go to every day can no longer go because it has been burned to the ground. I posted that on social media just moments ago, and people saying, that was my grocery store, that was my grocery store. It's so emotional. I grew up here, and to see the extent of this, us SoCal kids understand fires. We've lived through it, but this is nothing like anyone has seen, and I've heard that multiple times. Not a lot of cars can go up West Sunset. Like I said, they've completely shut it down, but I also did run into Mayor Karen Bass and Governor Gavin Newsom. I did not speak with them, but we were very, very close. Scott Weber and I got very close, and we could hear what CAL FIRE was trying to tell them, and he said, Karen, I have not seen anything like this in my 20 years, and that hit hard for everyone standing around. You can only imagine what those firefighters have gone through, and for them to say that is absolutely horrific and scary, guys.
Olivia, you're talking about your roots and your links there to the Pacific Palisades area, and Hetty down in the village has just rattled off a number of stores and locations, some really beloved locations that are no longer there. How does that hit you?
It's emotional. Like I said, I grew up here. I grew up in the Pacific Palisades till I was, 7 or 8, and it's such a incredible community. I mean, there are so many homes up there destroyed that have been there for years and years and years. And when I talked to that man who explained this as a war zone, he and his family have been here forever. And all the memories in those homes. Rick Caruso on our station last night telling us about his daughter. His daughter lost his home. Well, he has a home here as well, and that's where his family grew up. And that is with so many families. They raise their kids in these homes, and now they're completely destroyed. The memories stay, but the home is now burned to ash, and that is just so hard to hear.
And Olivia, have you been getting a sense of some of the homeowners there? I was on Sunset Boulevard yesterday in that gridlock, and a lot of homeowners decided to stay behind to try to fend off these flames from their home. Have you been getting that sense there as well from where you are?
Yes, you know what, when we go up West Sunset, and we will in a little bit, we're going to try to get back up there and go live. Like I said, the signal up there is awful right now, but we did just see that one man, and we didn't really see a lot of other people. I also want to explain this as well. We were on a street off West Sunset up in the Pacific Palisades, and a tree had fallen onto the road, and there's no getting in and out of that road now. It is completely blocked. I'm sure they can show you shortly, but I talked to one of the CAL FIRE guys there, and he said this tree falling is a blessing in disguise, because you have to remember there are people trying to get their cars up there, and guys on bicycles trying to get into the homes that are still standing. And that is what he said to me. He said right now what we're, excuse me? All right, guys, we're going to send it back to you.
Okay, we'll check back in with you here in just a bit, Olivia. We want to now send that on over to NBC4's Alex Wazir. Again, still live for us there in Altadena, where a grocery store is on fire right there behind you, Alex.
Yeah, Michael, we've been watching this. You know, an hour ago we came to you live. We were walking right next to the grocery store, and now it is completely up in flames behind me. This is an Aldi. Right next to it is a Dollar King, and that's at Calaveras and Lake Avenue, where we're looking here directly to the south. Right next to the Aldi is Elliott Arts Magnet Middle School, which also caught fire earlier this morning, and now we're seeing it across the street at the grocery store. We're seeing some folks here that are making their way up on Lake Avenue right here, but this is a busy thoroughfare. You can see the big flames, but also look at the sky and the black smoke, Tommy, if we can pan up. And you can see some of these embers that are coming down here. And when I talked to the fire crews out here today, they told me that's the biggest problem, is that these embers are starting all these other fires. And that's why we've had so many different ones in this community. This has hit businesses, it has hit homes, schools, just about everything here in Altadena. Let's pan you headed northbound, Tommy. Show all the way up Lake Avenue, which is normally a busy street here. I will say, in the last 30 minutes, if you look far down in that direction, you can see a number of fire crews, which is something that we had not seen for a long time here. Frankly, they are just stretched so thin with the fires that are burning across Southern California right now. But in the last half hour, it seems as though a number of them have been redirected to Altadena. But let's bring you back over here at what we're talking about right now. Again, this is the Aldi and the Dollar King. This, in the last few minutes, has gone up in flames in a very big way. Look across the street, grocery outlet, it has not yet been touched. But I want to show you one other thing that really kind of caught my attention today, and that's this sign. It says, "Greetings from Altadena," in the heart of Lake Avenue. Many of the businesses on fire, and this is what Altadena looks like today. Michael, we'll send it back into you.
Alex, if you can here for a second, because I think it's important to point out, we've heard from a number of people, at least during our coverage, my coverage here that began at 1 with Camilla here, people that Hetty have spoken to, people that Conan have spoken to. They've all touched on the fact that resources are stretched thin. And again, I'm sure a lot of folks are looking to city and county officials here right now. What is the sense for folks out there? What are they telling you? What are their frustrations? What are their concerns?
You know, frankly, I think it depends on the person, because especially now in this moment, in the 24 hours after several homes have burned here, we talked to some homeowners, some that are taking it better than others. One person didn't want to talk to me at all. Frankly, understandable given the situation, so very high emotions, but all of them are in agreement that the resources have not been there. Now, I think we're dealing with a situation that may be almost unprecedented here, given the number of fires, the fast-moving winds, the crews that are stretched all over. So I think it's going to be a story that's going to play out here in the next couple of months as we try to get some answers about what went right and what went wrong. And I brought it up in my last live report. The other point that fire official made to me when he expressed that we're just moving where we can. There's one that'll pop up. They're spreading their resources. That's one point that he made to me. And then he said the hydrants aren't working either. He said we have no pressure coming from these hydrants. So I think that's going to be another story that we're going to continue to follow. But sadly, right now, the story that is happening in front of us is one that continues, and the flames that shoot from Aldi and many more places here in Altadena and beyond.
Okay, Alex, thank you so much for that update. Live for us in Altadena, where a school and all grocery store there is now up in flames. We now want to get to NBC4's Hetty Chang joining us live again here in Pacific Palisades. And again, Hetty, you have been speaking to a number of homeowners there in that area, just awaiting on answers and truly just in the unknown right now.
Yeah, Camila, this seems to be the spot where everybody is going to survey the damage. They're stopping by on their way to try to check on their homes. This is known as the Village. We're on the corner of Swarthmore and Antioch. Just a few minutes ago, we saw Councilmember Tracy Park and her staff here. And so we want to talk with you now live, Councilmember. Just what has your day been like? You've been touring the area. Describe what you have seen in your district.
The scenes around me are catastrophic. This feels apocalyptic. So much of our beloved Palisades is just gone. This is total devastation, and I am absolutely heartbroken for my community and the many, many friends that have lost their homes and belongings here in the Palisades. This is devastating.
And from what I'm gathering from people who have stopped by here, who have lived here for years, for decades, this is the Village. This is where people go on the weekend to do their business, to shop, to gather. Tell me about the Village and what you are seeing here.
You know, we have lost. How do you even describe the scope and the scale of this loss? These are homes, these are businesses. This is the heart of the Pacific Palisades. It's where our families come and gather, and the farmers market is right here on the weekends. It's really devastating to see it, and we don't even have a complete inventory yet of the losses that we're facing. We are still fighting active fire in this area. The evacuation orders are still in place. Fire continues to spread. And it's not just here in the Pacific Palisades now. There are other fires burning around the city. And so as we inventory this, we ready ourselves for the worst. But I am also really confident in the resilience of this community to come together. The acts of selfless service that I have seen from our first responders and our local residents over the last terrifying 24 hours have been heartwarming. I know that we will come together as we recover and as we rebuild, but we have a very long road ahead of us.
And speaking of this community, what are you hearing from your constituents? What do they need right now?
A lot of heartbreak and devastation, a lot of anger and frustration, a lot of folks not knowing what the future holds. We're going to need a lot of help getting folks not only a place to live, with so many people now having lost their homes, but people are going to need assistance replacing critical documents, filing insurance claims, reimbursements for covered expenses. So we're going to be bringing all of those types of services online as we begin our recovery process. But we are still asking residents and stakeholders to be patient. It's going to take some time not only to get the fire out, but to make sure that the area is safe so that we can survey the damage and begin the process of letting people back into the area.
Councilmember Park, I imagine that much of that anger and frustration obviously comes from the devastation that, residents are discovering, homeowners are discovering, but also, we've heard about, let's talk about the response. I heard Alex Rozier in my ear. He's covering the other fire in Altadena that we've been following about the pressure from the hydrants over there. You ran into the same issue here at the Palisades. Why does that happen, and how do you prevent that?
So because of the fire, we had about 4 times the usual load on those services already. And then we essentially had active fire, wildfire suppression happening with fire hydrants. That's not how you fight wildfires, which is what ravaged our local community. And so that is part of the problem, but it is also frustration that stems from chronic underinvestment in our critical infrastructure and our public safety partners. You know, here in the city of Los Angeles, we just recently received a standard of coverage report that indicates that here we need at least 62 new fire stations in the city of Los Angeles to meet just our average daily need. We do not have the staffing and the resources that we need on a daily basis. The demands that we are putting on our public safety resources is absolutely untenable, and we can't continue this way. We have 100 fire engines and ambulances out of service at the mechanics yard because we don't have mechanics to repair them.
Bottom line, Councilmember Park, we were dealing with an unprecedented, historic, devastating, particularly devastating wind event. Even with all that, say we had, a fully staffed, resources when it comes to firefighting. I mean, was it just that the wind was just, we couldn't compete with it?
So a few things. We do have low staffing levels, and we have wonderful mutual aid responses. We were instantly supported by our partners at the county, neighboring counties and neighboring cities. CAL FIRE immediately responsive with additional support. So I want to be clear, we're very, very grateful for that help. But if we've learned anything, and this was said at our press conference this morning, LA County Fire Chief Maroney said it himself, we are not staffed to deal with this level of emergency or this number of emergencies spread around a geographic footprint like we have here in the city and the county of Los Angeles. And as we look forward to the World Cup in 2026 and the Olympics in 2028, this is a painful and tragic reminder of how much work we have ahead.
Councilmember Tracy Park, again, joining us live to talk about everything, about the resources, about the response, about what she's hearing from her constituents. And the bottom line here is that this is unprecedented. The words that we've been hearing, it's unworldly, it's apocalyptic, and it's heartbreaking. Michael and Camila, back to you.
Pulled from that candid conversation. Hetty, thank you. All right, folks, it's 2 o'clock. We have been on the air now for the last 27 hours, bringing you the very latest on all the fires burning here in our area.
And we're talking about 4 different fires: the Palisades fire, the Eaton fire in Altadena, the Hearst fire in Sylmar, and another small wildfire in the Sepulveda Basin. And on your screen there is a QR code that you can scan for the very latest updates on those weather conditions and evacuations.
All right, the Palisades fire has burned close to 16,000 acres. 1,000 homes and businesses have been destroyed. LA City Fire says the flames started as a fire there in a backyard.
In Altadena, the deadly Eaton fire is burning there. At least 2 people have died. More than 10,000 acres have burned. City leaders are expected to provide an update at 4 this afternoon. All Glendale schools will be closed for the rest of the week.
All right, I want to give you a live look right now from News Chopper 4 over the fire burning in Pacific Palisades. Julia Dang there for us. How's it looking right now, Julia?
Michael, I cannot overstate the sense of urgency here. You just reported nearly 16,000 acres now. We are just standing by overhead watching this grow. This is still at 0% containment. We're feeling the winds up here. We hear our colleagues on the ground talking about how it's dying down, but these are still red flag winds. You heard the interview just now with City Council member Tracy Park. She called this apocalyptic. She called the situation, the preparation here, untenable. We heard from Olivia Garvey, who talked to a resident here who described it as a war zone, right? That CAL FIRE official she overheard with 20 years of experience saying he has never seen anything quite like this. And Michael, as you and Camilla were just reporting on these other fires erupting across LA County, I can tell you I'm listening to fire scanner traffic here. I've never heard dispatches quite like what I'm hearing on the radio right now. They did call out earlier for additional firefighting helicopters, and the response was, we don't have any more available. What is heartening, though, is that over the Palisades fire, we've seen a number of water and fire retardant drops. Would you look at this? As I talk about that, there's one happening live right here. So it looks like when it comes to aerial firefighting resources, they are dedicating a large chunk of that to this fire, the Palisades fire. And even though that's what they're calling it, right, the Palisades fire, this affects communities far beyond the Palisades. I mean, we're talking about Malibu, Santa Monica. All of West LA right now is blanketed in this thick smoke. It is blowing quickly still, and every couple of minutes, we see different openings, and we can shoot through the smoke and get a clear shot of what's happening on the ground. As I zoom out here, I can show you now the Santa Monica Pier. I have never seen it look quite like this. Lights are off. There is nobody out on the water. It looks dead. It looks like a war zone. We do have to land shortly to get fuel, but we will be back up to document this historic devastation and the ongoing firefight. Back to you.
Yeah, Julia, thank you so much. Earlier at a press conference, fire officials were calling this just unprecedented. Again, as we continue to wait on updates on the wind gusts and what will happen here later this afternoon. We now want to get to NBC4's Alex Rosier joining us live again from Altadena in front of a burning grocery store there. Alex.
Yeah, Camilla, we continue to monitor the flames behind me at this Aldi and Dollar King that you can see in the distance. The flames have been pretty big the last half hour. As you can see, fire crews making their way down Lake Avenue here. And they're actually, Tommy, I'll direct you across the street to the grocery outlet parking lot. I'm now seeing a few fire crews that have just arrived here too. That appear to be taking a look at their next step here before they jump in the firefight. But I want to speak now with Scott, who lives here, lives nearby. Talk about the last 12 to 24 hours. You said you did not evacuate last night.
No, I stayed close. I wanted to check out. A lot of my neighbors did, and I wanted to kind of keep a track of everybody, make sure everybody was okay, make sure nothing was going on around our place. So just kind of keeping everybody informed.
Describe the conditions early this morning when those evacuations started to take place here in Altadena.
Early this morning, it wasn't too bad, actually. I was glad to see the winds had kind of calmed down. It wasn't blowing as bad, so I thought that maybe we'd be able to get some control over it, but it's not looking good right now.
What's this like for you as you look at Lake Avenue? Tommy, I want you to show some of the flames and just up and down Lake Avenue here, the destruction and the active fires that are burning right now. To see the town that you live in look like this at this moment.
It's unreal. I mean, it's apocalyptic, and there's no end in sight. It could just keep burning. There's no stopping it right now.
I want to ask you about your feelings on the fire response. One neighbor came up to me and said, where are they? But a lot of people are very understandable about the many fires that are burning.
Los Angeles is burning right now. The palm trees are candles in the murder wind.
So you said you were pleased to see them out here at all.
I'm glad they're out here. They're trying to maintain and contain it, trying to keep everybody away. I mean, they're doing the best they can. So, yeah, hats off to them.
And that's what we've been witnessing as well over the last 24 hours, and their fight continues right now. Looking live at that Aldi and Dollar King, you again see these embers, the dark black smoke, but then you see these embers flying, and that fire captain I spoke with, he said the embers are what's keeping these fires moving and jumping from spot to spot. It's a fire that is impacting businesses, schools, homes, apartment complexes. No one seems to be spared here today in Altadena. Guys, back to you.
All right, Alex Rosier live for us there on Lake in Altadena. Meteorologist Melissa McGee is now here joining us with our continuing coverage. Melissa.
Yeah, Michael and Camilla, we're tracking a few things in terms of our weather over the next few days here. One, we've got the Santa Ana winds, and the Santa Anas are allowing the fires to really spread rapidly across much of Southern California. That's one. Number two, the air is incredibly dry across much of our region, and this is a problem even after the strongest winds move on out later on this afternoon and into tonight. And number three, indirectly because of the Santa Anas, because of the smoke, we've got air quality concerns across much of our viewing area. So first, I want to start out with the Eaton fire. It started out in Altadena Late last night, you could see some of those winds sustain, not too bad, but still coming in out of a northerly direction. We've got a gust up to 18 miles per hour there. La Cañada, Flint Ridge, we've got a gust up to 16 miles per hour. Sierra Madre, winds are calm at this hour, but those winds coming in from the north, moving down through the canyon. So folks living in Pasadena feeling the soot. You could see the ash in the atmosphere, just raining ash in some locations across this area. Also watching very closely the Palisades fire here. In Santa Monica, we've got a gust up to 35 miles per hour. Look at the relative humidity. We're down to 1%. It is bone dry there. Also in Topanga Beach, we've got a gust up to 35. Santa Monica Mountains in at 46 miles per hour. So here's a takeaway as we go throughout the rest of the afternoon. It is still very windy. It's still very gusty. But compared to what we saw yesterday, Michael, when we were tracking this, even across areas in the Santa Monica Mountains late last night where we had winds close to 100 miles per hour, in some spots, they are starting to come down in the sense that they're not as strong as they were yesterday. Everywhere across much of our region, it is very windy. Some of the other spots we're tracking: Fremont Canyon in Orange County, 94 mile per hour wind gusts. Saugus, 72. Banning having a gust up to 71 miles per hour. Irvine in at 60 and 56 miles per hour earlier today in Van Nuys. So that's where we were. I want to show you where we are currently in terms of those gusts. We've got a gust up to 40 miles per hour in Santa Clarita, close to 40 in Van Nuys, 47 in Ontario, and 45 miles per hour there in Santa Ana. The air is incredibly dry. We're seeing, because of that northeasterly wind coming through the canyons and passes, it speeds up so rapidly and dries out the atmosphere. Look at this. We're down to the single digits in Van Nuys, 11% in Lancaster. Relative humidity in Long Beach down to 12%. So there's a big concern with rapid fire growth and extended fire growth. Let's talk about what's ahead for the rest of tonight, for the rest of our day today, and even as we get into our Thursday. Fire weather outlook is still a concern. Earlier today, we had extreme fire concern across much of Ventura and LA counties. Once we get into our Thursday, still elevated. You can see that. Critical is in the red shaded here. So that's from areas in Oxnard over into Santa Clarita, Burbank, the San Fernando Valley, down into Ontario, Riverside, also all the way down into Temecula. Main takeaway as we go throughout the rest of today is that the winds will slowly subside. There is the possibility of a minor Santa Ana wind event as we get into our Thursday, into our Friday. It's probably going to look like one big prolonged event here. So we're still tracking some gusty winds, but they will not be as strong as they were yesterday and last night. Also monitoring conditions in terms of the air quality as we go throughout the next couple of days here. It is just devastating across much of Southern California. We've been hearing the language, Michael and Camilla. People are saying historic, unprecedented. You've never seen anything like this with these significant Santa Anas that move through, and we're still dealing with them as we go throughout the rest of the day. We'll continue to crack it for you this afternoon, but for now, I'll send it back over your way.
All right, more to come, Melissa. Thank you. All right, Lolita Lopez is live for us in Pasadena at an evacuation center there. Lolita.
Yeah, Michael, I want to take you outside first. In my thought, just in listening to Melissa, you know, we are here about a 10-15 minute drive to where the Eaton Canyon fire is actually happening, and we're feeling those ashes and getting them still falling in this location when you're outside. The smoke is thick. It is actually really difficult to breathe. You see a lot of people with masks. In fact, let me just show you this as Christopher Lee pans over here to this table. This is the check-in table where folks are now coming in and getting either one of two different types of masks, one with extra respirators and one with not. This is how people are now checking in as they come in. As folks are still being assessed, you can see some firefighters here from the Pasadena Fire Department assessing at least one person who was brought in on a stretcher. Many of these folks, we're talking a couple hundred, are all folks from seniors homes in the Altadena area that were either on fire or threatened, and they needed to be evacuated right away. We have been talking to folks here in terms of the support and resources, including the American Red Cross. Take a listen. How many have you seen come through, and what do you guys expect for the rest of the day?
800 plus, and depending on the winds, it could easily increase to maybe thousands.
You've been doing this before in local settings, and like, what has this one been like for you?
Unlike anything Los Angeles has ever experienced, even at the Red Cross level, mobilizing all of our volunteers and staff and working alongside our city partners. As you speak to residents, it's impactful, and no one has seen anything like this.
Yeah, and she was even telling us that this isn't just the support that they're giving here, they're also supporting in Palisades as well as that Hearst fire in the Sylmar area. But of course, who they are supporting is what's important. These are folks in the community that believe that they have lost their homes or that they already know sitting here in this location have lost their homes. We talked to Nakia Rhodes, who is here with her children, including her 3-year-old daughter. Listen.
I could literally see the flames like licking the mountain as they came down. Last night I saw the fire, and it was like it wasn't that big, but it was like rolling across the mountain. Yeah. And then so I decided to stay up all night because they weren't telling us to evacuate, and nobody came to the door. And so I woke up at like 4 this morning, and I could literally see sparks outside of my apartment, like outside the window, just blowing everywhere. And so I'm like wondering, why haven't they knocked on our door? But I just grabbed my stuff and my kids and jumped in the car and came down here.
Yeah, she and her family are still here at this hour receiving food. There are at least 3 food trucks, one from the World Central Kitchen providing food. There's water, there's other resources here that they're now getting to sort of get into what's called a phase 2. Phase 1 is when that fire and everything is still ongoing, and that continues to be the case. But now in phase 2, they can help with a little bit more resources for folks like Nakia, who they know have lost their homes and can sort of prove that fact. They will be getting things like vouchers to stay at a hotel to make sure that they're in a place to go. About an hour ago when we talked to you last, we talked to Debbie Johnson. She herself said she doesn't know if her house is gone. They have not been up to check on that anyway, but she just told us that her niece is here, came to pick her up. She is now headed a little farther east to Glendora to get some food and be at home with some family as she awaits to hear news. That's also part of it, Michael and Camilla, is that some people know and other people just don't know, and that kind of unknown is still very stressful. A lot of people are still in shock. Nakia still talks about like what it felt like to leave and those flames being around her, and that all happening as her children were in the car, and it's that kind of thing that she's still going through now as she tries to await to see what to do. And in fact, she told us she had just moved into that home in September, moving here to get her PhD. Tough stories out here. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, just one of many stories, Lolita. Typically, when we see an evacuation center and we have a reporter stationed out, I can't remember in recent memory there being so many folks. It's actually bustling. Has it been like this since the hours you've been here?
Absolutely. And when we got here at 7 o'clock, there was even more people. What's interesting is that around the corner from where we're standing, so this entire hallway down here was packed, and we still have some of those folks that we've seen from, again, those senior center homes and nursing homes. Those are the ones in wheelchairs and on stretchers being, worked on while they're here. And they're being assessed here, Michael, because they're trying to figure out, okay, can they stay here? Do they need to go somewhere else? Also, what medication do you take? Do you need special supplies that we don't have here that we need to get to you? These people had to pick up and run in the middle of the night, as we showed you with some of our colleagues overnight, having to come here. And while they're in a good place and they're safe and they have a roof over their head and food, they're still going to need some supplies to move forward. So you're absolutely right. But then on the other side over here in another room, it is packed to the brim. More cots, more people sitting, people waiting, trying to figure out what to do next, right? And so I've never seen anything quite like this sustained for quite so long, right? Usually it's you come in, you get some supplies, and maybe people can go home. Now it's coming, and what they're telling us is like, this isn't over. So if there's a gust of wind, or if something happens, or if another fire starts, they're going to keep this open, expecting more. So that's why when the American Red Cross representative was talking to us, she's like, we've seen 800 now, but we're thinking that we could see much more if things change, which we have seen in a matter of minutes. But one other thing I did want to mention before we left, as we talked about Debbie, the woman in the yellow who's now going with her aunt, we've also seen folks, especially some from these senior homes, being picked up by their family members. So we were talking to the Pasadena Police Department, who are trying to link up people that can come pick up their loved ones who had been staying at the senior homes. They might have loved ones nearby who can come pick them up and take them to their homes. So a lot of movement here of people, but definitely it's going to be a place that will be open and serving folks for quite a long time.
What a vital resource. All right, Lolita Lopez live for us there. We now want to switch gears and take you back live to Conan Nolan, who is in Altadena. Conan.
That's right, Altadena and Santa Rosa. I'm going to put the mask down for a second because the wind has stopped blowing here. I know it's blowing elsewhere, and momentarily it stopped. The people will remember this as Christmas Tree Lane. There's actually a California historic landmark here. This is the lane that for the past well over 80 years, they have lit up the mile long of cedar trees, which date back to 1880 when they were first planted. There are a number of historic homes on this. As you can see, I'm going to just point to it. These are colored lights from the last Christmas show that we had. This house fully involved, another home just down the street fully involved. The result of as we've been talking about over the past 24 hours, the ferocity of the propulsion of this fire as a result of embers making their way downrange into the neighborhoods, a half mile to even a mile. We're going to go in here. Hi, this is Mrs. Green. Nice to see you. So tell me about how you've been doing. I see you and your husband have been watering down.
Yeah.
You're looking at this, a very, is a nasty sight.
It's very sad. And it's right in front of the monument to Christmas Tree Lane.
Right. You know the history of this neighborhood.
I do. It's, what is it, 110 years old, honey?
Yeah. You decided to stay. Tell us about that decision.
Well, because we ain't getting a lot of help right now. And I can't go and sit anywhere else while we got a chance to try and save our house.
So far you have.
Yeah, we've been at it for a while. We evacuated at about 4:30 and went down to our friends in South Pasadena and then made 3 or 4 trips back up to get stuff. And each time we're here, we'd spend a couple of hours, you know, just dousing the roof and, you know, just trying to get a lot of moisture in there. I mean, there's embers coming across this big, you know, I mean, huge embers flying around and, you know, we're just so happy that the wind has died down.
Yeah.
But it's absolutely heartbreaking for Altadena, and we absolutely love this city. And
We love our city.
It's heartbreaking what's happening here.
A tragedy.
Yeah,
It really is.
those words have been used often to describe everything from the Palisades to here and so many other communities in between. The fact that the wind velocity has dropped significantly, that's a good sign. Have you talked to your neighbors? Have you looked out for their homes as well?
Yeah, I just spoke to the neighbour on that side on the telephone a little while ago and assured him that his house is still good. And we've spoken to the people that live across there as well.
And I've informed our neighbors across the street about their house. I needed to call them and make sure they were out of the house.
Did you get an evacuation alert?
Yeah.
Yeah, we did. We left at 4:30 a.m. this morning.
Because it was hard. There was so much smoke at that time, and the wind was really.
It was really coming up, and we actually self-evacuated because it was just too thick. We couldn't breathe anymore.
In the house.
So while we were driving down to our friend's house, who has graciously come up to help us, it was basically we got the evacuation notice as we were driving.
Yeah.
Have you talked to any fire captains or fire crews, or have you seen any of them?
I have. I've talked to one, and I keep pointing them to this house across the street, but they said, you know, it's so far gone that they only have enough water to try to save the ones that are savable.
Right. It's triage
Yeah.
at this point.
Yeah.
I was concerned because I thought, oh,
There goes the roof.
Part of the roof. We'll pivot around here, and I can show you the. I'm sorry. Your first name is
Johnny Green and Julie Green.
Julie Green, and you've lived here for how many years?
9 years.
9 years. Obviously, never seen anything like this.
No, there has been some. You know, there's been fires up in the hills, but nothing that's come down here.
and one of the reasons I thought it would be great to live on this street is we have 110-year-old Deodora cedars here. And so that told me that these trees haven't burned. And we live right between Mount Wilson and JPL. So you'd think they want to save those items.
Which they are, I think. I don't know if they're doing any helicopter drops or not, but we haven't seen any.
We've seen 1 helicopter and 2 fire trucks.
Well, that's part of the horrific geometry of an event like this, is that you have such the flames advance with the wind, and the helicopter and air attack is grounded because of how difficult it is to maintain altitude. So. Yeah, and right, we've heard about the lab seems to be okay, and so does the Rose Bowl. But again, as one fire captain or battalion chief says, we're under the fog of the of the shroud of the smoke. So we don't know exactly what the big picture is at the moment. But listen, thank you very much to both of you.
Thank you, sir.
So you're going to stay here until the end.
Until the end,
Oh yeah.
for sure, and try to save these trees on Christmas Tree Lane.
Well, very good. Listen, thank you very much. Christmas Tree Lane. That is what this is known for. These cedars going up and down a mile here in Altadena. And you can see in a distance, you can see there's some structure protection we can assume based on the fire apparatus at the end of Santa Rosa and down further. Again, part of the problem, as we've said before, power outages as a result of power lines being down. This house is gone. I'll walk you, if we have time, I'll show you what else what else is left of this neighborhood. That's the plaque that I was telling you about for Christmas Tree Lane that was established here back in 1990. As they do put some, this LA County Fire Company 20 is putting down some water onto the adjacent homes, but they've been lost as well. Just on this block in this neighborhood, maybe 6, 7 each block, 7, 8. It's adding up. Alex Rozier was reporting earlier from west of us or east of us on Lake Boulevard, closer to the germination of this fire in Eaton Canyon. We go further, talk to a homeowner across the street. Once again, nobody is suggesting you stay home and protect your home, because that's how you lose your life. And 2 people have died apparently in this Eaton fire, and we're understanding that those were civilians. But there are those who are able to stay and put enough water down, or at least pay attention to any ember that makes its way. Because once the ember makes its way into the attic, under the roof line, the fire department pretty much believes it's gone. As we head on in this way, this house gone, that house behind it gone, the house to the right also gone. Let me talk to this homeowner over here. Errol, can we talk to you real quick? Errol Brown has lived here. His uncle lives across, or did live across the street. Their house gone.
Yeah, it's gone.
Do you know if it was an ember? Do you know how it started? Do you know if it was
I believe a tree fell on the house that was on fire.
Right.
And it caught everything else on fire. There was no way to save it at all.
How long have they lived here? First of all, they're okay?
They're okay. Yeah, they evacuated yesterday, so they're perfectly fine.
Which is a wise thing to do.
Yeah, absolutely.
But they've been here for how many years?
Oh God, I don't even know. It's been a long time. Long time.
You've spent a lot of time here.
Oh yeah, this is my godfather, my pastor. So this is every Thanksgiving, Christmas. This is where we are right here.
Got to be tough to watch this. This is being played out in neighborhoods throughout Los Angeles, certainly in the Pacific Palisades, certainly up here.
Yeah.
How are you holding up?
It's tough. It's tough because I lived here too, so it's tough.
God bless you. Good luck. Thank you. So, once again, the good news here is that the wind has died down. Going to put this back up just as a precaution. The wind has died down here. Not speaking for any other part of the Southern California region, but that certainly helps. Active fire up the street, a number of homes. It does not look like it is advancing nearly the way it did just a few hours ago, and that is giving fire crews an opportunity. They are doing their best, they say, going neighborhood to neighborhood to see what they can do in order to stop spot fires from collecting into larger infernos and burning down more homes. And enough have burned already. They're trying to save the few in between calamities like this from going up and having even greater loss of property. And as you saw a moment ago, heartbreak. Back to you.
Unexplainable nature of the randomness of all of this. Conan, live for us down in Alameda and Santa Rosa in Altadena. Thank you.
And our team coverage continues now with our Karma Dickerson from Pacific Palisades with some of the latest images there.
The firefight in the Palisades is far from over. This is what we encountered just off Temescal Canyon Road. This is a street called Haverford Avenue, and there are at least 2 apartment buildings completely taken down by flames. Long Beach Fire is here trying to manage the situation, but there's not a lot they can do. We overheard them talking, saying that they had made a valiant effort to try to save one of the buildings. It apparently was going to go anyway, and so they're trying to focus on making sure the fire doesn't spread too much further. But if we take a look just over to the right-hand side, we also see another fire that has popped up, one apartment building down. So there's one in the center that doesn't appear to be burning, but on either side of it, apartment buildings that are on fire. Again, Long Beach Fire Department are actually does look like this apartment building in the center has some fire in the back of it. So we can see at least 4 large apartment buildings that are on fire at this point at Haverford Avenue. Now, Long Beach Fire Department, they're here, they're monitoring it. We've heard them strategizing over how best to approach this. There are a couple of hazards. We continue to hear very loud pops and booms. And of course, there's the large tree. It's caught fire several times, and the concern is, of course, if that tree comes down, what other damage it could do. So we're continuing to keep an eye on the way that they approach this. But this is just another reminder that this firefight is still very much underway in the Palisades. If you go even a half a block down, there are homes, there are apartments that are untouched, and you would never know that there was something going on. So that is how spotty this fire is. These winds remain very strong, and it continues to be a dangerous situation here. Watching that fire grow by the minute, the fire that we were just showing you now fully engulfed. So that's the latest from Haverford Avenue. We're going to continue to cover things from the scene here.
Our Karma Dickerson there in Pacific Palisades, is devastating images there of that fire, that home up in flames. It's 2:30 right now. We continue to follow the latest on 4 different fires that are burning across Southern California.
Take a look if you can here. Here is a map of where each of those fires is burning. The Palisades fire, the Eaton fire over in Altadena, the Hearst fire in Sylmar, and yet another small wildfire in the Sepulveda Basin. Now, folks, you can scan the QR code there on your screen for the latest developments.
And take a look now at this new video here from Altadena, where flames from the Eaton fire have spread to several businesses, including a grocery store. We know at least 2 people have died in this fire. The flames have burned more than 10,000 acres at this point. In less than 2 hours, city leaders will provide an update that will be at 4 this afternoon.
Okay, the other big fire we're tracking here for you this afternoon, the Palisades fire. So far, close to, get this, 16,000 acres have burned, 1,000 homes and businesses have been destroyed. LA City Fire says the flames started as a fire there in a backyard.
And now we want to go ahead and check in with meteorologist Melissa McGee, continuing our coverage. And I wanted to ask you about the air quality, obviously just hazardous levels out there. You know, what is that long-term impact?
I mean, we're going to be feeling the effects of these fires, unfortunately, Camilla and Michael, as we go throughout the next few days here. Speaking of the air quality, just look at this large plume of smoke rising up in the air. This is a live look from our Mount Wilson camera, and it's pointed toward the fire that we're tracking close to Altadena there. You can see just all of the colors in the sky, the yellow, the orange, the black color. That's an indication of a lot of soot, a lot of ash, a lot of particulate matter in the atmosphere. I want to show you the First Alert Radar Network because we've got the ability with our data and with our computer systems here to track not only rain and snow, all of the things that we track in the upper levels of the atmosphere. We also have the capability of tracking the smoke and picking up that on our visible satellite imagery as well. So in Burbank, you can see where we're tracking that fire. It's an indication of the gray you see, and you can see the direction as well. It's coming in from the north and east, and right now shifting on off to the south and west, headed straight for the beach here. Speaking of the beach, we're still tracking the Palisades fire as well. So all of that smoke, the ash, the soot, the particulate matter in the atmosphere coming from the north and east all the way down to the south and west, and everyone is being impacted by that. So Camilla was talking about the air quality. It's a big concern for everyone, no matter where that fire is. So we've got a wildfire smoke advisory for much of LA County, even pressing down across areas in Orange County here. For Irvine, you're included in that, up across areas in Ontario, back to the west for the Basin, Long Beach, even as we travel up through Burbank and down across areas in Calabasas, the Palisades, as well as Malibu. I'll take you into time in terms of smoke futurecast, and you can see later on this afternoon it is still going to be a factor. But watch what happens, though. The winds right now pointing toward the north and east, down toward the south and west. So really not getting any relief in these same locations here out across areas in LA County. Then once we get into later on tonight, the smoke kind of spreads out across LA County and now starts to drift on off to the east as we get into later on tonight. By about 11 p.m., we've got that smoke pressing in across areas in Orange County, even portions of the IE. Same thing as we get into our Thursday, which is why that wildfire smoke advisory has been extended until Thursday at 5 p.m. Also with the air quality, you can see the circles here on the map. As we look at the different colors, the orange, that's an indication of the air being unhealthy for sensitive groups. So this is for areas in San Bernardino County along the 210 here. But as you look at the red, that's an indication of the air being very unhealthy for areas in Burbank, for the San Fernando Valley, down across the Basin where we're tracking fires, and also down across areas just to the north of Long Beach. So air quality is a big concern in combination with the Santa Anas. That will still be a factor even as we go throughout the rest of tonight. They are slowly starting to subside, but it's going to take some time here. Fire weather outlook showing you even once the winds move on out of Southern California, fire weather is still critical for a big chunk of our area here, from Orange County out across areas in the IE, back across areas in Santa Clarita. So this means even though the winds will start to depart later on tonight in terms of the strongest and the heaviest, the air is still incredibly dry. So anything that sparks will likely spread very quickly across much of our region. So that is the big concern. That's the very latest on the fires and the air quality. We'll continue to track conditions as we go throughout the rest of the day. I'll send it back over your way, guys.
All right, Melissa, thank you. We want to get to NBC4's Hetty Cheng live for us in Pacific Palisades. And Hetty, I really do appreciate the candid conversation you had with Council Member Tracy Park, who admitted that, yes, we have low staffing levels and they just weren't staffed to handle this type of tragedy.
Yeah, she did tell us that when we asked the question of, was it enough, as far as the response. There's a lot of people who are angry and frustrated because they feel like their homes were not saved. But when you talk about such an unprecedented wind event that we are experiencing now, you wonder if, even if you had all the resources in the world, would it have made a significant difference? I was listening to Melissa's report just now, and I'd say just within the past 15, 20 minutes or so, we've noticed the winds pick up, and we've noticed it's a cooler air. We talk about the words we've been hearing to describe this. It's apocalyptic. Take a look at that shot of the sun as it's trying to peek through just the dark sky here, the dark clouds. And we've been coming to you live from the village because this is where we're able to get, a marginal signal to get out these live images. But I was listening to Karma's report, and that's where we were. We started the morning, and just echoing what she said, it's just neighborhood after neighborhood, and everywhere you look, there's new flames. This used to be a clothing store, and we have continued to see hot spots flare up here. We've been keeping a real close eye on these power lines, these power poles. There was 2 more that were there earlier, which crumbled and ended up in the debris here. But any little, even just little gust of wind, you can see that power pole sort of swaying back and forth. But we've heard from so many people who have met us here in this corner, many of whom grew up here in this community, many of whom decided to just park somewhere and and take their chances and just keep on walking so they can find out whether their homes are the ones left standing or not. We've talked with so many people who are here on e-bikes as well, with a list of addresses from their family and friends saying, hey, can you go check on this address? Can you go check on my grandparents' home? Can you go check on my cousin's home? And I would say, you know, the majority of the time when they've been able to get up to these streets, they've found that the homes are no longer there. You know, we talked to a gentleman, Michael, maybe about 30 minutes ago, an hour ago. He didn't have a plan. He was just going to walk. He was just going to get to his street and find out if his home of 6 years was still there. And maybe it's not the most appropriate question, but it's, you know, what is your plan when you get there? He said, I don't have a plan. I just want to know if my home is there. And he said that he is grateful that his young children are safe, that his wife is safe. He got them out, and then he evacuated the neighborhood right around 10:30. It's surreal. I can't say it enough. There's not words to describe. I mean, it does look like a war zone. It looks apocalyptic. It looks unworldly, and it's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking for so many of the people who have lived in this community for a very long time, and they're finding that they don't have a home to go home to. And you know, with other fires, we've all covered many fires through the decades. You know, firefighters get a break, right? Overnight, the winds tend to calm down. Firefighters are able to, you know, try to play catch up. That didn't happen with this one, nor did it happen with this morning, or look at it now, this afternoon. The winds appear to be picking back up again. And then Eduardo Santiago, if you can just take a turn around, you can see behind us here, well, you can't even see it now because there's so much smoke in the air, but we saw just this huge plume of black smoke rising from the other side of Sunset Boulevard. So it's ominous, and you know, I think the concern is, and everybody is asking, you know, when is it gonna stop? You know, when is the relief going to come that we could actually, you know, catch our breath? And we're still waiting for that, you know, at this hour.
Yeah, you know, Hetty, just reminiscent of what the gentleman you interviewed close to 1 o'clock said. There just seems to be no end in sight for any of this. So again, great reporting out there in the Palisades. We now want to obviously talk about the flames. They're still raging, but already there are serious questions about how officials have handled this emergency and the lack of infrastructure and resources in a place to attack the fires.
Our investigative reporter Eric Leonard joining us live in our newsroom right now with information about the hydrants in Pacific Palisades. There, Eric.
Mila and Michael, yeah, we were hearing last night during our live coverage that there were fire hydrants that were running dry out in the hills of the Palisades, which seemed like, how could that be possible? And then more and more firefighters began telling our crews out in the field, yeah, they were running into fire hydrants, hooking up to them, and there was nothing there. Then we heard from a former mayoral candidate, businessman, longtime Palisades resident, Rick Caruso, who came on the air and was very critical of how it was possible that there would be a lack of water when the need for it was so critical. Like, if you have a water supply, this is the moment you need it to work. And sure enough, today, the head of the LA Department of Water and Power, Janice Quinones, the general manager, confirmed what we had been hearing, that in fact, Palisades water pressure began to disappear just before 5 p.m. yesterday. The water there, in order to maintain water pressure, which is different from water supply, pressure is what they need to fight fires, began to dwindle after 4:45 p.m. That's when the first of 3 storage tanks that helped to build up that pressure ran dry. The reason for that is because the city, the firefighters who were out there, were pulling water out of the system at 4 times the rate that it's built for. And so these giant tanks, each of them holds about 1 million gallons of water, were being depleted faster than they could be refilled. And once they were depleted, it meant that even though there was water flowing into the tanks and from those tanks through the pipes into the Palisades, the pressure wasn't high enough to make it useful for firefighting. And sure enough, one after another, these fire hydrants then lost the pressure that was needed to fight the fires. Clearly, the question is, how is this possible? Well, one part of it is that the fire department and the public works from the county and the Department of Water and Power said the system isn't built for this scenario, this once-in-a-generation firestorm. It's built for day-to-day use with the occasional need for emergencies. So the implication there is you can't expect it to deliver in a moment like this. On the other hand, officials were well aware of this wind event, and the fire department told us this afternoon that they began proactively adding water to these very tanks on the assumption that there would be extra water and water pressure needed, but obviously it wasn't enough. The water tanks are being refilled now, and slowly some of that pressure is coming back, which is of course helping the firefighters who are out there now. The question is, as these tanks were drained and were not refilled fast enough, how much of an impact did that have on these neighborhoods and firefighters' ability to save homes? All of our live reporters and crews that have been out there have been showing for a day now, block after block of houses free burning. No firefighters in sight. That doesn't mean there weren't firefighters out working, but perhaps one of the key reasons that we didn't see more of it is because there was such a limited water supply. If it was one house on fire, the fire department tells us they've got all kinds of workarounds if the hydrants aren't delivering the water pressure they need. They'll do something called a water shuttle, where they'll set up extra engines to drive tanks of water from where the fire hydrants are filled and are full of pressure and where they're not. But in a situation like that, like we've seen over the last day, that simply hasn't been possible. And of course, contributing to all of the chaos in this was that the winds were so strong, they made water drops from helicopters, retardant drops from airplanes ineffective, which meant that the only method of firefighting was on the ground. And when you get into these big wildfire situations, they take two different tactics. They've got the one tactic, which is more strategic. That's where they're trying to stop the fire from progressing. And they have another tactic, which they call direct, which is trying to stop individual places where things are on fire. And this obviously was an enormous problem for all of the firefighters out there. We'd like to get more information from the management of the fire department about how this affected what went on last night. But so far, everyone's busy fighting the fire. We also have reached out to the city officials in charge, the mayor's office. As we've reported, the mayor has been out of town. She's back in Southern California now, so perhaps we'll have an opportunity to try to address that with the mayor's office this afternoon. Back to you guys.
All right, looking forward to that if it happens, Eric. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, Mario Solis is live for us in Hollywood. Mario, you've got a vantage point of both fires burning right now. Why don't you show us?
Yeah, that's right, Michael. Thank you. This is a beautiful vantage point to admire the LA landscape. We're high above the Hancock Park area, also Larchmont area, and usually come up here to, again, admire the landscape, but not over the last 24 hours. Our photographer, JR, is going to zoom into what is the Palisades fire. And that cloud has been growing, decreasing. About 10 minutes ago, it was enormous. It was a huge black cloud that seemed like a volcano had just erupted. And JR was confirming with me that typically black smoke represents structures burning out of control, whereas the white smoke is more brush and other vegetation. But another weird or incredible sort of part of this fire is that the wind is blowing so hard. Like I said, 10 minutes ago it was an immense cloud. Now it's moving from right to left on your screen, and that's just how fast and how strong the winds are still blowing out. They're completely out of control. It grows, then it goes down a little bit, but that wind continues to just push all that cloud across the entire horizon for us. And we're going to show you some other interesting parts of this. So it's almost 2:30 right now. We're looking at Melrose Avenue. If you go a little bit to your right, we see Gower. At this time, it's usually bumper to bumper. So many cars out here. Right now, you just don't see that. And obviously, the air quality up here is not ideal. There is ashes and smoke all over the place. So obviously people are staying home, which is highly recommended. Stay indoors, wear a mask if you have to be outside and you suffer especially from sort of a respiratory issue. Yeah, the streets are almost deserted. This is Gower up towards the Hollywood sign. And now we're panning over above the Paramount Studios lot, which has had zero to no activity, almost like at Universal, which is sort of our home base. Yesterday, above this structure, it was almost like a post-apocalyptic scene. It was nighttime, but it felt like daytime. This glowing orange halo above Paramount and over the beautiful Paramount buildings and the hills beyond that. It felt so eerie and so scary to think that fire at any point could just blow in this direction and cover this entire scene. It's just been a wild 24 hours. And again, what is typically a beautiful sight has become, or has turned into, being across the street from Paramount, a horrendous scene that seems to still be out of control.
All right, Mario, live for us there at Gower and Melrose, there in the heart of Hollywood.
We now, joining us on the phone now is Chief Sam DiGiovanna, our NBC4 fire expert. Thank you so much for being with us at this hour.
Thank you.
You know, we want to ask you, in Pacific Palisades, that concern with the water pressure. Can you talk to us more about those concerns and the steps being taken right now as far as resources for the firefighters out there?
Well, thank you for asking me that, because I am going to defend the fire departments. They did a phenomenal job. People are focusing on some negatives, but I'll use this analogy. Go in your home, turn on all the faucets, your showers, turn on your dishwasher, your washing machine, and then go in your backyard and turn on your garden hose. You're not going to have much pressure. The supply and demand, there was just too much fire activity, too many fire trucks trying to put out these fires, and no one failed at this. We just were consuming more water than, say, we had 3 1 million gallon tanks. The consumption just outrode what was inside those tanks, and they worked at refilling those, and firefighters did a phenomenal job at saving so many homes. I think that's where we should be focusing on.
So, Chief Sam, you're essentially saying there's no workaround when you're in a situation like this.
This is, I've been doing this for a long time. This is probably one of the most, just what we've heard, apocalyptic fires I've ever seen. This is something, and everybody did the right thing, pre-positioning ahead of time, calling in for additional resources ahead of time. Everything textbook-wise was done properly, and bringing in personnel early and still doing it. It's just like if we had a 7.5 or 8.0 earthquake, we're going to be overwhelmed with that. We have Mother Nature. We can't, there's sometimes the odds are just against us. We were outgunned with this. This fire, then we had the Eaton Canyon fire, and then the Hearst fire. It's just simple math, but everyone did a great job. And I will stand with that.
Thank you so much for that update. And as far as, the air quality right now, what is your message to our viewers joining us right now as we continue our coverage and we continue to see, from our screens, the heavy smoke billowing into the air and impacting Los Angeles County?
But stay indoors if at all possible. Keep your windows closed at home. Stay indoors. Avoid any strenuous outdoor activity, and just lay low. If you don't have to go outside, and if you could stay home, let's do that until this passes. And I'm feeling a little more optimistic. I mean, I know the winds are still there. This is still very dynamic, but we've got the air resources back up, flying, doing water drops. So I feel we're starting to make that shift right now. But I'm still going to say this. We're not going to be out of the woods even when the wind stops, because the fuel moisture content will remain low for the next several days, and even until we get enough rain to where it goes back up. So the threat will remain with us, and everybody needs to stay vigilant.
Chief Sam, we spent a whole lot of time together yesterday, and we saw the progression, especially of the Palisades fire. It grew from what 20 acres to 200 to 300. We're talking well over 15,000, perhaps close to 16,000 acres right now. Considering what we've been through, you expected that sort of rapid fire growth throughout the hours, of course, with those Santa Ana winds.
Yeah, we were, Michael, you saw it the same as I did. You could see watching the fire, and then just to the left of the screen, we'd see a spot fire, and another one, another one. It just was at a rapid rate of spread with the embers spotting ahead of the fire, and this is what happens when you get wind events like this, and this is what we can expect. And, the thing is we can expect more of this. Just because this wind episode and this fire episode is behind us, this could come up again in a couple of weeks. Fire season is year-round.
Yeah.
We have seen large fires in January, in February, and March. So, living in Southern California, this is one of the things that we have to live with.
Hey, Chief Sam, if we could just map out here over the next, let's say, 4, 5, 6 hours, we have the Eaton fire in Altadena, which is well over 10,000 acres. As I mentioned, we have the Pacific Palisades fire. We also have that one burning in Sylmar. What will strategies be like? We have sort of a lull in the wind, so to speak. What will firefighter strategies be moving forward?
Well, the big thing is obviously, our first goal is the protection of life, but now the big thing is to stop the forward progress of this fire. Once the forward progress of this fire is stopped, we'll start working on containment lines, keeping these fires contained to where they are. So the forward progress, then the containment lines, and we do have a lot of resources coming in from out of state, from Arizona, Nevada, Utah, Washington. So everything is going just like it should be, but Mother Nature is a lot stronger than we are at times.
And Chief Sam, were there any additional updated numbers you could provide as far as structures destroyed in Pacific Palisades? We're talking 1,000 structures there, and in Altadena, over 100. Are there any updated numbers at this point?
I don't have any updated numbers, and I'm going to say why is because it still is very dynamic, and firefight is still going on until the fire settles down a little bit and you can get damage assessment teams out there. We'll have a more stronger number count for you.
Chief Sam, I'm going to lean in on your experience, the number of years of experience when I asked this question. We heard from Councilmember Tracy Park, whose area covers the Pacific Palisades, and she admitted to our Hetty Ching that, yes, staffing levels are low, that we weren't staffed to handle this level or number of emergencies all at once. What are the lessons learned from the Palisades fire to the Eaton fire to the Hearst fire?
Well, I'm going to say this. Our staffing levels were up. We did bring in additional resources and additional personnel. I'm going to say this, we will do our part, but we have to have the community's cooperation. They need to do their part, just like the evacuations, just like when we asked them to do their brush clearance and clear those combustibles and the hazardous vegetation away from their homes. Please do your part. And when you're asked to evacuate, even if you're not asked to evacuate, do so on your own. That's going to make a big difference to us. You've heard some people, even yesterday, I forget the gal's name, but she said, they asked her, what would you have done earlier, differently? And she says, I probably would have left 10 minutes or more earlier.
Yeah, that was Lacey. I remember we had that candid conversation with her. But with all due respect, though, Chief Sam, if you have, adequate, if not above adequate staffing levels, you have the personnel in place, but in the case of the Palisades, you don't have the water pressure, what good is it to have all of those firefighters and apparatus, but not the supply that you really need?
Well, we have capabilities on our trucks to pump, draft water out of swimming pools, out of ponds, lakes. We also have water tenders that we can shuttle water to engine companies. So there are alternative methods and procedures that we can take. This is just one of those things that we were outgunned. And I'm going to say this, Michael, and I'm not going to be critical of anyone, but we're in California, and look at the hills that we have. Everybody wants to build up in the hills, and everybody wants to live, in Southern California, and I love it here. But, we throw so many homes in California. We're building homes left and right. If there's a possibility to put homes in, we stack them on top of each other. Sometimes we need to reevaluate what we're doing. And then, everybody wants to have all this, but they don't want to pay for the extra money to have more staffing levels or the resources needed. So, we need to really look at this in a deeper and see what the root causes of some of this is.
So many different conversations to have when we talk about what has happened. There are so many facets, so many avenues to go down. Chief Sam, as always, we appreciate your candor. We appreciate your expertise, and we're gonna put you on pause here for a second because we got to move on. But as always, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
We now want to go ahead and check in with NBC4's Christian Cáceres live in Pacific Palisades. You have been along PCH for a majority of today. What are conditions like there now, and also on the winds?
Well, I can tell you we got here early this morning and the winds have been on and off. We had a break in the winds about maybe 30 minutes ago. They just picked back up. But I do want to show you here Pacific Coast Highway. It really is pretty much like a ghost town, just this portion of the highway. We're talking about PCH and Topanga Canyon Boulevard. We really haven't seen many people here passing by besides police and firefighters. That is mainly more towards the residential area, but we did stop here because we wanted to give you a different look here. We have been normally talking about the homes that have been going up, just basically just being burned because of the fire. But here we have two businesses that we found here at this intersection across the street from a 7-Eleven. Now, work with me here with the names here from, according to Google, it's Oasis Imports and Malibu Feed Bin. These are two businesses that used to be here. Now you can see that it's just basically just ash. And the reason why I bring this up is because we keep talking about people's homes here in this community, but there's also so many mom and pop shops here, people that have built their lives here in this community that have basically nothing left after this fire just really destroyed everything here in sight. Now, we have seen a couple of hot spots in the area, like the one that you see here in front, and that's the reason why firefighters are asking the people, the police department, they're asking people to please stay away from this area, because even though the winds, even though everything seems to be looking like it's almost like we're almost out in the clear, there's still a lot of smoke out here. There's still a lot of hot spots. And because of these winds that I mentioned, just these gusts of winds that have been coming on and off here, it really is elevating a lot of the chemicals, a lot of the ashes, a lot of the metals, everything that burned. It can definitely bring them up into the air and create projectiles. We saw that earlier this morning when we were at a mobile park about 10 minutes south of us, when some of the metals were just kind of flying around. And it really is a very dangerous area here. So basically, if you don't need to be out here, they are asking the public to please stay away. We did get a chance to go over to the Bluffs community. And again, we just saw several homes on fire. I can also tell you that the Palisades Charter High School, it also had some damage from the fire. But again, guys, it's just a heartbreaking situation. Anywhere that you go, no matter what community you're in, this is the scene that we're seeing. And of course, as you can imagine, so many lives have been changed because of this fire. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Christian Cáceres live for us there in Pacific Palisades. All right, folks, it is 3 o'clock straight up now. We've been on the air for 28 hours nonstop, bringing you coverage of all the wildfires here in Southern California.
Our Kathy Vara now joining us to continue our team coverage.
That's right. We are continuing. We're tracking the Palisades fire, the Eaton fire, as you know, the Hearst fire in Sylmar, and the Woodley fire now in the Sepulveda Basin. On your screen, you can see there is a QR code. You can scan that to get the very latest updates right to your phone.
All right, the biggest fire that's burning right now, we're talking about the Palisades fire. Close to 16,000 acres have burned so far. Evacuation orders have been extended for parts of Santa Monica. Now, they include areas north of Montana Avenue between 11th and PCH. Of course, the evacuation order for parts north of San Vicente still in place as well. Now, just about 50 miles away is the Eaton fire in Altadena. Just in the last hour, we have seen several businesses burn, including a grocery store. At least 5 people have died in this fire, and the flames have burned 10,600 acres. Coming up in our next hour, city leaders are expected to provide an update. We will bring that to you live when it happens.
All right, we want to check in right now with meteorologist Melissa McGee. The winds looking a little better, but it is bone dry out there. Melissa?
It really is, Kathy and Michael, and that's a big concern in terms of what we're seeing as the red flag warning will stay up through Thursday, meaning there's still a big concern for rapid fire growth here in Southern California. We are dealing with significant Santa Ana winds that aren't just affecting areas in Altadena and the Palisades, even across areas in Silmar. It's affecting all of Southern California. Here's why. I want to show you a picture outside as we're looking live at downtown Los Angeles. Look at the color of the sky. You can see the gray, the white, the orange. It feels ominous when you look outside. That's all of that ash. That's all of that particulate matter just hanging out in the upper levels of the atmosphere. We've got air quality concerns even right through your Thursday here. And Kathy was talking about how dry it is. Look at some of the relative humidity numbers. We're down into the low teens and the single digits, down to 16% in West Covina, 8% in Van Nuys, 10% there in Thousand Oaks, and 14% in Riverside. This is because those Santa Ana winds come in from the northeast right through the canyons and passes. That air compresses and it rushes all the way down to the surface, and it really dries out the atmosphere. So as we press forward into tonight and into our Thursday, the fire weather outlook is still critical for much of our region out across areas in Ventura County, LA County, Orange County, and the Inland Empire. The reason why it's so critical, it has been bone dry during our rainy season. Our rainy season starts October 1st and it continues on. And so far in LA County, we've only seen a little bit more than 1/10 of an inch of rainfall, 0.16 inches. So normally at this point in our season, we're almost about 4 3/4 worth in terms of rain. We've got a deficit of more than 4.5 inches of rainfall here in Southern California, LA specifically. This point last year, we had easily over 3 inches of rainfall. Now, it only takes one storm to reverse all of this, but this is the reason why it's so dry here in Southern California. And then looking forward, looking at the Climate Prediction Center as we go throughout the next 6 to 10 days, taking you into next week, still looking at below normal conditions in terms of precipitation across much of the West Coast. So why are we in this pattern? It's all because of our winter season and what is now currently a La Nina weather pattern. So this means that right now here in Southern California, we've got this ridge of high pressure that's blocking any storms. That storm path off across areas in Southern California, it heads off to the north as it rides that jet stream. So that means for us, and as we've been seeing all across much of the Pacific Northwest, Northern California, they've been dealing with all of that rain, all of that mountain snow. And that will leave us bone dry here across much of our region. So we've got a blocking mechanism in the atmosphere allowing for those storms to migrate off to our north. And nothing is coming down here in Southern California. In fact, nothing expected for the next 6 to 10 days. So we'll monitor that very closely. But in the short term, it's all about the gusty winds. And even though it's still strong right now, I'm starting to see some improvement in terms of where we were yesterday and where we were during the overnight hours. So the winds gusting up to 40 miles per hour in Santa Clarita, a gust of 28 miles per hour in Van Nuys, and 33 in Santa Ana. I want to show you the wind gust futurecast. So as we get into 3, 4 o'clock later on today, the winds are actually starting to subside in some spots. And if you look at the colors on the map here, the oranges, that's an indication of winds lowering to about 30 to 40 miles per hour. Same thing as we go throughout the rest of tonight at 8 p.m. So let's talk about the rest of the week. We're getting lots of calls. I'm getting lots of texts and tweets asking, when will the winds move on out? When is this event over? As we go throughout the rest of the afternoon into tonight, the winds are going to diminish. They're going to slacken again anywhere from about 20 to 40 miles per hour in some spots after 8 o'clock tonight. They will be locally higher, especially as we're dealing with some of those fires burning here in Southern California. Relative humidity, however, is still an issue, 10 to 20% or lower across much of our region. And there is more wind possible as we get into our Thursday. Not as strong, but we are tracking more Santa Anas that will likely develop as we head into our Thursday. So we're monitoring the conditions. It's bone dry, but we do have some improvement. It's coming. It's just going to take a while, guys. In the meantime, we will track conditions for you. I'll send it back over your way.
All right. Thank you, Melissa. We know it's still bad, but it's nice to get a little bit of good news and some hope after the night and the day that we had yesterday. Right now, we want to show you this live view. This is from News Chopper 4. This is the fire burning in the Altadena area, what's known as the Eaton fire that sparked last night. Julia Ding is live at News Chopper 4. Julia, how is it looking right now?
Gabby, it's not looking great. I'm zooming in on where the flames from the Eaton fire over Altadena appear to be moving uphill rapidly. And as I zoom back out here, you can see just how close it's getting to the Mount Wilson Observatory. This is Mount Wilson Road that you're looking at. We're currently hovering about 11,000 feet over this fire, and we did just relaunch and head east after covering the Palisades fire on the west side of town. And we do have some obvious differences here. I don't know if you can tell, but this plume of heavy smoke, it does not appear to be moving just as fast as what we saw out west over the Palisades fire. It's not moving erratically. It's not blowing and creating these openings where we can get in with the camera quite the same way. But I can tell you, it's still a bumpy ride up here. We were 8,500 feet over the Palisades fire. I told you earlier, I was having trouble actually controlling the joystick on the camera controls. But I imagine the conditions we're experiencing upstairs are going to continue changing as we get closer. For now, we are over the La Cañada Flint Ridge area. We're still a little bit west of where the worst of this fire is burning. So under this blanket of smoke, I imagine it's a lot of what we saw over the Palisades. Scenes of destruction, right? We hear words like apocalyptic, war zone, end of times. And sometimes, you know, when we get lost in the numbers and the footage, we forget that every home, every structure, every business, there are stories here that impact people, right? These are about families, these are about communities, and already we're hearing questions about why these communities and the departments and agencies serving these communities were not better prepared. So as we forecast the next couple hours, the next couple days, and we look ahead, I think we're going to continue looking behind as well and trying to figure out how we got to where we are. But this fire in Altadena is still burning uncontrolled for now.
Julia, when I was driving in today, I did see aircraft. Are you seeing water dropping aircraft or mapping aircraft out today?
I know they're out here, but that, Kathy, is another obvious difference between what we're seeing here and what we saw about 30 minutes ago over the Palisades fire. You'll recall over there, we captured about half a dozen fire retardant and water drops. Here, we did see a plane flying by, aerial firefighting resources, but we have not seen any drops just yet. That said, we have only been on station for about 10-15 minutes. So as we widen out, get our bearings, and just try and give you the full scope of devastation and the firefight here, I'm sure there is going to be more to see.
All right, Julia Deng live for us there in News Chopper 4 over the Eaton fire. Acreage at this point, about 10,600 acres burned thus far. We want to get to NBC4's Karma Dickerson covering the Palisades fire. She's live at Sunset Village and Sunset and Marquez. Karma.
Yes, coming to you from Sunset and Marquez, and really destruction as far as the eye can see along this main thoroughfare. But what's left is just the ruins of homes, of neighborhoods. This is one of those streets where you see more destruction than not, and it's really unfortunate because in so many areas we see what look like the remnants of a very spotty fire. But as we're taking a look right here on Sunset, it's pretty much every single property. Now, we're having a lot of struggles with cell signal and wireless coverage, so we're going to keep our shot pretty steady so we can't show you the full breadth of what we're seeing down the street. But even just taking a look at this property here in front of us gives you an idea of what we're seeing. House after house after house. You'll hear the winds continue to whip up around us, still showing you that there is very much an active firefight underway. We've talked a lot about water and water supply. We can tell you that even just as recently as about 45 minutes ago, we were talking with firefighters about a half a mile away, telling us that there was an apartment building that they could have made a better effort towards saving had the water pressure been better. So when we're looking at how so many homes were, just left in destruction, there are certainly stories to be told of fire crews that really couldn't do much more because of a lack of resources. So this is the situation from Sunset and Marquez at the moment. Again, the area is still largely closed to the public. Every now and then we see maybe a person coming by on bicycle, a person driving by in a private car, but many people have not been able to get home to see the destruction that awaits them. So that process itself is going to, imagine, be very heavy, very traumatic, seeing as so many people are going to be experiencing this type of loss. I'll send it back to you.
Karma, thank you so much. I know, in speaking of firefighters, they're equally frustrated as the people who lost homes and businesses. That's all they live for. They want to go out. They dedicate their lives to doing this. They want to save these places, and they work around the clock. Let's check in with Olivia Garvey right now. She is also live in Pacific Palisades. Olivia.
Hey guys, yeah, we are on Iliff Street and West Sunset. We are in front of a home that has been completely destroyed, and that is what most of this neighborhood looks like. We're going to walk back, and I'm just going to show you the cars. We got a Tesla here, absolutely destroyed. You can see the burnt rim right here, and we've seen that a lot throughout this neighborhood. You see all of this right here, all burnt rim. This Honda also completely destroyed. Now we're going to walk you through this neighborhood because since we started here, Scott and I, at 11:30, you know, we've been driving all around the Pacific Palisades, especially up West Sunset, and this is one of the neighborhoods that has just been completely destroyed. You see the embers right here, they're burning a little bit, and then you go up here and you see the homes. And I said this earlier when we were down West Sunset, it wasn't as bad down there, the wind wasn't as bad. It is picked up here, but this is a war zone. It looks just like a war zone. It is unbearable to see. I saw an American Girl doll, you know, photo on the street over here, and I just think of those kids that live here, and now that entire family doesn't have a home. It just breaks your heart. We're going to move down here a little bit. You see another burnt car here. You see a lot of kitchen appliances completely destroyed, but you see this house. This is the only house on this street, as far as we've walked up, that is standing. You see a broken glass window. That's about it. Everything else is standing. We're not sure if it's a new home, if it was just built. You see some burnt on the wood right there, but this house right here is standing. It looks okay. We've tried to look inside. You see a couch, you see a desk. It doesn't look like anyone has moved in yet. We don't know, but it's here. But you see the houses on both sides of this house that's still standing, and it's completely fine. And just like Karma said, we've seen some cars come up and down this street. We saw the fire crew come up the street. We've seen guys on bicycles go up and down this street. But I have to say this as well. When we were down West Sunset, the winds weren't too bad. It was okay, but you come up here and it is windy. I'm trying to keep my cap on right now, and you see a little bit of a fire right there. But it's just devastating. It's devastating to see about 10 minutes down the road that those houses are okay, and then you come up here and they're just utterly destroyed. And another thing, people keep coming up to us, and yes, these homes are destroyed, but it's also the unknown. So many people coming up to us asking, hey, have you looked down this street? Have you looked down that street? They won't let us go up Sunset. They won't let us see if our homes are okay. And that's hard to hear as well, because they don't know. They don't know if their home is okay, and we can't tell them. We don't know for sure if their house is still standing, the memories, you know, how long they've lived there. We've heard so many different stories, and it just breaks my heart to be up here and see the destruction that's happened here in the Pacific Palisades, guys.
Lost their homes. It is horrible. It's devastating. They are going to have to rebuild, make new lives. They've lost their memories, but the house that is standing, the emotional toll on being the only homeowner, that home is still there. I can't even imagine how you go back to the neighborhood and how anything is ever normal again. I mean, I guess it would be the joy of seeing people rebuild their lives. That would be the bonus, and we hope that that they can. Amazing, Olivia.
All right, we want to now bring in Dave Summers from our NBC affiliate in San Diego. He joins us live now from Altadena. Dave.
Yeah, so we're on Fair Oaks Avenue and Palm Street. These kinds of images we've been showing you for 30 hours now. Well, here is another one. It's a single-family home, and as you can see, all the flame is still going, and it ebbs and flows. And these trees over here are also adding fuel to that fire as well. And it's interesting to see this. We saw firefighters up here earlier, and what was interesting about that was, as we've been reporting, firefighters, once a house is engulfed, they're not getting, they leave it because if there's a fire on the interior, and firefighters stop to put it out, well, then that ties up 6 firefighters or so to do that. And then, there's 6 more houses on fire. And really, that's just been the case throughout these last couple of days. Now, here, it's 2 things that are notable in my mind. So you see the front yard. These are the things that they pulled from the home, and for whatever reason, they look like some antiques. They look like keepsakes, maybe, or something they've had in the family, heirloom stuff that they've had in the families. Simple coffee tables, some chairs, and looks like some paintings over here. It's very sad. They've lost almost everything. But on the other hand, it tells you just how fast they had to get out of there. And all of the decision making at the last minute. They pulled out just whatever they thought they could get out, and presumably what they wanted to get out. Here on this particular street, Fair Oaks Avenue, and we've had one house after another burned to the ground. And I haven't heard the last numbers about Altadena. When I was coming in, I think it was about 200 homes, something to that effect. But it's got to be more than 500. I mean, we drove for 2 miles, and it's nothing but homes just burned absolutely to the ground. Here's one right next door to where we're at. Now, neighbors tell me that this is kind of a historic district, so what you're going to have are these larger properties, and you might have more structures than just a single home. And here's a good example. Here's a house burned to the ground. The only thing standing are the 1, 2, 3 chimneys that I'm seeing, and then there was a structure behind that as well. It also was burned to the ground, and that is pretty typical in this neighborhood, we're told. So firefighters, as I say, were on the street earlier, and I asked them, are you guys putting out any fires on this particular street? He said, no, not right now. We're just trying to keep people out of here. Of course, their first job is to save lives and keep people safe. And he even suggested, that we may get out of here. But what I've seen are car after car. We've seen neighbors, people who live in this neighborhood, come by videotaping video recording with their phones, and I asked them, why are you here? And they tell me the hardest stories. The 3 drivers that I spoke to all lost their own homes, but yet they're back here, and they're recording this for, just amazed at what happened here in their own neighborhood. Now, one of the reasons why the firefighters are trying to push people out of here is this. I don't know. You see a lot of these lines down. There's electric and cable. It's not. They're not charged at the moment. But the telephone pole.
Unfortunately, we are losing our connection. But he's pointing out the power line. You were just saying, look behind him.
It looked like a power line there behind him. So that's exactly what it was. Again, it seems as if that particular neighborhood has been cleared out. He appears to be the only one in that neighborhood with his photographer, which is
like
actually
a ghost town.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's so sad because Altadena, if you drive down the streets there, you just want to look at all the houses. They're historic. Yeah. They're old. People come in and refurbish them, redo them. It's beautiful there up near the hills.
Sadly, a much different scene now. All right, NBC4's Alex Wazir is also live for us in Altadena. Excuse me, Alex. What do you got?
Michael and Kathy, what we wanted to do was jump in our live truck and give you a little bit of a different perspective to show you the scope of what we're looking at here on Lake Avenue in Altadena. What we're about to do, when it's safe for us to jump on the roadway, we're going to head southbound on Lake Avenue, and you'll be able to see the scope of this fire here, burning and hitting so many different types of, you have businesses that have been hit, there's a school, there's several homes here in Altadena that have been hit. You can see the flames in our live shot. I'll tell you that the signal is a bit spotty here at times, so I'm hoping it stays intact. But as you drive down the road, it's really always amazing to see just the difference in just a couple of feet. Across the street, you'll see this business is on fire right now, but that last block so far hasn't seen any damage, but this entire block is damaged. We have talked to people here who have been greatly impacted. Actually, one woman I just spoke with, she told me her home burned to the ground, and right now she's frantically trying to find 3 rooms in a hotel, and she's struggling to do it because she says everything is filled. As we continue to drive down here, we're at Mendocino and Lake Avenue. We're passing the grocery outlet. If you were with us earlier in our broadcast, you saw us live outside the Aldi that was in flames at the time. There are no more flames that come from this grocery store. It's also a Dollar King. Firefighters seem to have gotten a handle on that one. But as we continue down the road, the problems continue. And this was the school that I was referencing. It's the Elliott Arts Magnet School. This is their campus. We saw firefighters here today. A portion of their campus caught fire earlier this morning, so that had issues as well. So we're going to come up here and we're going to turn left on Boston Street, because that was the more business portion of this, and then we're going to head into the more residential part of this fire. We've talked to a number of neighbors. When we were here earlier, we saw more than a dozen homes that were up in flames at the time, active fire burning, and that's really the beginning of it. At this point, you're able to see some of the campus of the Arts Magnet School. The back side of the campus is fine.
Again, to Alex. It's a little spotty there, but we'll try to hear you again. Alex, if you can continue. I think that signal has gone bad.
Yeah, all of which we've been seeing over the last 28 or so hours because of the fires. All right, we want to bring in now Julia, Melissa or Julia? All right. Meteorologist Melissa McGee here with an update on the conditions out there. And of course, we've talked about air quality. We can't talk about it enough.
Yeah, I mean, because everyone, Michael and Kathy, we're impacted because of the fires that are blowing all around Southern California. It started with the Palisades fire yesterday morning. Then it moved over to the Eaton fire. Then we had the fire in Sylmar, as well as that Woodley fire. And now there's another fire that we're tracking, the Lydia fire. So we've got more information on that. Here's a picture outside. Look at the sky conditions. You can see the color in the sky. It really just feels ominous. I was driving in earlier today. You had tree branches down on the ground, a lot of blowing debris and dust, twigs, branches all over the roads, a lot of trash as well. And then you look off in the distance, you see those different colors in the sky. That's all of that ash moving down into different communities, and all of that particulate matter, making it very difficult if you're outside at this point because of the air quality. It's very poor. So let's start it out with the Palisades fire and give you the latest in terms of the observation sites and the data here. We've got gusts in the Santa Monica Mountains up to 50 miles per hour. Malibu Creek gusting up to 46 miles per hour. Topanga Beach and at 39. Still pretty strong in terms of those winds, gusting up to 29 miles per hour. But the winds are still very stiff right now out of the north and east. Even though the winds are strong, I am starting to see some improvement compared to where we were yesterday and really where we were late last night. So the winds will continue to slowly diminish as we go throughout the rest of tonight. And then I want to show you this perimeter, the fire perimeter we had. The fire broke out just to the west of the Palisades, and then you can see that perimeter is just to the east of Malibu, and it stretches just to the north and west of Will Rogers State Beach. So a large area impacted because of the Palisades fire. The Eaton fire, the very latest with that. Altadena, we had winds gusting up to 11 miles per hour right now. I do have a family friend who actually evacuated in Altadena late last night. She was with her daughter and her grandson. She said, I'll take a few things and I'll come back to the house later. She came back this morning. She saw a firefighter standing in front of the street. She said, hey, I just need to get a few more things out of my home. And the firefighter said, I'm sorry, ma'am. Everyone's home on your street was burned, including yours. The only thing left is the car in front of your driveway. So it's just really devastating for a lot of communities. And it's just like, what do you do after this? It's really heartbreaking for a lot of people in and around much of Southern California. Other fires that we're tracking right now, the Hearst fire, Ridgetop site, you've got winds gusting up to 35 miles per hour. Granada Hills, we've got winds gusting up to 17 miles per hour, and they're still coming in out of the north and east. So this is the new fire I was talking about, the Lydia fire. We've got strong conditions close to Acton, but the winds remain the same. They're coming in from a north and northeast direction, working their way all the way down to the south and east. So all of that particulate matter working its way into much of our area. We've got a wildfire smoke advisory up for much of LA County, even extending into Orange County, parts of San Bernardino County. So this will stay up until 5 p.m. on Thursday. Let's talk about the winds, because it really is because of the historic winds that we're dealing with, the conditions outside right now. We've got winds gusting up to 40 miles per hour in Santa Clarita, Augusta, Ontario 37, gusting up to 37 miles per hour in San Bernardino as well. A lot of people are wanting to know what's next. When are these winds really going to move out of our region? As we go throughout the rest of the afternoon into tonight, the winds will slowly subside. So I would say about after 8, 9 o'clock this evening, we're still going to have winds gusting up to 40 miles per hour. In some spots, they will be locally higher. And then once we go throughout the rest of the evening, the relative humidity will be dropping, which is still a big concern in terms of our fires. So we'll track it throughout the afternoon and into the night, guys. I'll send it back over your way.
Okay, thank you very much, Melissa. You think of all the tens of thousands of people who have been evacuated. They need places to go. Our Lolita Lopez is live now in Pasadena at an evacuation center. How's it looking there, Lolita?
Kathy, it is still super busy here, and I'm sorry if I was just talking to somebody very quickly. It's, you know, we are all part of this community, and in fact, this is where my daughter went to school, and we've been around here. I was part of PTAs. I coach a volleyball club in this area. Just saw a person that I knew here telling me that her sister was the one that got evacuated because of a loss of her home. So that is the type of situation that we have here, as more and more people are coming through. And what they're doing here is opening up more and more rooms. Christopher Lee, the photographer, will send you this way. You see Ballroom C here. That used to be closed off. All of this area with the cots here, some people have been moved out. They've now opened this room as another access point. It's about the third room in this convention center, now part of providing cots and places to stay and more food and more resources for these folks. We also talked to 2 young men who are part of the volunteer crew here. They're about to receive 400 new cots that are coming from the American Red Cross, preparing for even more folks to be here. And one of the things I thought that was interesting in listening to Alex talk about as he was driving around Altadena was the fact that, like, it's really hard to find places to stay, that hotels are booked. Well, we talked to one state senator here who gave us a warning about what to expect. If you're out there trying to get supplies, trying to get a hotel room, please be aware of people trying to do things illegally. Take a listen.
You know, I want to make sure that people understand if they see price gouging happening, whether that be at hotels, whether that be for, you know, critical supplies, those are things that they can report to the Attorney General. That's illegal here in the state of California, and we want to make sure that we're cracking down on that. That is not okay. We are in a state of emergency, and price gouging around items like water, around items like masks, around items like hotel rooms when people are looking for a place to stay is completely against the law.
Yeah, never too early to be aware of those things as the fires continue to burn. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Lolita, thank you so much. The time right now, 3:30. We do continue to follow breaking developments of several wildfires that are burning across Southern California.
Yeah, here's a map of where each is burning right now. The biggest ones we're tracking, the Palisades and Eaton fires. Right there on your screen, there's a QR code that you can scan to get the latest updates right to your phone.
Now, in the last 30 minutes, we learned that 3 more people have died in the Eaton fire. Sadly, that brings a number of deaths now to 5. Several businesses and homes have been destroyed. We're expecting to learn many more as well. And we are looking forward to city leaders providing an update for us in a news conference coming up in the next half hour.
But in the meantime here, the Palisades fire has burned close to 16,000 acres. Evacuation orders have been extended for other parts of Santa Monica. They include areas north of Montana Avenue between 11th and PCH. The evacuation order for parts north of San Vicente is still in place.
Let's Let's show you a live look right now. News Chopper 4. This fire is the fire that has been burning in Altadena. Started yesterday and then it just exploded. This is the Eaton fire. Julia Dean has been flying today. We couldn't fly yesterday. The winds were so bad. She is up now, News Chopper 4, with this view. Julia.
Kathy, about 10 minutes ago, we wanted to show you how quickly flames were climbing up toward Mount Wilson. Look at this now. We watched this explode in size. This peak is now obscured in smoke. And you know what? We are actually dialed into one of these microwave towers. That's how you're getting this live report and all this live footage from News Chopper 4. So we've talked about the homes, the businesses, the livelihoods being threatened. In addition to that, it's critical infrastructure, critical communications infrastructure. And, you know, typically in News Chopper 4, the most powerful thing that we can do with our camera is to zoom in tight, to go all the way in, put in the doubler, and show you, right, drivers who are speeding on the road. We can look through windows. Today, though, I want to go wide and just show you the scope of devastation here. We are currently flying at about 11,000 feet. So my pilot and I calculated the top of this smoke plume is probably level with the top of the clouds here. So that's about 12,000 feet. And as I pan this camera southwest, you can see how much of this region this now covers. So we've been saying this over and over all day, not just here, but over on the west side too, over the Palisades fire earlier. It's not just the fire hazards, it's this smoke as well. I'm gonna see if I can push in now and show you where we see flare-ups. We can see it from overhead, but it's really tricky to shoot through all of this. It's smoky, we've got ash coming in through the windows, but I think I see something flickering here. We can see homes burning up right now, and our ground reporters have been talking about how firefighters are just leaving structures because they cannot save them. It's heartbreaking to see this from overhead because we're not seeing one or two or a block of homes that are burning to the ground like this. We are seeing entire neighborhoods. And Kathy, you were talking about the historic homes here, the beautiful neighborhoods that people drive through and they're just in awe. So much of that is now gone. But I think what is not lost is the sense of community here. So a story that we are going to tell after this, I think, is going to be the rebuilding efforts.
It comes to our vantage point from News Chopper 4. We were restricted yesterday because of the winds. What are conditions like for you in the chopper today?
It's bumpy up here. This is one of the bumpiest rides I have ever experienced in News Chopper 4. It was a little bit more turbulent when we were flying lower to the ground, around 1,000, 2,000 feet. Up here at 11,000 feet, it's not quite as bad, but I've actually turned down the speeds on a lot of the camera operating gear here. So that way I'm not holding on to the joystick in my right hand for dear life, trying to make sure the picture doesn't shake. My pilot right now is actually trying to navigate so we can get you a clear shot of flames down below. You can just make out where those embers are. We're going to zoom in and brighten up this shot so you can see a little bit more of what we are seeing. I'm not even sure I'm doing this justice because we cannot zoom out far enough to show you how massive of a scene we are dealing with. I have never seen anything like this. Fire officials who have been on the job for decades have never seen anything like this. And this is still burning uncontrolled. So no telling how much bigger this is going to be in the hours to come.
Yeah, as you zoom in, at first it was completely dark, and now as you zoom in, we can see those flames. And I think you're right. Right now we're all in the middle of dealing with this, and we really can't comprehend the scope of everything that has happened. I look at parts of Pasadena and now Altadena. These are places that I frequented when I lived in Pasadena. I can't wrap my head around it. It's just too much. And Julia, you're a journalist. You've covered many stories for us. Can you put it in some perspective, like what you're seeing, what you're feeling today as you got up above it for the first time since you couldn't fly yesterday at all?
This is emotional. I mean, Kathy is a fellow storyteller, journalist, right? We rush to the scene when other people are rushing away from danger. So for us to be grounded for about the first 24, 25 hours of coverage yesterday, that was different for me. I mean, I was sitting in our hangar office watching all of you, watching our colleagues on the ground cover this, and I was anxious to get up in the air to document this from overhead. And when we were finally able to launch after being grounded by not only the presidential flight restriction, but these extreme historic winds as well, we got up here and I couldn't believe my eyes. You know, we have fires in Southern California all the time. That's nothing new. But the scope of this and the fact that there are so many massive wildfires burning in just about every part of LA County now, nobody is untouched by this. I think we all know somebody personally impacted by this because there are fires east, west, erupting in between. And we're hearing more and more reports of smaller brush fires erupting as well. I mean, up here in News Chopper 4, my pilot was just telling me he lives in this area. He and his wife have go bags packed, ready to go, just in case things get dire. Everybody we talk to in town is talking about friends, families, their own households getting ready to evacuate. This is unlike anything, Kathy, anything I had ever covered.
You are right, Julia. Everyone is somehow linked or connected to what is happening here in terms of devastation in Southern California. All right, we are committed, folks, to staying on the air 24/7 to bring you the very latest on these devastating wildfires. And to help with that, we have brought in reporters from our NBC and Telemundo stations all across the country,
including Dave Summers. He's from our affiliate in San Diego. Thank you for helping out. You are in Altadena. You've been showing us homes that are on fire, and no one is there to put them out because there's really nothing they can do, and it's heartbreaking.
Yeah, it's remarkable. Again, I had mentioned earlier, I'm not sure what the total number is in Altadena, but last I heard it was like 200, but we came through here. We came through 2 or 3 miles of burned homes. It has to be more like 500. Here's another example. This is a one-bedroom home, and it's, as you can see, it's the walls are still up, but the interior is completely gone. We ran into firefighters here earlier. They were not working to put this fire out, and a lot of people were asking that question. Well, why aren't they putting these fires out this way? Well, you're going to have to use a half dozen firefighters in there to put that out, and in the meantime 6 more houses are going to catch fire. That has been the norm over the last 30 plus hours. In this particular case, you see these things out in front of the home. They're things that they decided to pull out and try to save, and they look like they may be heirlooms, and it's very sad to lose as much as they did, but these things that they pulled out, it reminds us of the panic. It reminds us of just how much of a hurry that everybody was in. And to save a lamp instead of something else only tells you that they were just trying to do simply the best they can. So Fair Oaks Avenue and Palm Street, that's where we're at. And you see a lot of traffic going through these power lines. And the fire department keeps saying, get out of the way. They're doing everything they can to keep people out of here. But a lot of these folks, it's not like they're going from one place to another. They live in this neighborhood and they're back to get video of it. And I want to make another point about the power lines and the utility poles. You can see behind me, the lines are down. Of course, they're not energized. But the next utility pole past that, you see it's leaning. This is what firefighters are concerned about. So it may not be the energized line that's going to strike you or start a fire. It's not that. It's the pole could fall on top of you, and that's if you're walking or whether you're driving around. It's simply not safe. And when they tell you to evacuate, to get out of the area, it's just the smart thing to do. When they tell you to stay home, honestly, because there are a lot of dangers out here, and fires like this are just a perfect example of the destructive force that this fire has had on Altadena. Now, I'm going to bring in Peach real quick. Peach lives here in the neighborhood, and yours is a unique story because with all of the fire, or all of the houses that were leveled, yours was not.
Yes. We decided to stay. We've been up all night just watching it. We watched it come through the mountain, and then we slowly watched it go through all the houses, and we were just watering the roof, watering everything. And somehow, I think because I am a little closer to JPL, they did a better job containing it, but It's so devastating to drive through. I was just telling my friend how I'm like sick to my stomach. These are people's houses I grew up playing with. These are kids, like I know these people's houses, and to know that they have nowhere to go afterwards. I'm offering for them to come to my house, but I have no power, no nothing, and they're still a little, I mean, I don't think they could step foot back in Altadena. I think they're just going to be traumatized. And I'm a high school senior, so to go on, and I know all my friends that have lost their houses are just devastated.
Yeah, and it won't be the same, even though your house was saved. How is the neighborhood?
Oh my goodness.
Recover?
A couple hours ago when I first tried leaving, because again, I have no power, all my food went bad in my fridge, I needed to go out, we couldn't drive. We had to stay in the smoke was so thick and black. Even with the lights off, we couldn't get through it. We decided just to stay in.
Well, I think you characterized the fire very well, and for your friends and neighbors. And thank you very much. We appreciate you sharing your experience. Good luck from here, okay? Thank you. All right, Peach, thanks very much. And that's, you know, that's not the normal story that we're hearing. The normal story that we're hearing, people stopping by, and I'll stop the car and I'll say, do you live in the neighborhood? And they'll say, yes, but my house burned down. And they just, everybody that we're speaking to is just one house after another, and the emotion of all of that. And it's just so very sad and devastating. You know, the thing to do for this particular neighborhood, though, is really to steer clear, you know, between the power lines, the utility poles, and fire that is still burning here. You just want to be safe and out of the way. I'm Dave Summers reporting live.
All right, Dave, we appreciate it. Thank you. Just a lot of dangerous elements and situations in that particular neighborhood, and it's widespread.
It makes me think of every safety training video that we've watched over the years that say just stay away from any of that. I just hold my breath when I see people driving through. All right, we're going to check in right now with meteorologist Melissa McGee because we have some changing conditions a little bit. Let's find out where we stand. Melissa?
Yeah, that's right, Kathy and Michael. The winds will slowly start to subside and diminish, but just listening to Dave's report, he was talking about the panic just because people had to evacuate, and they had to do so fairly quickly with the Eaton fire. I don't know about you, but if you didn't have a bag packed already, if you were probably doing that tonight or probably last night or this morning, because you just never know with the erratic nature of the Santa Ana winds. You have to be ready, you have to be set, and you need to go when it's time to go. I want to show you the First Alert Radar Network, because with our radar, we have the ability to not only track rain and even snow here in Southern California, we can also track smoke in the upper levels of the atmosphere. So I want to show you this because our radar network is actually starting to see and pick up the gray you see on your screen just to the south of Burbank. That's an indication of that big smoke plume moving in from the north and east all the way down to the south and west. Same thing across areas close to the Palisades fire here. We're tracking that moisture in the atmosphere. These were large fires, and unfortunately they were destructive fires for a lot of families, a lot of communities. I want to give you the very latest with the Palisades fire because that was the first one we were tracking on the air yesterday morning. You can see in Topanga Beach we have winds gusting up to 39 miles per hour at this hour. They're coming down in the Santa Monica Mountains, still strong, close to 50 miles per hour. Same thing in Malibu Creek. But when this fire started, it started out close to the Palisades, and then you look at the fire perimeter here. Look at all of these communities impacted because of the fire that was burning there. So that was from Malibu over into Topanga Beach, out across areas in Ridgeview Country Estates, and even moving down across areas in the Pacific Palisades just to the north of Will Rogers State Beach. So a lot of communities were impacted, unfortunately, because of the Palisades fire. That fire perimeter is large, and that's why we had so many evacuations yesterday across our region, and they even continue this afternoon for some locations. Wildfire smoke advisory is a big concern because, as you can see with that picture just to the side of me, the atmosphere is really unsettled in terms of a lot of particulate matter, a lot of ash in the air. So this smoke advisory will stay up for much of LA County until 5 p.m. on Thursday, even extending back across areas in Orange County up through areas in Ontario. Let's put this into motion. Smoke Futurecast. When we're talking about the indirect impacts of the Santa Ana winds, it's all about the air quality here. So as we go throughout the rest of our afternoon, smoke still coming in from the north and east. And then once we get into tonight, the smoke really starts to spread out across much of LA County, even extending back across areas in Orange County and the Inland Empire. So even once the biggest Santa Anas move on out, the impact with the air quality is a big concern as we head into our Thursday and most most likely for the remainder of our week. That's the very latest with the Santa Anas, the air quality, and the smoke advisories. We've got more to come throughout the day. I'll send it back over your way, Kathy and Michael.
All right, you got it covered, Melissa. Thank you. Our team coverage continues with Karma Dickerson from Pacific Palisades.
Coming to you from Haverford Avenue near Bowdoin in the Pacific Palisades, where this is a perfect example of how this firefight is not at all over. On the one hand, you have the remnants of yesterday's destruction of fire that's still smoldering. On the other hand, on the side of the street, you see a new fire that has popped up. This is one of at least 4 different large apartment buildings on this street, on Haverford Avenue, that are burning. Now, this is something that we noticed probably about 30 minutes ago, and the speed at which it's spread has been extraordinary. There are fire crews here trying to at least monitor and strategize about how they can keep this from getting too out of hand. But in listening to some of those Long Beach firefighters, they recognize that pretty quickly that these, at least some of these buildings could not be saved, and so they had to figure out what they could do to mitigate some of that damage. Those are some of those Long Beach fire crews repositioning right there. Take a look at this large complex that has now spread to the neighboring one. We've watched as it's completely been engulfed in flames. The siding has fallen. A big concern is the large tree next to it. If that tree catches fire again, it's been swaying under the weight of the heavy winds, and the concern is that if that large tree catches fire and it comes down, that could be a danger as well. So this is just an example of how much this fire continues to spot, to move all around. On some parts of this block, you see no signs of fire, and then in some parts, fully engulfed over the course of 2 days. People might have thought, okay, the fire has moved past Haverford. It burned on one side yesterday, but here we are today with the fire popping right back up in almost the exact same place, coming back and finishing off what was left here. So firefighters are really up against it. Those winds continue to whip. The way these major trees are leaning under the weight of that wind is really an indication of just how hard it is to get a handle on this fire. That's the latest. I'm Karma Dickerson, NBC4 News.
All right, thank you to Karma. And she pointed out something our Robert Kovacic was talking about yesterday in covering fires. He's covered a lot of fires over his career, and he was saying you see a fire usually burn through a neighborhood, and then that's it. You come back, you do damage control, you assess the damage. But this just seemed to, stay in one place, or as Karma just pointed out, come back, if you can imagine, to finish off what wasn't destroyed. It's really devastating. Our Olivia Garvey is live also in Pacific Palisades at Sunset and Marquez. And Olivia, you said you were finding items left behind that belonged to people, and it's just such a sad situation.
Hey guys, yeah, it's devastating to be on this street, and as you just said, I mean, it's everywhere. We have been up and down West Sunset, and the damage is just so devastating. We are at a home right now on Illiff Street and West Sunset. You see these orange trees. You see the fireplaces, the beautiful fireplaces. You see these dumbbells over here, maybe a workout area that this family had. You see their bikes. You see the grill. I mean, everything is destroyed. We're stepping on glass everywhere we go. We're going to move over here a little bit, and it's just devastating. We showed you that house over there that is, that was still standing, and then the rest of this neighborhood is completely destroyed. You think about the families, and I found so much stuff, Kathy, as you just said. We've just been finding stuff on the grounds. As the wind picks up, it kind of blows it away. I saw that American Doll picture, and I had a tear in my eye, because that young kids lived here and families lived here. And as Scott just said, my photog, Christmas just passed, and this family might have had a Christmas here. These families on this road, or Hanukkah, celebrated Hanukkah. It's just absolutely devastating. They'll hold the memories, but the homes that these families raised their kids in are gone. And I say this over and over again, every live shot that I've had, it looks like a war zone. I watched 4 all night last night. I watched you guys all night long. I live in the West Side, making sure, nothing hits where I live, and we're okay. But you see it on TV, and it's just different to see it in real life. When I drove up here with Scott, I was just in complete awe of where I grew up and what it looks like now, guys.
Earlier, Olivia, and I believe this is the same neighborhood. You walk through all the devastation, but yet you find one home, I think it was a newly constructed home, you believe, that was still standing.
Yes, and we can show that to you guys right now. We're going to walk out on the street here, and we're going to show you guys that house. We don't know if it was just built, if it's brand new, if it has owners, but look at it. When we drove down this street, Scott and I couldn't believe that that was the only house standing, guys. Every single house on this street is absolutely destroyed. It seems like maybe they're building a house right here, but you see on either side, destroyed, except for this one house here, guys.
And that's the thing about the embers we saw last night. And we saw thousands. They were raining down. And then, you know, just a single ember can travel a mile, 2, 3, so on. And it hits a house and it's random and there's no explanation for it. And then you see a house that's completely untouched like the one behind you. It is mind-boggling.
Yeah, no, and I told you guys when we drove down the street, we kept driving and we saw destruction after destruction, and then we saw this house and we said, what happened? What's going on? How is it still standing? I mean, there's some broken glass. Some of the wood is damaged from the fire, but it's very little, not a lot.
Yeah, you know, and Kathy mentioned, Olivia, with our reporter in Altadena, and that is the fact that these neighborhoods are decimated at this point. So what do you have to go back to? This family returns to this home, yet the neighborhood that they built in no longer looks the same.
No, it's going to be completely different. You're going to be dealing with neighbors who have lost everything. You come back, what do you come back to? You're isolated there. I mean, thankfully, they still do have their home, and I don't know if they had no any kind of brush around the house. It does look newly built, and that's what saved it. Who knows? But it happened, and everything else is just... It's just rubble right now, and hopefully these people will be able to rebuild, and hopefully insurance will be on their side and they will get help and they can come back here, because I'm sure many of them have built their lives here. Again, it's just very sad. Olivia, thank you so much for showing us this perspective, this one neighborhood in Pacific Palisades that was just ravaged yesterday. We watched it. It just looked like a war zone, and it looks just as bad today by the light. Thanks, Olivia.
All right, we want to now give you a live look from News Chopper 4, the fire burning in Altadena, the Eaton fire. Julia Dang live overhead for us. Julia, your perspective?
Michael, we're giving you a different perspective now. We were flying at about 11,000 feet earlier, and it was a struggle to come down here. We're closer to about 1,000, 1,500 feet. We didn't have enough power to get down at first. My pilot had to maneuver and fly out of the smoke zone first before we could lower our altitude, but you can see this dark smoke mushrooming over homes. You've got a better wide angle here of just how far this cloud of smoke is extending. Earlier, we showed you how it's practically level with the tops of clouds. So that's about 12,000 feet up. This is miles out and quickly spreading. On the ground here, we can see the 210 freeway, off-ramps, on-ramps closed. Now, unfortunately, what is heartening to see is that dozens of residents are continuing to heed evacuation warnings. They're choosing to get out. We're not seeing the freeway traffic that we saw on the west side yesterday and what we saw on the 210 last night when this evacuation order first came down, when there were freeway closures to contend with. So it looks like people are getting out, but the numbers tell a different story. I mean, 5 fatalities already, and that's up from 2 earlier today. More than 10,000 acres burned, and I think the most concerning metric that we're reporting right now is that this is still 0% contained. I can feel the winds whipping through this area. Embers are flying through the air, even if you can't see it in this picture, because it is just so obscured by smoke, and we've had to hang back because we can't fly any closer at this altitude. But this is horrific. We're hearing phrases like war zone, apocalyptic. I cannot overstate how different this is, how dangerous this is, how devastating this is. So anybody on the ground thinking, you know, should I evacuate? Should I stay put? Should we see if this progresses and maybe gets a little bit better? I don't think this is going to get better. You need to get out.
I was just thinking to myself, we try in our modern day news business not to apply words that describe situations. We try to just show the situation, and we don't like to call something devastating when it's, you know, maybe not, when there are other similar things, or a tragedy when it's not really. not to hype it up. This applies to all of those descriptive words. Absolutely, It's horrible. And I can't imagine how anyone, even if they could, if they had a home here, could stay there with the air quality. You were talking about the ash coming into the chopper and just how bad it was when you were closer.
I wish we had another camera in the helicopter, Kathy, and I wish I could show you this layer of dust over the camera controls. I keep on trying to brush it off. I wish I could show you, too, and explain to you the dials up front, the instruments that my pilot is working with, because this is not like what we usually see. I told you earlier over the Palisades fire, we were hovering, so we weren't moving in the air, but the airspeed dial was showing 80 knots. So that gives you a good sense of how fast the winds are blowing. These are historic winds, and we've done some compare and contrast here with what we saw over the Palisades fire, what we're seeing now in Altadena. You know, we've got fatalities here, and we don't have any confirmed deaths just yet from the Palisades fire. So with 5 people dead here, Kathy, I think you're right. I think it's fair to call this devastating, horrific. This is just awful.
All right, Julia Dang, our eyes and ears up in News Chopper 4 over the Eaton fire. We want to take you now to NBC4's Hetty Ching. She's live for us in Pacific Palisades at Sunset and Monument. Hetty.
Yeah, Michael, we didn't realize how close we were to Monument. We had been talking about trying to check this place out all morning. We're maybe 3 or 4 blocks from where you saw us this afternoon in the middle of the village. Now we're kind of at the other end of the village. And take a look at what we're looking at here. This Chase Bank was here maybe about 2 hours ago, maybe an hour and a half ago. But you can see, you know, things just continue to burn here. And I think, Michael, we were talking about this earlier, just a lot of the homeowners here just have a helpless feeling because they feel like, when is this going to stop? And each time we break down and each time we go check out a different location, a different street, a different neighborhood, we're continuing to see home after home, business after business burning to the ground. I just did a live shot for Telemundo, our sister station, and you know, that's what we were talking about, how different this fire is. That by this time, more than 24 hours after it started, you know, usually with the fire that's not like this, you get some relief. You know, you get the winds dying down, and you know, you don't see active flames anymore. But that is not the case here. We don't have monitors out here, but I just can't imagine what the aerial shot from Julia Dang, you know, looks like, because you know, we're seeing this on the ground. And the other thing that's different is just, no matter how far we have traveled, maybe like 2 miles up and down, all around Palisades, the devastation is everywhere. There are not too many neighborhoods that have been left untouched. It's either total devastation, or you know, we drive and we make a right turn at another, you know, neighborhood, and then we see they look all the same. You know, to Kathy's point, it's like we try just to show you what we're seeing here on the ground, but it's hard not to use these descriptive words because it is not like anything we've ever seen in covering fires. And we've been covering a lot of fires, you know, in the past several years, the past decades, and this one definitely feels different. And sad to say, you know, a lot of the homeowners say it feels never ending. You know, they don't really have a next step. They don't really have a next plan, because they're just trying to grasp the enormity of it. You know, their entire community's just, you know, completely devastated. And we've been using that term over and over again, but that's what we're seeing here on the ground. Again, this is Sunset and Monument. After this live shot, we're gonna break down our truck and move up towards Monument, and I'll show you that almost every single home on that street is no longer, as we're watching this Chase Bank, and this looks to be Pacific Palisades Medical Group building burned to the ground. Kathy and Michael.
Yeah, you know, Hetty, I think it's appropriate to use the word devastation when we look at not only your images, but the images from our other reporters out in the field, whether it's in Pacific Palisades, whether it's in Altadena, whether it's in Sylmar. The devastation and the line of devastation just continues.
Yeah, Michael, I almost feel like we're overusing the word, but that is just the word that comes to mind. Other than that, it's just a lot of these homeowners say it's indescribable what they're seeing firsthand. And it's heartbreaking. It really is heartbreaking because this is the village. This is where they, celebrated happy things, birthdays, anniversaries, graduations. They come here and they do their business. They go to the dry cleaner. Dry cleaner's no longer there. They go to the flower shop. The flower shop is no longer here. The bank is no longer here. And so it's devastating to see, and it feels far from over.
All right, Teddy Ching live for us there at Sunset Boulevard and Monument Street. All right, time now 4 o'clock, and we've been covering these wildfires nonstop now for 29 hours.
We are tracking 4 different fires burning all across Southern California at this point. The biggest ones we are tracking, the Palisades fire and, of course, the Eaton fire. Those you see on the screen. There is a QR code as well that you can scan to get the very latest updates on your phone. Now, at least 5 people have died in the Eaton fire, several businesses and homes destroyed there.
That's right. The Palisades fire has burned close to 16,000 acres. Evacuation orders have been extended for now other parts of Santa Monica. They include areas north of Montana Avenue between 11th and PCH. The evacuation order for parts of north of San Vicente still in place.
Here's a live look from Pasadena right now, where city officials are expected to give an update on that Eaton fire in just a couple of minutes. We will bring it to you live when it happens.
All right, I want to give you a live shot right now, however, from News Chopper 4, as we've been telling you that fire burning in Altadena, the Eaton fire, is now up to 10,600 acres. Julia Ding live for us in News Chopper 4. Julia.
Michael, I know these numbers are probably going to change as soon as we get that presser with an update on this fire, but for now, at last check, we heard more than 10,000 acres burning out of control here and 5 fatalities. We do not have any deaths confirmed in the other fires that we're covering, and it just blows my mind how quickly this one in Altadena exploded. Last night, I was on duty when the Palisades fire was raging, and this one started. It was a couple dozen acres. Everybody was calling it the other fire. Oh, the one on the other side of town, the other fire. Well, overnight, it exploded. This morning, it was just over 2,000 acres. Now over 10,000. We have looked at this from several different vantage points. Earlier, we showed you our live picture from 11,000 feet above. We showed you the plume of smoke reaching about 12,000 feet level with the clouds. We showed you flames creeping uphill, threatening Mount Wilson, getting dangerously close to critical communications infrastructure up there, right next to the Mount Wilson Observatory. And now that we are closer down to the ground, we can show you what's happening along the 210 freeway. We are just northeast of the 210. You can just make out through this cloud of smoke that continues moving, continues getting darker and thicker. You can make out where some of these off-ramp closures are. You can see cars still on the move. I hope they are driving through this area or driving past this area. But there have been stories of people trying to get back into homes. You know, we've heard that on scanners. People completely inconsolable trying to rescue their pets. So we'll keep an eye on this from overhead. Back to you.
All right, Julia, that press conference we were talking about has just started. Let's listen in.
Pasadena. Let me first say on behalf of all residents of Pasadena that our thoughts and prayers are with those who have lost their home and even their lives here in Pasadena, as well as in Altadena and the Palisades. On behalf of all residents of Pasadena and the leaders that you see behind me, we will certainly have all those individuals and their families and friends in our thoughts and prayers. We have experienced a tremendous tragedy here in our community. To date, we have over 100,000 people under mandatory evacuation. We've had 5 fatalities, and then we have close to another 100,000 people who have been warned to evacuate because they are in a danger zone. Hundreds of homes have been lost. I'll let the police chief and the fire chief talk about that. But this is an opportunity for us as a community, as a people, to band together and work to support one another Whether you're affected or not, please take the opportunity to help a neighbor, help a friend, check in on friends and neighbors, and certainly check in on family members. Here with me today are Councilmember Jason Lyon, Councilmember Justin Jones, Councilmember Jessica Rivas, my colleagues on the Pasadena City Council. Also with us today is City Manager Miguel Marquez, our Supervisor, LA County Supervisor Catherine Barger, Congressmember Judy Chu, State Senator Sasha Perez, Assemblymember John Harabedian, the Superintendent of the Pasadena Unified School District, Dr. Blanco, the President of Pasadena City College, Dr. Jose Perez, a representative from the Humane Society. Also with us today are neighboring Assembly members, Assemblymember Coloza, Assemblymember Nick Schultz. You'll also hear from Fire Chief Chad Augustine and Police Chief Gene Harris. So again, I just want to assure people that Pasadena is working in conjunction with our neighboring jurisdictions, including the County of Los Angeles, particularly the County of Los Angeles. Supervisor Barger and I had the opportunity to sit down with the Governor of California this afternoon, not too long ago, maybe an hour ago, and the Governor has assured us that he will provide whatever assistance that we may request. And so on behalf of Supervisor Barger and I'd like to thank the Governor for coming, seeing for himself the devastation and committing the Guard and other resources to Pasadena. And so we will certainly be in touch. With that, let me, and I'll go over these points in Spanish at the end as well. Let me turn it over to City Manager Miguel Marquez.
Good afternoon. My name is Miguel Marquez. Excuse me, Miguel spelled M-I-G-U-E-L, Marquez, M-A-R-Q-U-E-Z. I am the City Manager for the City of Pasadena. It's been a brutal 22 hours here in Pasadena. My heart aches for all who lost their homes, their memories, and their sense of security. About 22 hours ago, we first learned of a fire in Eaton Canyon. As they always do, and despite the dangers, our first responders rushed to the scene. They found darkness, they found fire, and they found 80-mile-per-hour winds. Air support was not possible under those conditions. Our first responders did all they could under those brutal conditions to put out the fire, putting their own lives at risk to save others. They battled through the night, with more and more joining the fight as the night wore on. Our police officers went door to door, ensuring as many residents as possible were evacuated to safety, including many seniors and those with mobility limitations. They saved many, many lives in the last 22 hours. Their efforts were heroic. Our first responders, our Public Works Department who cleared the streets, Pasadena Water and Power who kept the power on and the water flowing throughout the night. Public servants from so many different agencies came together in the last 22 hours to keep as many people safe as possible. Together, many, many lives were saved. The battle continues, as does our resolve. We will put out the fire, and then it will be time to rebuild. In this community, we may get knocked down, but we always pick ourselves up. Many thanks to our first responders, our city staff, our city council, our county, state, and federal partners, our education partners, our nonprofit partners, our business partners, our partners in the media, and most of all, our residents. Thanks to all for once again stepping up and doing what needed to be done to keep people as safe as possible in the face of danger. We will not relent. We will heal. We will rebuild. These last 22 hours didn't bring us down. They made us Pasadena strong. Thank you.
Next, I'll invite LA County Supervisor and our Supervisor, Catherine Barger.
As I was standing here, one of our Altadena residents came up to me who's very active in the Rotary, and he lost his home. I'm hearing this time and time again. And as the mayor told you, we went up and took a tour, and it is surreal. It is without words that I can even explain to you what is taking place, especially in my district in Altadena, but also in the bordering area of Pasadena. My heart is heavy, but I have to say, and the mayor is absolutely correct, we met with the governor, who also met with the president, and resources, both financial, but also resources for boots on the ground, are here, and we're going to continue to fight this fight. But I would ask people, please, 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 if you don't need to be in the area, we don't need you in the area. Recognize that when we drove up there, these are fires that are actively taking place as we speak. And there were many people that don't live in the area that just wanted to go up and take a look. We have fire personnel that is fighting this blaze, not only in Altadena, but also in the Palisades area. We need you all to work with us. And to those people that want to go up and loot, the full weight of the county will come down on you. And that's going to start with the district attorney, who's issuing a press release and is going to make sure the full extent of the law is played out if you are caught looting in any area impacted by this fire. But I want to thank our first responders, who many of which have been on the line for over 24 hours. I think it's important for us to know that the chief of the LA County Fire has asked for resources outside the state, with the goal to let them go in and begin to fight the fires so that our firefighters can take a break and then start again. But again, I want to thank our first responders, but I also want to thank our state and federal partners, Congressmember Chu, Congressman Whitesides, who represents the Santa Clarita area. It's very reassuring to know that we have an all hands on deck, both at the state and at the federal level. And we will rebuild. And to my friends out there that have lost their homes, we are here for you as we look forward to what we are going to do to help you rebuild your life. So with that, thank you.
Next, Congressmember Judy Chu.
Hello, I'm Congressmember Judy Chu, and I just got off the plane from Washington, D.C. My heart goes out to those who've lost their homes and their businesses. I've had friends tell me that they've lost their homes, and I can't believe the destruction that this fire is causing. But I want to tell you that this morning I was on the phone with the White House and with FEMA, and President Biden has declared this a national disaster. So now the mechanics are set for people to get assistance for recovery from FEMA. And also, FEMA was asked last night by the state of California to declare this eligible for the fire management grants, and indeed it is. So all the expenses that we see for fighting this fire will be reimbursed by the federal government. And also, I've spoken to Supervisor Torres of the San Gabriel Mountains. He's asked for help from Washington, D.C. to close the forest area. So I do want to urge everybody, please stay away from the forest area. I just urge everybody to make sure that you obey the evacuation orders, and that also you take advantage of the shelters that are available at the Pasadena Civic Center as well as the Arcadia Community Center. Our office is going to be ready to assist you in the recovery from these fires. And we know that there will be assistance from the Small Business Administration, which has emergency loans, and there will be grants from FEMA. But right now, the most important thing is to be safe. So that's why I say to everybody, please stay out of these areas, please make sure you obey the evacuation orders, and please stay safe.
Next, State Senator Sasha Renee Perez.
Good evening, everyone. I think this is a really difficult moment for many of us in the community, especially for those of us that have grown up in the San Gabriel Valley and who have come to know and love this community. As the supervisor said, we're receiving many calls from friends and community members letting us know that they've lost their homes, they've lost their businesses. This is a really devastating time. We just toured the site and there are still fires burning, and I want to emphasize to people, if you are told to evacuate, please evacuate. Please take these warnings seriously. I have family members that have evacuated, they have left their homes. I understand how difficult of a decision this is, but this is about safety and safety first. We want to make sure that you all are taken care of, that you're taking care of your families. This is what is most important right now. It is incredibly dangerous for individuals to be up there during the time when there's fires like this. This is a very, very dangerous time, so please evacuate, get somewhere safe, make sure that your family is safe. Also, if you receive an evacuation warning, please make sure, if you have elderly neighbors, pick up the phone and let them know. We've seen a lot of senior citizens just here at the senior center that have been evacuated, and someone taking a moment to knock on the door and make sure that they were informed so that they're getting out of their home is so critical and makes such a difference. We know right now that there's a lot of folks that are struggling to have cell service when they're up in the foothills right now. We know power lines are down. And these fires are continuing to rage on. So, the state's doing everything that it can right now to make sure that we're allocating resources. We're moving firefighters from Northern California, from Central California to come here to fight this fire. There's firefighters coming from out of state. And so resources are coming. We're going to get this thing contained, but it is going to take time. And so make sure that you're staying away, letting our public safety officers do what they need to do so that we can get this contained. Thank you.
Next, Assemblymember John Harabedian.
Thank you, Mayor Gordo. For anyone who is a believer of any faith, please, we need your prayers. We need your thoughts of healing and anything that you can do to help our community. Many of our neighbors, our loved ones, and members throughout our community lost their lives today. And we are with you. We see you, we feel you, and we are going to help you get through this. As part of the state of California, along with our governor, our federal and local officials, our main mission now is to keep people safe, minimize any further devastation. And for those of you who lost your homes, who lost your property, who lost your loved ones, we are going to help you rebuild. We're going to do everything we can to fight for you every day, now, this week, over the next couple months and years, to make sure you get your life back. And that is my promise. That is the promise of everyone behind us. But please, stay diligent. Heed the warnings of our public safety officers, and please stay out of harm's way. Thank you to our men and women on the front lines, our first responders. We are not out of this. It is all hands on deck, and it's going to be a long couple nights still. So thank you to everyone who's helping these efforts, and please pray for us.
Next, Superintendent of the Pasadena Unified School District, Dr. Blanco.
Good evening, and I want to echo the sentiments that our heart goes out to all of our families, our staff, our employees who have suffered losses during this devastating event. Behind me, you see the power of us, the city, the mayor, the city manager, our leader from the PCC, all came around the school district to help us provide for our families and our students. I saw many of my families here today who have lost their homes along with their staff. Thank you for being here with them, and thank you for supporting them. Our schools are going to remain closed for the rest of the week. We are continuing to assess the damages at our school. Our maintenance and operation team, along with our police department, the sheriffs, and our fire department have been assessing our buildings. Our preliminary assessment results show that the fire has substantially damaged 5 campuses. While most of them are in good condition, we have confirmed these 5 campuses in Altadena. Elliott's Arts Magnet School is damaged. Franklin Elementary, which was closed in 2020, has damage of about 80%. 3 campuses that house other schools have sustained damages: Edison, Loma Alta, and Noyes. Please note this information is preliminary. The fire is not contained, and some of our schools still remain in the path of the fire. We're working together with our city partners to do everything we can to preserve our schools. Our next steps are recovery. We're planning for recovery as we respond to the emergency, as we know our families are dependent on us. Public education is the bedrock of democracy. We learned that in COVID, and we will be here to help our families and our staff get through what is happening in our city. Thank you. We're deeply grateful for everything that you all have done to help and support us.
Next, President of Pasadena City College, Dr. Jose Gomez.
Hi, I'm Jose A. Gomez, Jose A. Gomez, Gomez. Over the last 24 hours, our hearts have been broken by what has transpired. We have lost our peace. Although Pasadena City College has sustained minor damage, our hearts and our prayers and our thoughts are with our greater community. We are so grateful at Pasadena City College for the incredible leadership that the city of Pasadena and all of our legislators and all of our elected officials have provided, not just to our college, but also to our community. The campus will be closed and we will not be having classes until next Monday. We will resume a regular schedule and classes on Monday, if possible. Of course, it's a very fluid situation. But more importantly than that, we have activated much of our campus community in support of our partners and our greater Pasadena San Gabriel Valley family. Our emergency management response team has been deployed here to the convention center to help the city. We have our nursing staff who will be arriving soon to help our city Department of Public Health, and in partnership with our superintendent of Pasadena Unified School District, Dr. Elizabeth Blanco, we are also serving meals to our PUSD families at Pasadena City College. We are here to help in any way possible, and we of course appreciate all of your support and all of your help. Pasadena and the San Gabriel Valley has been an amazing partner to PCC, and we are here to be an important and critical partner to the communities that we serve. Thank you.
Next, from the Humane Society, Dia DeVernit.
I'm Dia DeVernit, President and CEO of Pasadena Humane. We're a nonprofit animal welfare organization and shelter serving Pasadena and 10 surrounding areas, including Altadena, which has been very hard hit by this fire. And our hearts really go out to all the people who have lost their homes and their pets in this disaster. We recently just heard from one of our board members who lost her home with her 2 cats in it. I'm sure we're going to be hearing more stories like this in the coming hours and days. but our primary focus has been over the past 24 hours to assist people who have been safely evacuating with their pets and need a place for their pets to go. So we've taken in over 250 pets in the past 24 hours, and we have been working today to coordinate with shelters throughout the state to help take the animals that are already in our shelter to make room for more animals who are coming in. I want to really thank everyone who has offered assistance, including the shelters around the state and people who we see in our community who are rescuing neighbors' pets and bringing them to us. It really has been heartwarming to see even our staff members who have been evacuated and are losing their homes coming to the shelter to shelter with their pets and take care of other people's pets. It's going to take a real community effort to recover from this. We've had lots of inquiries from people wanting to help. We're taking names of those who would be interested in fostering animals as we get more animals in. Right now, our primary need is monetary donations so that we can provide emergency services to pets that have been impacted by the fires. We are also providing food and other pet supplies if anyone is in need. And we really encourage you, if you are evacuating, please make sure your pet has identification. Take pet supplies with you. And if possible, please try to stay with family or friends who can accommodate you and your pet, as the shelters are really becoming quite stressed in this situation. I want to give a few concrete resources because they have been rapidly evolving. For those in the foothill areas who have horses in need of shelter, right now the Fairplex in Pomona is taking them, the Industry Hills Equestrian Center, and soon LA County will be opening the Antelope Valley Fairgrounds. We've heard that the LA Equestrian Center, where horses have been kept, is currently being evacuated. We have recently started to see the first injured animals coming in. We've had a cat and some wildlife coming in. If you do find injured wildlife, we'd like you to call our wildlife helpline at 626-344-1129. We're very thankful to our skilled veterinarians who are providing care to these animals, and we'll continue to provide care around the clock to animals in need in our community. Thank you.
Next, because this is still an active fire with very little, if any, containment, I think it's important to hear from the fire chief, and our fire chief is here with us, Chief Chad Augustine.
Good afternoon. My name is Chad Augustine, your Pasadena Fire Chief, ChadAugustin. I'd like to give you a current stat on our Eaton fire. We can confirm that the Eaton fire is now over 10,600 acres at 0% containment. I'd be remiss, though, if I didn't highlight some of the heroic actions last night by your public safety, police, and fire, who literally saved lives, pulling people out from burning buildings, getting them out of streets and vehicles where they had no ways to evacuate. Our death count today would be significantly higher without their heroic actions. We currently have 60 strike teams requested and 750 firefighters working on this incident. We're in a unified command with multiple agencies to include Law, LA County Fire, LA County Sheriff, and Angeles National Forest, along with Pasadena Fire. We have strike teams committed from all over the state and as far as Arizona coming to assist us. Multiple structures have been damaged or destroyed as this wind-driven fire had wind gusts of 70+ miles per hour. We had spotting of embers 2 to 3 miles ahead of the fire. I can confirm tonight that we have somewhere between 200 and 500 structures damaged or lost. We really need, as it becomes safe to do so and we get a better handle on this fire, we need to come in and be able to survey the damage to get an exact total of number of structures that have been damaged or completely lost. We continue to be in red flag conditions, and we expect that to be through Thursday with variable and high wind speeds. Thankfully not as strong as what we saw last night. We are encouraging people to stay updated as the weather can continue to change very rapidly. Please, if we issue an evacuation order, heed our request. Be prepared, have your go bag, and immediately evacuate. Thankfully, the current forecasts allow us today to start getting aircraft in to fight this fire. Since around 10 a.m., we've had aircraft doing water drops. With the goal of limiting the fire spread, we will come behind those water drops with hand crews and fire engines to get a containment line around this fire. We expect, with favorable conditions over the next couple days, to start making good progress on this fire. And with that, I'll turn it over to the police chief.
Chief, will we take a question on the statistics and the current situation with you have your firefighters? How are they holding up for the past 22 hours?
Yeah, they're exhausted. We need those reinforcements coming in, but they've done incredible work. Where they've, an example is crews that fought 15 house fires over a 28-hour period. They didn't save any of them, but they prevented 2 or 3 blocks away from burning down. So great work, not just from your Pasadena fire, but throughout this entire region.
And you requested 60 strike teams. What's the status of that, and how long before they're over?
Great question. So we have multiple strike teams have arrived. We're in the early, like 15-ish strike teams, and we expect over the next 24 hours we'll be close to 50. Even some of the Arizona strike teams should be here by this evening.
Can you talk about resources being stretched? I know that this morning, looking at some of the fires, there were maybe 1 or 2 firefighters on scene only because it appeared not to have the resources. Everybody stretched to the limit. Can you talk about that situation?
Yeah, sure. I would be kidding all of you if I said we didn't have resources stretched yesterday, right? It's a rarity that you have 2 major brush fires in LA County, like we did yesterday with the Eaton fire in the Palisades, let alone the multiple other fires that we saw. So we had an extreme drawdown from with LA County Fire, and they are our biggest partner. Even with their drawdown, they sent us a lot of resources last night, which was really helpful. It's unfortunate with the wind gusts that we had, up to 70-mile-an-hour winds, they had to ground their aircraft last night. But we really relied on all of LA County to bring us resources, and then with the mutual aid requests from up and down the state. Did that answer your question? Thank you.
Chief, you said one more. I wanted to ask about, you were inside the fire zone and multiple residents had talked about a lack of water pressure or a lack of water at all in trying to fight fires. There's a similar situation there in the Palisades, and they said it was due to the amount of water usage at one time. Is this what you were seeing? What was the situation there? We saw it firsthand as well. Why was this the case? Is this going to be a problem for the future?
Yeah, when you have multiple fires, multiple city blocks on fire, with I'll throw a number out, 100 fire engines flowing water, we are gonna stretch our water system. On top of that, we had a loss of power temporarily, which impacted our water system. But I'll be clear, we could have had much more water. With those wind gusts, we were not stopping that fire last night. Those erratic wind gusts were throwing embers for multiple miles ahead of the fire. And that's really what caused the rapid spread of this fire.
Sir, where is specific the fire start? The most specific, because it's a picture taken approximately 6:30 last night, like a transforming fire in around Canyon.
That's correct. The time that is correct. And around 6:30 was when the fire came in the Altadena area. It was actually in LA County, but right on the border. We had both Pasadena and LA County resources arriving almost simultaneously. And then, of course, the fire quickly moved into the Pasadena city limits.
So 10,600 acres on fire.
All right. So there on the scene of the Eaton Canyon fire. I believe we have that
when I look at the trees
connection back up. Let's take a listen.
Last night was incredible, right? It was like something that most of you have probably never seen. Tonight we have very mild wind conditions where we can get aircraft and a ton of additional resources getting their hands around this fire. That's what gives me confidence that we're going to get a handle on this fire.
Before, why don't we bring the police chief up, and then then you can ask questions of both chiefs.
Can we talk about the cause of the fire, and if there are others? Because we know that there's several fires burning. Are any of these connected? Does it look like maybe arson?
The cause, you're going to love my generic answer, but the cause is under investigation, right? We have multiple fire investigators as well as fire and arson investigators from LA County and local resources investigating that. We need to let them do their good work so that we can come up with an accurate cause and origin.
We'll ask the chief to stay here for more questions, but in the meantime, because this also involves a public safety situation and neighborhoods that have been evacuated and homes, the message I want to reiterate is don't even think about it. Don't think about coming to loot any of these properties in Pasadena or Altadena, because the Pasadena Police Department, as well as the LA County Sheriff and resources from the state of California, will be out there patrolling and protecting these neighborhoods. With that, I'll turn it over to our police chief, Eugene Harris, to provide you more facts and details.
My name is Gene Harris. I am the police chief for the city of Pasadena. Gene is G-E-N-E. Last name is Harris, H-A-R-R-I-S. Last night at the beginning of this incident, first responders from the city of Pasadena responded to the area of this event primarily on a safety mission. But when they got there, they rapidly found an escalating fire that was growing rapidly with the wind gusts, and it turned into a rescue evacuation scenario. Those first responders acted heroically by going in and either evacuating or rescuing numerous folks that are now housed in this building behind me. It was nothing short of heroic, and as they got there, it rapidly turned into that type of mission. So we had people from our police department, our fire department, certainly reached out into our Area C partners, local, state, and county folks that came to assist. And it took all night to get folks rescued or evacuated from their homes, and that effort was robust in that end. We also reached out beyond our county into other counties. We had some other agencies roll assets to us that could help us solve this problem, and they are still on scene at our command post as we speak. As you heard said, this is an active scenario from a law enforcement perspective. You've heard all of the fire circumstances and issues. I'm going to talk a little bit about what we in law enforcement are doing in this incident. As I said, it started out as a evacuation rescue mission. It is now going to transition for law enforcement into a protection and community safety mission. And we will be staunch in protecting the community and protecting the homes of those folks who've had to be evacuated. We will have numerous folks in and around the area. Upwards of 150 officers at any one time in and around the city handling all of our regular patrol efforts, but certainly focusing on making sure that the homes and the property around the burn area is secure. We will be staunch in that effort. If you have, and this is a message to the community, if you have a righteous reason to be there, declare that reason to law enforcement personnel and we'll assist you. If you don't have a righteous or legal reason to be there, expect to be challenged and we will deal with you accordingly. The idea here is we want to make sure that we protect the people in this community, we protect the sanctity of these people's homes, and we will do that without fail. As you heard the mayor say, don't come here if that is the mission, if that's what you plan to do. You will run into somebody in one of these uniforms, and we will take care of that situation. So ensure that we are going to be staunch and very stern about the way that we're conducting this protection mission. I want to end it by simply saying the first responders in this city are second to none. those partners that responded to help us really stood up, and you've got some really good elements that came out here to support this community and make it safe. So we will have ongoing and sustained operations. There will not be any lessening of operational capability for emergency services. We might find that some of the regular services will be out. We've put some information out on that for social media and on the media to make sure that people understand that we may not have the counters open and some of those things for regular services. But all emergency services will be dealt with without any lessening of services or impact. So with that, I'll turn it back over to the mayor.
Now we can open it up to questions from any of our speakers that you may have. I can do Spanish now, or we can do one-on-one.
Mayor, we asked the chief about the looting situation. Was instances of looting that happened here at the Eaton Canyon fire? I mean, what was the situation here that makes you speak so forcefully about any activities that might happen at the fire zone?
Well, the forceful nature of my delivery is really designed to impact what our caring is for this community. It's a community caring mission. We haven't had any incidents of looting, and we don't want any. And so the message is, don't come here if that's what you plan to do. You're going to run into one of us, and we're going to be staunching that effort. So we haven't had anything yet, but we're trying to expect the unexpected and get in front of these types of things.
Any other questions for Chief Augustine?
Chief, there were a number of significant spot fires that broke out not only in the hills but along Lake Avenue, for example. Several buildings simply caught fire at once. Do you anticipate any of that tomorrow?
I do not. Right? We're still in a very active incident, right? And we have a dynamic fire that has 0% containment. But what caused a lot of last night's issues was the dynamic winds. Wind gusts of 70 miles an hour and very erratic winds. 2 in the morning, they changed direction heading westward, and we ended up having evacuations all the way to Glendale. So do I expect a risk of fire spread tomorrow? Yes. Do I expect erratic fire weather like we saw last night? No.
Chief, can you elaborate on how far those embers were going and how much that contributed to the spread of the fire?
Yeah. We can confidently say those embers were spreading ember casts 2+ miles, right? And we were in red flag conditions, right? And just acknowledging that we're in red flag conditions in January, right, should make us all pause. And so the humidity was so low last night that a single spark could cause a fire. And then you add in the wind gusts, and when I was driving to the fire last night, there was fires, dozens of fires starting just from the embers that were being thrown in blocks, and miles ahead of the fire.
Chief, the owner of the Bunny Museum told us on our air on CBS, Take a Look, that the fire hydrant in front of his museum was dry and that firefighters couldn't get any water out of it. Are you sure that all the hydrants are working? Was that a water pressure problem? What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I can't comment on that specific instance because I don't know the facts of that, but I can tell you that it's very common in a brush fire in a city when you have that big of a fire with that many resources that we're going to tax our water supply and our water system. Then if you have a loss of power, which may impact the pressure, it's going to make it even worse. So yes, all of that. We're going to struggle on water supply on a very, very large brush fire like we saw last night with multiple structures on fire.
Do you feel that you got enough help, enough mutual aid quick enough? Did it arrive fast enough? Yeah. Did it help?
Sure. What was great, if there was a positive thing from yesterday, is we were preparing for a wind event for multiple days in advance of what happened last night. We were preparing for a wind event as well as possible brush fire, but you had augmented staffing all over the county, and which really benefited us because we were able to be nimble, send resources to Palisades Fire early in the day, and they were sending us resources by the evening time. That's the benefit of the mutual aid system in California, specifically LA County.
As you're speaking right now on our air, we're showing live pictures of houses burned to the ground.
we grieve for them, right? We are incredibly sorry that they have a loss of, for many of them, everything they own, right? And it's tough as your fire chief. That's my responsibility. I also know that last night was unprecedented conditions, where we did a lot of good work, but we were not able to save every residence or building that was out there.
Mayor Gordo, on that same note, how surreal is it as you've been inside this convention center many times before many other different events, but to see it being utilized in this way, more than 1,000 people are now using this, and looking forward, what are some of the biggest needs that you think in the days to come that you will need here for the folks here in the Evacuation?
Well, first and foremost, it's very sad to see families dislodged, particularly families that have lost their home and, as the chief says, have lost everything. I think one of the biggest challenges is going to be to transition people who have lost their home into permanent housing. We have hundreds of homes that have been destroyed, and moving people into permanent long-term housing is definitely going to be a challenge, and it's going to be a challenge that we're going to engage the county, the state, and the federal government in.
Has there been any contact information, a website or phone number set up for missing persons? So if a family member, if someone in the area was evacuated, the family is out of state or out of county, how do you track down the loved ones?
Well, the standard 911 will be efficient enough to get us to the numbers that we need to get you. I would suggest that you make that call. To me, that stands to be an emergency, so let's do that. You can also contact our business line, and we can get you to the right people that can guide you in. If you think that your folks are at our evacuation center, which is right here behind us, we have plenty of staff that are here that can help you ID any family members or friends that might be here.
Okay, what's the business line?
I don't know that off the top of my head, unfortunately, but you can get that on our website.
Okay, again, to all affected residents, know that your city, your county, and other resources are there to help. If you need assistance, please reach out to us. Pasadena and its residents and Altadena, it's a resilient community, and I'm sure that we'll bounce back. In the interim, this is an evolving situation, and so we're asking people to listen carefully to what the police chief, the fire chief are saying. If you're asked to evacuate, evacuate. If you're thinking about coming to Pasadena or Altadena, for that matter, to cause problems, think twice, because the Pasadena Police Department and the LA County Sheriffs will be there to greet you, and you will be arrested if you're engaging in conduct that you should not be engaging in. With that, that will complete our, unless there are other questions. Thank you.
All right, we've been listening to the latest on the Eaton fire, and overall, a cautiously positive message here. As we heard the fire chief say, 10,600 acres have burned so far, 0% containment, but with the winds subsiding just a little bit, it seems to be moving in their favor.
New numbers in terms of fatalities this afternoon. We now have 5 fatalities. The mayor also talked about 100,000 people under mandatory evacuations. 100,000 more have been warned to evacuate if deemed necessary.
200 to 500 structures either lost or damaged in the Eaton fire. And as we heard the chief say, the fire chief, Augustine, say, they really had a turning point at about 2 a.m. They sort of had it under control. When I left here roughly 3 a.m. yesterday evening, or that would be this morning at this point, right? It was about 1,000 acres. And when I checked early this morning, it had grown to over 10,000 acres. And I was one of those folks who was evacuated. They talked about the spotting from the Eaton fire, anywhere from 2 to 3 miles. I'm within that range in the Rose Bowl area. And so I left here, I went home, we packed up, we left, and we've been evacuated.
Okay, so those flying embers and, of course, the shift in the winds that actually caused that evacuation for you and your family as well.
At 2 a.m., that's what the chief said. The wind shifted, started gusting anywhere upwards of 70 miles an hour. Wow. I drove the neighborhood, as I typically do, and looked for active fire. And when I went home, I felt confident that we were out of harm's way.
Right.
So we'll talk about sometime what you do when you get the evacuation order, especially if you sit at this desk and you've covered a lot of fires and you tell people what to do. Your mind goes blank.
Yeah.
It absolutely goes
blank. Where to
blank.
go, what to grab, what to leave with.
Well, we're fortunate in that our son lives in the Pasadena area, so we went to his house, but we only had a few minutes to pack up and take what was important.
Yeah. Good lesson.
Toothbrush and wedding pictures. That's about it.
That you got. All right, folks. L.A. Mayor Karen Bass is expected to hold a press conference just within the hour, but she's already facing a lot of tough questions about the city's response to these wildfires,
including a recent multi-million-dollar cut to the fire department's budget. Our investigative reporter Eric Leonard joins us live with new information on that. Eric.
Hi, Michael and Colleen. Yeah, just hours into this devastating Palisades fire, lots of questions being raised about the administration. I mean, we saw yesterday an evacuation that turned into complete gridlock. We learned earlier today that firefighters ran out of water while they were trying to save homes overnight. And now, some new insight into the readiness of the LA City Fire Department. As you mentioned, the fire department was among about a dozen city agencies that were the subject of budget cuts during this last fiscal year. The city does its budget that begins July 1st and the year ends the following June. So we're about halfway through this city's fiscal year. And in this year, the city had to make a lot of cuts because of all kinds of over expenditures and not enough revenue. And one of the departments that got cut was the LA City Fire Department. I believe it was about $17.6 million. We were trying to find out today what that actually meant in terms of the department's ability to manage a large major emergency like this. And we've gotten a hold of a memo that was written by the LA City Fire Chief weeks ago. This is dated December 4th, 2024. And it provides an assessment of how the city fire department is dealing with all of those budget cuts. I want to read you a couple of lines out of this. It said, in its opening line, the fire department is facing an unprecedented operational challenge due to the elimination of critical civilian positions and a $7 million reduction in overtime. The civilian positions is how the department absorbed most of that budget cut by not filling open jobs and cutting some of those positions, but there was still $7 million left over. And the fire department uses that money, or did use that money each year, to pay for a variety of disaster preparedness functions, including preparing its air operations and its pilots to be able to do water drops. The fire chief wrote on December 4th, weeks ago, the reduction in V hours, meaning those overtime hours, has severely limited the department's capacity to prepare for, train for, and respond to large-scale emergencies, including wildfires. And in the report, or in the chief's memo, she specifically addresses the Air Operations Division. This is the unit of the LA City Fire Department where the pilots load up with water and try to stop the progress of these fires. The overtime money is spent in support of FAA-mandated annual pilot training and seasonal helicopter coordinator training. And the chief wrote, without this funding, pilot compliance and readiness are jeopardized and aerial firefighting capabilities are diminished. Now, it's unclear how these budget cuts affected what has gone on over the last 30 hours or so. As you mentioned, Mayor Bass, the fire chief, and a number of other officials are here. We're going to put those questions to them. Separately, we heard earlier today about the firefight in the Palisades running out of water. The DWP confirming that 3 million-gallon water tanks were depleted by 3 o'clock this morning. As we were covering live on the air, that's when dozens of homes and buildings were burning in the Palisades. Mayor Bass expected to address some of those issues this afternoon, but she's been out of town for the bulk of what's happened in the last day. She arrived from overseas earlier today and was confronted in an airport by a reporter asking why she was out of town during what may be some of the darkest moments this city has seen in a generation.
Do you owe citizens an apology for being absent while their homes were burning? Do you regret cutting the fire department budget by millions of dollars, Madam Mayor? Have you nothing to say today?
Appreciate it.
have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today? Elon Musk says that you're utterly incompetent. Are you considering your position? Madam Mayor, have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today who are dealing with this disaster? No apology for them? Do you think you should have been visiting Ghana while this was unfolding back home?
So again, the LA City Fire Chief in this memo to the city said these budget cuts to the fire department that came about 6 months ago created an unprecedented challenge for the department. Again, still unclear how it may have affected what the fire department has been able or not been able to do in the last hour. We're going to go inside here and hear from the mayor, hear from the fire chief, and see if we can get some answers. Back to you in the studio.
Eric, is there any indication at this point what the mayor will say here? Has there been any press release from her staff?
Not so far. We saw some video clips where a number of reporters were able to get near the mayor as she arrived in LA, visited with the governor. We believe she toured some of the disaster sites out in the Palisades, but they were specifically not allowed to ask her any questions, and we have not gotten a preview other than a brief statement from the mayor's office that said officials will provide an update on all that's going on in the city right now.
Not allowed to ask an elected official questions about what's happening in her city. That seems a bit odd to me.
It's an unusual situation, but there are times where we are given access for what they'll call a photo spray, like a photo op, where we can shoot some video and still photographers can take some photos, but the officials who are there are not prepared or ready or don't want to answer questions. So unusual given the circumstances of the last day. No question, not unusual the rest of the time.
Eric, remind us again quickly when this press conference will be.
Oh, we're told it'll start about 5 o'clock. We've seen the county sheriff, the county supervisor, a couple of county supervisors, city council people have all filed in here. We expect it to start on time, so hopefully 5 or 6 minutes from now.
All right, we will carry it live. Thank you.
Absolutely. Eric, thank you. All right, NBC4's Karma Dickerson live for us in Pacific Palisades. Karma.
Coming to you from Marquez Avenue, where a really heartbreaking scene is unfolding behind me. Not only do we have one home burning right next to another home that has been significantly badly burned, but there is another home under threat right next to it. And just in the last 10 minutes, we've had a lot of developments, because for most of the time that we've been out here, more than an hour now, there have been no fire crews. There's been no one except for one person out here doing their best to try to save that home all the way on the far left. The concern obviously being the one that's burning, the flames shooting through the roof, and it being so close to the house. We saw a person trying to use a hose to try to hose off the shrubbery nearby. We saw him using rocks. We actually want to show you a little bit of the video, because he found when he tried to use the hose that there was no water pressure. He was only getting a trickle out of the hose. So he came and was actually gathering rocks to put rocks on the embers on the side of the road. Everything he could do to try to put out the flames that were spotting up near his house. He's pretty frustrated, as you can imagine. Take a listen to what he had to say.
I've basically got the fire that's upwind handled, but now there's no fire department. There's no help here, and all I need is a little bit of liquid on the side of this house to stop it from burning down. So right now it's really just about the wind. Where I'm at nature's mercy, and I'm frustrated. I think everybody here is frustrated based on the support that the neighborhood has received.
The good news is in the last 10 minutes, he was able to flag down a fire official who was driving by. That fire official did go into the house. He was armed with only a small fire extinguisher. It's pretty extraordinary, and walked into the back of that property to try to see what he could do. He was able to obviously call in some more resources. So now we actually have a fire truck, actual fire hose on scene, but of course that water pressure continues to be a concern. We'd actually see the gentleman there carrying rocks with him, trying to figure out where he can be of use. Unfortunately, it looks like just in the time that we've been here, this fire did spread to the back of his home. We saw some flames in the back window, and so fire crews are trying to assess what they're able to do at this point. But I think this is just indicative of what we continue to see at home after home here in this area, is that, you know, the fire is spreading to some areas and there simply aren't the resources to try to address it. Homeowners who are still here trying to do what they can, but of course, as we know, many people are out of this area, and with the way winds are carrying flames, there's a home that is fine one moment, but then the next moment we have a serious situation. So some frustration from homeowners here on the ground. Meanwhile, we've got fire here behind me. If we're able to show just over on the other side of the street, we've got a fire burning just ahead of us, and we have a couple of fires burning on the horizon. So the firefight in the Palisades is still very much underway, even after a day yesterday of devastation, destruction. These flames continue to do damage to these homes and this community. That's the latest from the Palisades. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Karma, appreciate that. Thank you. Well, folks, it's 5 o'clock here right now, and we continue to follow the very latest on several fires burning across Southern California.
We just got an update from city leaders in Pasadena on the Eaton fire that's burning near Altadena. On the Eaton fire, from the news conference in the past hour, we've learned that anywhere from 200 to 500 buildings have either been damaged or destroyed. At least 5 people have lost their lives. They've died in the fire. City leaders also asking people to stay out of the fire area, stay out of the area, leave the area so that firefighters can do their job. The active fires are still burning there. There are also evacuation centers at the Pasadena Convention Center and the Arcadia Community Center. Officials also warning potential looters. The message is clear. Don't even think about it, because you will be prosecuted.
All right, about 50 miles away, the Palisades fire has burned close to 16,000 acres. Evacuation orders have been extended now for areas of Santa Monica. They include areas north of Montana Avenue between 11th and PCH. The evacuation order for parts north of San Vicente still in place. There is zero containment. As we mentioned, we are still awaiting an update on these fires from LA Mayor Karen Bass. We'll bring that to you once we get it.
In fact, we're waiting for that update that you talked about from downtown LA, Mayor Bass and city leaders. What we're looking at right here is they're getting ready for that. That's the podium, the microphone there. We will have it as soon as it begins. But first, here's meteorologist Melissa McGee. Melissa, Pasadena fire talked about the winds diminishing a little bit out there. But as we saw in Karma's live shot, the winds are still gusting in the Palisades area.
Yeah, they really are dependent, Colleen, on where you are. But very interesting with that press conference in Pasadena, the fire chief was asked a question about the weather conditions for the rest of tonight. And he was asked if the weather conditions would be the same as what they were last night. And he answered it in 2 ways. Does he think the fire threat is still out there? Absolutely. Will the winds be as erratic as they were last night? Absolutely not. And I can attest to that. The winds will continue to diminish as we go throughout the rest of tonight. They were dynamic winds yesterday across much of Southern California. So let's talk about where the winds were, where they are, and where they're headed as we go throughout the rest of tonight. Fremont Canyon, Orange County, 95 miles per hour, 72 miles per hour there in Saugus. Banning had a gust earlier today of 71, 60 miles per hour in Irvine. We've got a gust in Van Nuys coming in at 56 miles per hour. So it is still windy at this hour, but compared to where we were this morning and even during the overnight hours, the winds are really starting to diminish. They're not as strong as where they were earlier today. We've got a gust of 28 miles per hour there in Santa Clarita, but still strong in Ontario, gusting up to 41 miles per hour and 44 miles per hour there in San Bernardino. So overall, we could say we've got winds ranging anywhere from 20 to about 50 miles per hour as we go throughout the rest of our afternoon. It is bone dry across our area. Relative humidity dropping down into the low teens and the single digits. We're down to 13% in Anaheim, down to 8% there in Van Nuys. It is dry because we haven't seen any rain here in Southern California for our winter season. And part of the reason why is because we're in what we call a La Nina pattern. So this is when we've got a ridge of high pressure blocking the jet stream from dipping dipping down to the south here in Southern California. So the jet stream and the storm track is well off to our north. And that's where we've been seeing a lot of our storm systems out across the Pacific Northwest and Northern California, with the rain and the snow leaving us here in Southern California bone dry. In fact, if you look at our rainy year so far in Los Angeles County, at least from October 1st, we've only seen a little bit more than 1/10 of an inch of rain. At this point in our season, we should be close to 4 3/4 worth. So we've got a deficit of more than 4.5 inches. Now, any storm can reverse what we're currently seeing, but this is a reason why the Santa Anas are so traumatic across our region. We've got dry winds and dry conditions on the ground. In terms of the precipitation outlook, as we go throughout our next week here, much of the West Coast will stay below normal in terms of wet weather here across our area. So let's talk about what we can expect for the rest of the afternoon and into tonight, and really for the rest of our week here in Southern California. The winds will diminish this evening. After 7, 8 o'clock tonight, I would say we could have winds gusting up to 40 miles per hour, locally higher in some spots, especially where we've got the fires burning. But this is certainly much improved from where we were earlier today and even during the overnight hours. The problem, however, is still the relative humidity, anywhere from the low teens to the single digits. More wind is likely as we get into our Thursday. The good news, as we get into Thursday and Friday, the winds will not be as strong, but certainly dynamic winds across our region, devastating damage across much of our area as well. That's the very latest. We'll track it for you throughout the afternoon. Michael and Colleen, I'll send it back over your way.
All right, Melissa, thank you. We are committed to bringing you the very latest, staying on the air 24/7 to, again, bring you the latest on these devastating wildfires. And to help with that, we've brought in reporters from our NBC and Telemundo stations all across the country.
That includes Dave Summers from our affiliate in San Diego. He joins us live from Altadena right now. Dave.
Yeah, we're at Glen Rose and Los Flores, and for anybody in the Altadena area who thought maybe this is over, it's not. We were about 4 blocks east of this location, and I noticed that the wind shifted, and all of a sudden the black smoke came up. And that's dangerous when you have a wind shift like that, which is what we've been experiencing for the last couple of days, because this is what happens. The wind will pick, if something is smoldering or there is ashes or a small spot fire, it picks it right up, which is what happened here, and it started to take on the area to burning up the rest of this house. Half of it was already gone, that was obvious. But that's what that wind shift did. It picked up whatever embers or spot fire and just started this whole thing on fire again. So here's what firefighters are doing. They're protecting the exposure. You might have heard that phrase before. I'm going to bring you through here. All right, so just next to this giant inferno is this greenhouse right here that is completely untouched. So we had a brush hog here earlier, and we have an Injit 17 here. He's got a 2-inch line right here, okay, and it's all over the property. And they're using that to hose down this house. They can't save this house that's on fire, but they can save this one. And frankly, that's been the firefight for the last 30+ hours. In Altadena, I'm Dave Summers, NBC4.
All right, Dave, we appreciate it. As we told you at the top of the hour, we are waiting on a press conference with L.A. Mayor Karen Bass. We saw the podium during the live shot not too long ago. We asked Eric Leonard, our investigative reporter, if there were any preliminary notes or press releases prior to this press conference. None as of yet.
No, but we are waiting for the mayor to address some questions about budget cuts to the L.A. Fire Department. A lot of people had questions about wildfire clearance and issues with fire hydrants, and of course special training for pilots for LA City Fire. You know,
those folks that we have spoken to out, and our reporters have spoken to victims of these wildfires, whether it's in, you know, Pasadena or Altadena, the Pacific Palisades, they have questions themselves about, you know, the stretching of resources. And we've not only heard that from constituents and homeowners, we've also heard that from fire officials themselves.
You know, I want to address an issue with Melissa McGee. Melissa, if you could pop back over here with us. When we talked to, or heard from actually, Pasadena city officials within the past hour or so, they almost seemed to paint a better picture of what was going on out there in terms of the weather. But we just heard from our reporter from our sister station in San Diego, Dave Summers, and he said the wind seemed to have shifted out there, and it's not Melissa, it's actually David Bigger at the ready for us.
Okay, so sorry. Ask that question one more time. I had a bunch of people talking in my ear, but yeah.
Okay, but so what's the weather situation? I mean, Pasadena fire chief, city officials out there seem to indicate that things were getting better, that winds might have been diminishing a little bit, but when we just heard from Dave Summers, it's not the case.
So it's not as bad as last night. That's the important thing. So last night, that's when we had the wind gusting up to 70, 80 miles an hour through some of those areas. So now we have still some gusts out there, but they are much, much lower than they were last night. We'll continue to see some of this activity as we go through the next couple of hours, but we're not necessarily looking at the same kind of gusts. So now the firefighters are probably able to get a bit more of an upper hand on the fire. But you can see, and actually this is an interesting way to look at it. We've been showing this all day, all last night, and we've been showing it for part of today as well. This is live satellite showing what we call fire temperature. So the color of these pixels, the brighter they are, that means the more intense the fire is burning. You'll notice something if you look very closely here. The Eaton fire and the Palisades fire, not as bright as they were last night. They're still burning. They are still actively burning and spreading. But this is a sign that because we don't have as gusty winds out there right now, we're not feeding as much of this fire, so it's burning a little less intensely. Still spreading again across parts of the region. Our other concern is obviously the air quality out there. Right now, this is what it looks like over downtown LA. You see this really gray looking sky, and that's because of all the smoke that's working through the area. And I wanted to give one little warning about this smoke. So here's the air quality right now. You see a lot of this orange coloring here. That's considered unhealthy for sensitive groups. This red coloring over parts of downtown and into the basin, that's considered unhealthy air. This is not just ash. This is not just smoke particulates, where we always talk about the PM 2.5, the smallest particles that can get deep into your lungs. This is building materials. This is chemicals inside of houses. Think about under your kitchen sink, for example, you have all the cleaning materials. All of that is burning too. So this air quality is considered very unhealthy, to the point of where you really just want to stay inside, windows closed, doors closed. And if you do go out, you really should be wearing an N95 mask with this. But really, that is the main concern right now, is that the winds are starting to get lighter. We're still seeing smoke being blown into other areas. We'll see another little round of wind coming our way as we get into Thursday and maybe early Friday morning. But that will be nothing like the strength of the winds that we had last night.
And I want to say that it's not that they were putting a positive spin on things, right, because there's 0% containment out there. We've got 10,600 acres burning so far, but they just seemed a little different than they were yesterday in terms of what their expectations were tonight.
Right, and it's the way that fires always play out. It's always kind of a multi-part event. You have the event itself with the strongest wind gusts. You have that post-event where now the neighborhood is destroyed and you know, there's a whole rebuilding phase. And then there's the potential steps after that, where once we do eventually get rainfall in Southern California, we now have new burn scars, new areas that we're going to be concerned about with mudslide potential, and that's stuff that we'll have to worry about.
All right, David, we're going to break away from you here right now. As promised, we're going to go to Karen Bass, LA Mayor Karen Bass, in a press conference.
Supervisor Lindsay Horvath. Following that, we'll hear from LA City Fire Chief Kristen Crowley. Following that, we'll hear from LA County Fire Chief Anthony Maroney. After that, we'll hear from LAPD Chief Jim McDonnell, then Sheriff Robert Luna, and following that, we'll hear from LADWP General Manager Janice Quinones, as well as Superintendent Alberto Carvalho. The mayor will come back to the podium and open it up for questions. I'll call on questions from the left. And with that, Mayor Bass.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I stand here today with incredible sympathy and concern about the devastation and the tragedy that our city and county are facing. And I definitely want to send my condolences to the families who lost loved ones, to the families and neighborhoods who lost property. This firestorm is the big one in magnitude. Hurricane force winds are usually accompanied by rainstorms, But these are hurricane force winds that are combined with extremely dry drought conditions. To provide context, at 10:20 a.m. yesterday, the Palisades fire was at 10 acres. 12 minutes later, it was at 200 acres. To those who fled their homes, especially those who have lost your homes, our hearts are breaking for you, and we stand with you. I know the world is looking at images of our city's devastation. I have seen the front lines of the Palisades fire, and it is staggering. I've been in constant contact with our fire commanders, with county, state, and federal officials. I took the fastest route back, which included being on a military plane, which facilitated our communications. So I was able to be on the phone the entire time of the flight. We are fighting for you and everyone in Los Angeles. Thank you to our first responders who waded into flames, pulled people from cars, and got them to safety no matter how dangerous. And thank you to everyone who heeded our warnings to evacuate. Tonight, more people may get evacuation orders, and if they do, please leave immediately. If you have an evacuation warning, get ready to go. Protect yourself and each other, and support our firefighters on the front lines. Our strategy included preparations and pre-deployment, and it now includes fire crews from around the state and from our federal partners. We are also adapting in real time. These winds continue to blow. So let me be clear. I am making sure that we leave no resource untapped. Firefighters are now on scene from across the state and across the country. I spoke with President Biden today and Governor Newsom earlier today, and they assured me of full federal and state support. As we head into tonight, we are still facing strong and erratic winds. In Palisades and in Sylmar, we are very much in an active firefight. I can report to you that the Woodley fire, however, in the Sepulveda Basin is under control. I can also report that finally air operations have resumed, and that is a big deal, but it is up to the winds as to how long the air support can continue. But these conditions are highly volatile. We've seen a devastating fire in the Pasadena area. Fires have sparked up in Simi Valley and on the LA and Ventura County line. And as our firefighters do battle on the front lines, all of us must be vigilant. So if you receive an evacuation order, please leave immediately. If you receive a warning, get ready. Protect yourself and protect each other. And don't divert firefighters from our strategy. Signals are out and the roads have debris. So stay off the roads unless you are evacuating or have another emergency. Be prepared, food, water, medicine, a bag packed and ready. Again, this is an active situation. And conserve water to the extent that you can. We want to make sure that we are ready if we need more water. But make no mistake, Los Angeles will rebuild stronger than ever. Right now, if you need help, emergency information, resources, and shelter is available. All of this can be found at URL. Los Angeles, together is how we will get through this. Through the heroism of our firefighters, the vigilance of Angelenos, and the spirit of our city. This is a big moment. It is a big moment for all of us to come together, for Angelenos to be united, for Angelenos to be prepared to help each other. This is who we are. LA will rise, and make no mistake, I am confident that we will rebuild. And with that, I would like to introduce LA County Board of Supervisor Chair, Catherine Barger.
Thank you, Mayor, and I want to thank you for your leadership. I know when this first hit, we were in constant contact, so thank you for being a true leader to this great city of Los Angeles. Obviously, as someone who represents the 5th District, we are prone to wildfires, but nothing like what I witnessed today. The Eaton Canyon fire is ripping through a community like I have never seen. It is like a third world country out there. I would ask anyone listening, if you do not need to be in the area and you've been evacuated, please heed the evacuation warning. And if you don't live in the area, please stay away. I was shocked to see people walking around that don't live up there, that are just taking a look at what's going on. We have firefighter and first responders that are trying to do their job, and it's important for us to all support them and make sure that we provide space so that they can get it done. The county has lost many facilities. Our parks, our Eaton Canyon Nature Center, our senior center. I'm sure the sheriff will talk about the fact that we almost lost our sheriff's station, but it's been evacuated. We are going to rebuild. Mm-hmm. And when we met with the governor and the president, the resources and the promises have been made. And it's going to be our job to deliver. And I am confident, given the resiliency of this great county, working with all of our partners, we will rebuild. And to my friends out there that I have talked to today that have lost their homes up in Eaton Canyon, I am a phone call away, and you are not alone. And to those of you that have lost homes, please reach out for help. You are not alone. It's important for us to recognize that these people have lost everything. In many cases, their entire life savings. So as we move forward, we're going to make sure the Department of Mental Health has resources on the ground. But if you need someone to talk to, reach out. Reach out. Love thy neighbor. So with that, I would like to invite Supervisor Lindsay Horvath up, my colleague who represents the 3rd District, the Palisades Fire.
Thank you very much. Earlier today, I visited the Westwood Recreation Center, where I was able to listen, to grieve, and to be with evacuees in this time of crisis. To also thank the volunteers, but most importantly, to let each person know in this time of crisis that they're not alone. To everyone feeling the anguish of this tragedy, the county will be here for you no matter what as we recover from these fires. But we're not out of this yet, and we need to continue to follow all guidance from our emergency personnel. I want to thank you for evacuating, for letting our first responders do their job, and for keeping your loved ones safe. Here are the updates from the 3rd District. Since our last press conference, evacuation orders have expanded into Santa Monica to San Vicente, and evacuation warnings now include Montana to Wilshire, Ocean to 11th. Gas shutoffs are affecting more than 15,000 people in Malibu, from Brentwood Country Club to Pepperdine. A boil water advisory is now in effect for LA County Water Works District 29. This is the Sunset Mesa community, from Topanga Beach and Coastline Drive on the south to Shore Heights Drive on the north, and from Topanga Canyon Road to Carbon Canyon Road in Malibu, including communities of Big Rock and Carbon Mesa. For more information about water, you can call 800-675-4357. Barry J. Nydorf Juvenile Hall remains in an evacuation warning area. Should the warning become an order, the chief has developed a plan for safe evacuation. Our young people's safety remains my top priority. Today, we also received agreement from the President of the United States to approve a major disaster declaration, which will include individual assistance and public assistance programs. President Biden, we are so grateful. Additionally, our County Department of Mental Health is activated for mental health resources. You can call the helpline at 800-854-7771 for 24/7 support and mental health resources. We know this is a traumatic time. Please ask for help. The county has also invested additional funding into our 211 system to increase capacity. LASA has activated the Augmented Winter Shelter Program to provide shelter to our unhoused community during this time. LA County Assessor Jeffrey Prang has shared property tax installment deferral applications, misfortune calamity damage reassessment applications, and a disaster relief FAQ for property owners affected by the fires. You can go to assessor.lacounty.gov. The Emergency Network LA is coordinating volunteers. To sign up, go to enla.org. In addition, the American Red Cross and LA Food Bank have all set up specific donation websites that you can access at emergency.lacounty.gov. Downed trees and power lines are impacting public transit service, and I want to thank Chair of our Metro Board, Supervisor Janice Hahn, for her speed and waiving Metro fares on today because of station power outages. But please, if you are in a safe place and you don't need to travel, stay put and stay safe. For those evacuating, Uber is providing rides for free up to $40 to get to active shelters. This includes Pasadena Civic Auditorium, Westwood Recreation Center, El Camino Real Charter, Richie Valens Rec Center, and you can use the promo code WILDFIRE25. Tonight, the winds will remain strong, but our resolve is stronger. This emergency will continue. Let's keep each other safe, heed emergency instruction, and pray for the success of our frontline and first responders. Thank you. And now I'd like to introduce LA City Fire Chief Kristen Crowley.
Good evening, everyone. As Southern California is continuing to endure some of the most historic fire conditions on record, extreme fire weather driven by strong and erratic winds and low humidity have ignited multiple fires across our region. The LAFD is fully committed to continuously monitoring and adapting to the evolving nature of this weather event and stands ready to respond to any additional incidents that may arise. Now, how did we prepare? We prepared in many, many ways, but I want to focus on two main things. We augmented our staffing levels and strategically pre-deployed our additional resources. In addition, we have recalled off-duty LAFD firefighters to augment our response across the entire city. I'll be providing a brief on a few of the incidents within the city. As we know, the Palisades fire continues to demand significant local, regional, state, and federal resources. Currently, the fire is over 15,800 acres and is growing, with 1,792 personnel who are currently assigned. And as we know, I want to be very, very clear that this incident is very, very dynamic as we speak. The good news, the winds have subsided a bit, enough to allow our fixed wing and rotor wing aircraft to provide critical air support to this fire. Next up is the Hearst fire. The Hearst fire has grown to over 700 acres with 260 personnel assigned to this specific incident. There are evacuation orders in place with multiple structures that are threatened. We continue to focus on fire and life safety. The Woodley incident. It is controlled and approximately has burned 30 acres. I want to clarify a little something before Chief Maroney comes up. The Eaton fire, we are closely monitoring this specific fire. It is in the county, and we are absolutely paying very, very close attention to see how else we can assist. If it does come into the city, we are ready. Now, in addition to the large-scale brush fires, in the past 24 hours, the LAFD has responded to an additional 3,950 911 calls for service within the city. This also includes 10 structure fires. We have treated and transported an extensive number of medical emergencies throughout the city. Now, the LAFD also continues to assess and allocate resources to ensure timely and effective responses across the entire city. As the situation evolves, the LAFD remains steadfast in its mission, working closely with our local, state, and federal partners to mitigate the impacts of this unprecedented fire condition. Also, I want to talk about a few of the challenges and adaptations. Multiple incidents throughout this region. We are going to talk about all of these fires within Southern California. We're utilizing mutual aid partners from across the region, state, and adjoining states, and firefighters are surging into Southern California as we speak. Also, the challenges with water pressure in the Palisades. Standard firefighting adaptations for water. What we do when water is limited. We have the ability to pull water from ponds. We can pull water from pools. We're utilizing as many water tenders that we have, and we're working very, very closely with DWP on this. Next, we will continue to focus. I want to make very, very clear, saving lives first, evacuations, and rescues. We are not out of danger. You can see the active fires that are burning. With strong winds that are going to continue throughout the night, I can tell you and assure you that firefighters and first responders remain focused on protecting lives and property. We urge the public to help us by doing the following. Stay informed through trusted news and official updates. Be prepared to evacuate if you live near wildland areas. Follow all evacuation warnings and orders without delay. We also ask the public to stay off the roadways and away from any of the impacted areas. Now, the LAFD and other partners, we're working so closely together. We are absolutely united in our top priority, and that is saving lives. Ensuring that the safe evacuation and rescue of our residents in harm's way remains our absolute top priority and our focus during this wind-driven fire. Thank you, Mayor Bass, the elected leaders who are here, and for all and every single firefighter, first responder, boots on the ground that are doing the work. Together we can continue to protect our communities and keep everybody safe. Next, I'd like to go ahead and introduce the fire chief from Los Angeles County, which is Anthony Maroney.
So good evening. Thank you for the comprehensive update, Chief Crowley. My name is Anthony Maroney. I'm the County of Los Angeles Fire Chief, and I'm going to give an LA County update in addition to a Region 1 update. For the Eaton fire in Los Angeles County, Altadena, Pasadena, and Sierra Madre, the LA County Fire Department continues to be in unified command with the U.S. Forest Service and the Pasadena and Sierra Madre Fire Departments, in addition to our law enforcement partners. The fire has been mapped this afternoon at 10,600 acres, and it is still growing. We have 0% containment. We have over 750 firefighting personnel assigned on the line, and mutual aid resources from out of state, including Arizona, have arrived to assist us with this firefight. Unfortunately, we have 5 reported civilian fatalities, a number of injuries, and over 1,000 structures damaged or destroyed. The cause of the fire is unknown and under active investigation by both the Los Angeles County Fire Department, Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, and the U.S. Forest Service arson investigators. And the moment we learn the cause of this fire, we will advise the media. We also have a new fire start in the Acton area of Los Angeles County, the Lydia fire, estimated to be between 80 and 100 acres, 30% contained, and thankfully, forward progress has been stopped. As the Region 1 coordinator, I did request mutual aid from the 5 counties of Los Angeles, Orange County, Ventura, Santa Barbara, and San Luis Obispo counties yesterday. Additionally, last night, I contacted the State Office of Emergency Services and requested 250 additional engine companies from Northern California, staffed with over 1,000 personnel. At this time, the state of California is exercising their emergency compacts with the western states of Arizona, Nevada, Utah, Oregon, and Washington for additional firefighting resources and personnel to come to Los Angeles County to assist us with this widespread fire emergency. One data point is that we have 60 units responding from Oregon, 45 units responding from Washington, 10 units responding from New Mexico, 15 units responding from Utah, and numerous units responding from Arizona. Currently, the National Weather Service has predicted that this red flag warning will remain in effect for Los Angeles County and much of Ventura County through Friday. Thank you, and I would now like to invite up to the podium Los Angeles Police Chief Jim McDonald.
Thank you very much, Chief. I just want to say a few things and not to repeat what's already been said any more than needs to be stressed, but a sincere thank you to everybody who's out there in the impacted area for your patience and your support, to our first responders and support departments who have been out there from the very beginning doing the very best they can to protect everybody. The word resilience was used, and that's what it's going to be. We're going to be an example of resilience in the very best sense of the word. We're going to bounce back from this, and it's going to be a challenging week ahead, but we're going to be able to get through it by working together. These have been unprecedented conditions, as you've heard over and over again, and the fire has been very unpredictable. That is why the need for vigilance is I can't stress enough how much we got to pay attention to our neighbors, to our own yards and property, and be able to catch something quickly if we get something sparking off. I think that is critical. This is not over, long from over. Our job primarily is to assist in a support capacity our fire partners with evacuation, with traffic control, and with crime suppression. And on the crime suppression front, you've heard also about the potential for looting, people going in and taking advantage of the worst possible circumstances to be able to enrich themselves. That will not be tolerated at all, and my ask is that everybody stay out of the impacted areas unless you live there, unless you have a real reason to be there. Our officers will be out there. They'll be watching for this, and we're taking this very, very seriously. So I want to thank you again for your work with us, to our media partners, for all that you've been able to do to get the message out there and keep people safe. It's now my honor to introduce Los Angeles County Sheriff Robert Luna.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you all for covering this very important story. So as I stand here before you with my partners around me, please know that I have several hundred LA County deputy sheriffs along with other police officers who are working all the impacted areas out there. They're involved in evacuations. They're involved in traffic control, ingress and egress into the area. They're involved in security, which the chief talked about, and I talked about it earlier. We're up to 3 arrests with looting. That is 100% unacceptable. I'm going to repeat it. If you do not belong in these areas, do not go there. We have additional people that we've brought in just to make sure that people's property are left alone. These people have gone through so much. Don't put them through more than they have to go through. And then we're on humanitarian missions. I have deputies dropping off food, blankets, and other things to people who have either been evacuated or who just need somebody to talk to and frankly just give a hug to. Those are the kind of things that we're doing out there. I do want to talk about evacuations. Regarding the Eaton fire, we have over 70,000 of our community members who have been impacted by either evacuation orders and or warnings. The Palisades fire, approximately 60,000 who have been impacted by evacuation orders or warnings. As I said earlier, we have called in additional resources, not only for what's in front of us, but looking around the corner, what's next. Both fire chiefs have made it very clear we are not out of danger. There's a lot of work to be done. For me, in my other role as mutual aid coordinator, just to give you an example, as we are not only calling in our resources, we check with other departments, both in the county and outside the county, and we've provided Pasadena Police Department with additional resources, one from the Long Beach Police Department in a mutual aid capacity, and from the Orange County Sheriff's Department. So I'd like to thank those two departments. And that's something we do in law enforcement. Santa Monica's asked for help last night, and we also coordinate in helping with that as well. Chief Maroney mentioned it. Unfortunately, we do have 5 fatalities, and we're praying that that number doesn't increase, but there's a lot of work to do. And we'll see what happens there. We are up to 3 looting arrests as we speak. And then the last thing I'd like to leave you with again is earlier I spoke about evacuation warnings, evacuation orders, and a lot of road closures that are taking place in both of these locations. I'm not going to go through them all, but I encourage our community members to go to lacounty.gov/emergency, where you will get updates on those orders, warnings, and road closures. And again, I am really proud of our community overall. Sometimes we talk about the looting and people who aren't listening. I'm going to tell you, 99% of the people are listening, and I think that's why hopefully the injuries and fatalities and all those ugly things will stay down. So thank you to our LA County residents for working with us in partnership. And now I'd like to introduce LADWP General Manager Janice Quiñones.
Thank you and good evening. I'm Janice Quiñones, CEO and Chief Engineer of LADWP. In preparation for the visitation, the windstorm, LADWP activated its emergency preparation plans and filled all 114 available water reservoirs and storage facilities throughout the city, including the 3 1-million-gallon tanks in the Palisades area. We also fuel all our generators serving our pump stations to ensure water will flow out through the emergency. We're working very closely and side by side with LA Fire Department and CAL FIRE and the command post to manage the water supplies. I want to be very clear that the water continues to flow in the Palisades area through our main system. We haven't had any disruption into the water system, but because the winds were severely limited, the air operations, the number of fire hoses connected to the fire hydrants depleted our tanks in the area, specifically in higher elevations. We immediately implemented our contingency plans to provide water trucks to support our firefighters, and our crews are working on how to refill those tanks during this very moment. Conditions for our crew are very hazardous, so we ask for your patience. We have deployed 19 water tankers to continue to provide water to fire departments on their firefighting efforts. And our engineers continue to look at other options to connect our systems and fill those water tanks faster. We're also asking our customers on the west side to conserve water to make sure that we have water available and ready as the winds and the dry conditions continue. And in the Palisade area, because of the fire conditions, there is a boil water notice in effect for SIC code 90272, and the area north of San Vicente Boulevard and to the south. It's not citywide. Again, it's 90272 SIC code. If you want more information about the boil notices, go to ladwp.com for details. In terms of the power restoration efforts, LADWP has requested mutual assistance from Pacific Gas and Electric, and we're also working very closely with Southern California Edison to support each other while we restore power as quickly and safely as possible. As of 5 p.m. today, we have restored power to over 133,000 customers, and we have about 123 customers still out of power. We have 50 customers that have been out of power for more than 18 hours, and we're prioritizing those outages. Based on our current conditions and for the safety of our crews, if your power is out, you should plan for at least 24 hours before our crews can respond to make repairs. If you see a wire down, call 911 or report that to LADWP. Our number is 1-800-DIAL-DWP. Some areas, specifically those in fire areas, will take longer because we got to get clearance from the fire department to come and make repairs. I want to thank PG&E again at Southern California Edison and the Metropolitan Water District for their support in this response. And now I want to introduce.
All right, we're going to continue to monitor this press conference from downtown LA, but as you can see on the right side of your screen, we've spotted a new fire. This one is burning in the Hollywood Hills on Solar Avenue.
That's right. This is one yet of 5 fires that we have been tracking here over the last 28, 29 hours. Again, this one just popping up new in the Hollywood Hills. Again, we have been listening to officials here in the city. Now we have Alberto Carvalho with the LAUSD here at the podium talking about what has transpired over the last 28 to 29 hours when it comes to the fires here in Southern California.
This fire that we're talking about here is burning just west of the Hollywood Bowl. Julia Dang is in News Chopper 4 with more on that. Julia?
We were over the Palisades fire just moments ago when my pilot spotted this out his window. He said, look at that. It's off our nose. And as we were flying toward this, we could just see it growing bigger. There are numerous aerial resources over this right now, firefighting helicopters. It looks to me like this is just west of the Hollywood Bowl. This is in the Nichols Canyon area near Runyon Canyon Trail. You can just see it exploding in size before our eyes, and it's the same winds that grounded us earlier today, the same winds driving the rapid spread of the Palisades fire, the Eaton fire in Altadena, and the other fires that we've seen erupt that is moving this quickly north and south. Look at how quickly these flames are moving. We're still about a mile out from this. But you can see how this is just lighting up the hills tonight. And the fear, of course, is how rapidly this is moving toward homes. The Hollywood Bowl also is not far from here. I wish we had another camera in News Chopper 4 and we could show you what we're seeing out the window, especially at night. The contrast between the smoke, the flames, and the night sky, you can clearly see how quickly this is spreading. We're trying to get some intel now on how many acres are currently burning. We're not seeing any structures burning just yet, but this is moving quickly. Started within the last 15 minutes.
Julia, how close are structures here? Now we see like this large blacked out area. It's hard to tell whether that's a result of a power outage there or that's sort of a brushy wilderness area. How close are structures to this fire?
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to try and brighten up this picture. It looks to me like that dark area, Colleen. It's not the result of a power outage. Those are hills, but this fire is probably less than 1 mile north of these homes. Let me put up the map graphic here. We have this mapping technology in the helicopter that shows you which streets we're shooting. So I'm seeing Waffles Drive, Curson Place. This is burning dangerously close to homes, and we have seen other fire jump hills. That's the fear here, but there are firefighting resources in the air, on the ground. Now we're waiting for an update on the acreage.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, if you can give us a locator as well. I mean, we're talking about west of the Hollywood Bowl there. How close is the nearest freeway? That would be what, the 101?
I would imagine, yes.
That would be the 101. This is just west of the 101. That's correct.
Okay, there we see it on the map there.
All right, so yes, we see the, again, this fire burning in the Hollywood Hills. Julie, at this point, no acreage, but we do see an aerial assault taking place, correct?
That is correct. Aerial resources here right around us. No acreage yet, but I'm guessing containment on this is 0%.
Julia, you mentioned the winds up there. What do they feel like? You've been up there all day today. How strong are they?
It is a bumpy ride, Colleen. It's probably not as bad as what we experienced on our way to the Palisades fire earlier this afternoon, and then what we experienced later in the afternoon when we were trying to come down from shooting the Eaton fire at about 11,000 feet. But it's bumpy here, and you can probably see some of this dry brush blowing in the wind.
Yeah, you know, an area really familiar. You see Runyon Canyon Road there. Much of us are familiar with that particular area of, obviously, the Hollywood Hills at this point. Again, still no idea how close these flames are to homes, but we see just over the ridge what appears to be, Colleen, near Waddles Drive and North Carson Avenue. There are a set of homes, or at least a stretch of homes there.
You're talking about Runyon Canyon. There's a popular hiking trail in there that so many people use, and so many people, it's become almost a landmark in LA. So many people visit it and say, you know, I've hiked Runyon Canyon. Talk to us a little bit, Julia, about the magnitude of the aerial assault here. Is it one chopper? I mean, are they throwing a lot at this right now?
We're not seeing it yet. Again, this just started. This erupted probably within the last 15, 20 minutes. I've got Flight Radar 24 up right now. It's this free app. I know people use it to track our news helicopters. I'm seeing 2 other helicopter icons right around us. They're south of where we are, so it looks like they're turning orbits. They're flying around the area, trying to figure out the scope of this fire for now. It looks to me like they are both firefighting helicopters. But we are right next to this fire. I was zooming in earlier on these homes along Waddles Drive because it looks to me like all the lights are on. People are home. I don't see cars lining up to get out of here just yet, so it doesn't seem like people are actively evacuating. But this fire, you can see it growing.
You see the smoke making its way over the ridge there, a true sign, or at least a warning for those folks who live on the other side. Again, we don't see, as you mentioned, Julia, any mass movement, if you will, of vehicles trying to get out. So perhaps, as you just mentioned, this just started. So, in fact, there hasn't been a warning as of yet.
We have not seen a warning, no evacuation orders just yet. This just happened. I don't know how long it takes to get that kind of warning out. We've got every alert turned on up here. I haven't seen anything come across my phone just yet. When we were flying over Topanga and Malibu earlier, I was getting alert after alert, letting me know about evacuation orders in that area. We have our location turned on, but up here, nothing just yet. I am starting to see what looks like more traffic down here. You can't be sure, though, because on this camera, you know, I can't really tell if it's headlights, taillights, or if it's embers flying through the air. We were starting to see that over in Altadena earlier, too, as the sun was going down. These images are going to stay with us for a very long time. We are covering historic devastation here, and we can smell and taste the smoke up here. I mean, my eyes are starting to water.
Well, the other thing we don't see as we look at this picture, again, this is in the Hollywood Hills. You see the streets and the mapping area there. The other thing we do not see is what appears to be first responders. Right. They would roll into a neighborhood or several neighborhoods like that with lights flashing, and we would be able to see that from this vantage point. We're going to bring in Melissa McGee. You talked about the winds out there. Julia, talk to us a little bit, Melissa, about the wind situation and the gusts we're seeing.
Yeah, Colleen, the good news as we go throughout the rest of tonight is that the winds aren't as strong as where they were earlier today and even yesterday. I want to show you our wind map right now so you can see what's going on with the fire that we're tracking here. We've got the new brush fire, and we've got relative humidity down into the lower teens. The gusts aren't too bad. Franklin Canyon Park, we've got a gust up to 36 miles per hour. Hollywood, we've got no gusts, so winds are calm at this hour. But the location is not great at all. There's a lot of vegetation across that region. And just to give people some vantage points, like you were saying, that fire is just to the west of the 101, to the west of, or to the east, I should say, of the Hollywood Bowl as well. So those are markers where people go. Runyon Canyon, like you mentioned, as well. So we do have some strong winds in that area. They are coming in out of the north and west. So we've got all of that dry vegetation up in the hills, and that is a major concern as we go throughout the rest of tonight. The good news is that the winds aren't as significant as they were last night. But as we see, fires have a tendency to create their own weather system as you're dealing with all of that heat that is helping to fuel the vegetation out ahead of the fires. So that's a really big concern here.
And Melissa, we just look at these pictures here from News Chopper 4 and Julia there in the helicopter for us. providing these images. And again, you look at this compared to what we've seen already here in parts of Southern California. And your thoughts?
It's not good. It's not good because, you know, we're tracking at least 4 major fires already. So we've got another fire in a location where you really do not want to have a fire up in the hills. It's another situation where you're going to have the likelihood of wind spreading out ahead of where that fire is currently burning. So it could be another situation where you're dealing with hot spots. And there's a lot of vegetation across that region, a lot of homes very close to that area as well. So this is not a good situation in the sense that when we're dealing with fires and vegetation like that, they travel much faster as they move uphill. But as we've seen, there has been some erratic wind of late. The good news tonight is that the winds will not be as strong, still moderate to strong, but not as dynamic as they were yesterday across our region. But this is a big concern because firefighters are certainly battling fires all over LA County and close to areas that we know and very familiar with. You can see we're watching Julia's map. We've got Runyon Canyon Road. A lot of us know that, do hiking and trail running all across that region. And another marker that we all know is the Hollywood Bowl. And then we've got the 101 on the other side of that.
You know, as we continue to look at this live picture and the map from News Chopper 4 and Julia Deng right now, we're going to bring in Robert Kovacic, who is very familiar with this area. Robert, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
What can you tell us about this area? It's near Runyon Canyon. I'm not sure if you have access to a television or you can see what we're talking about here, but I know you live up in the area and you know more about it than most of us.
I can tell you that, you know, as we have been driving through the Palisades and still watch homes on fire and watch so many homes destroyed, then, you know, you feel for everybody. And then suddenly, you know, you think there by the grace go I, and then it becomes your neighborhood. And so, you know, as I understand, we have been very well versed in this part of the Hollywood Hills. I have been told by the LAFD many, many times through many years that this is one of our top areas of concern. These areas in the Hollywood Hills, we have not had a major fire there since the Bel Air fire decades ago. It is the aerial support that you are looking at right now, which is going to have to be the way to get this fire out. We're talking about Runyon Canyon. It's a very popular area for hikers and for families and for people to go there. It is surrounded by a lot of brush. It's a very thick and dense rain. It is very difficult to access otherwise, as we know, because NBC is just over the mountain from there, and you just go straight down Mulholland and you're back into the Universal lot. But we have seen time and time again that they have had to airlift hikers from there. So what we are looking at right now is a fire that is burning in the canyon, but it is surrounded by homes in the Hollywood Hills. Some of them are those homes that you know you think about when you think about the Hollywood Hills. Some of them are on stilts. Some of them are right into the bedrock. And there are others in streets, as the LAFD always called them with me when we used to use Rand McNally and Thomas guides. They would look down at the pieces of paper and they would say, these streets in the Hollywood Hills look like a bunch of spaghetti, and they call them spaghetti streets. So when we talk about spaghetti streets and you put on those red flag warnings, that is why we have those red flag warnings, because a red flag day means you can't park on that street because those fire trucks have to access that street. So getting in and around Runyon Canyon can become very difficult. They'll try to hit it off of Mulholland. They'll try to hit it from Woodrow Wilson. They will try and do whatever they can to be able to access in there. But right now, if it just burns up into the canyon, they should be okay. Remember, for other people who may not be familiar with Runyon Canyon, the Hollywood Bowl is just there on the other side. So the Hollywood Bowl is another area that will be an area of concern that they will try to protect in the homes in and around there. So what you're looking at is called Upper Nichols Canyon. This is the Hollywood Hills West, as that people would be familiar with this area. And again, the problem here is the terrain is difficult. You're not going to be able to get to it on foot. And this is an area that has not burned for several decades. We've had small spot fires, but because the LAFD has always been there and they hit it fast, they hit it quick, because they don't want this fire to take off because, again, it's not just Nichols Canyon, but it's nearby Coldwater and nearby Benedict and nearby other canyons, even as far east as Beechwood, that have not seen major fires, and that's why this fire can spread and spread quickly. So the aerial assault that you're looking at right there is really going to have to make the difference here. And as a homeowner, and for, you know, my fellow homeowners, I understand. I understand the concern. I understand the panic. But we live in a neighborhood where we have always had the get ready, set, go mentality. Colleen, I can tell you that the LAFD does exercises, and where we have had to vacate our homes in the middle of a Saturday and go down to Hollywood High School just so we are prepared with a number of different access and exit routes if we need it.
You know, Robert, you talk about the aerial assault. We just saw a couple of water drops there. We just saw a fire truck or two heading up Nichols Canyon Road. Can you speak to the density of this particular area? A lot of homes are next to each other, albeit they may be large, but and there's not much room to get past with those narrow roads as well.
There is not much room to get past, and you know, I am reminded by, you know, our wonderful investigative reporter Joe Grover, who years ago did a story about that the Hollywood tour buses used to come up Mulholland and just come into the area, and they stopped those tour buses from going into the smaller roads in and around Runyon Canyon because they can't get those tour buses even there to block any type of access. So the point being that the LAFD, the LAPD, and the homeowners of Nichols Canyon, who have always been so vigilant, are the only people who should be accessing those roads at any time of the day. Should be those of us who live there, or those of us who are first responders. So this is, again, an area, because it is so dense, the homes are very close together at times, and the roads can be incredibly narrow, that we have to be concerned about these type of fires. And this is the fire that burns in Runyon Canyon. This is the fire that, again, Hollywood, in the Hollywood Hills, no matter where you are, the LAFD will tell you that this was priority number one as we begin any fire season, because we're talking about an area that just does not burn, and does not burn to great lengths, because they have to get on top of it as quickly as they can, because the spread can be so devastating. And as we've seen in the Palisades, where I'm standing right now and looking out across this lunar landscape, and the only bright lights I see, unfortunately, are the homes that continue to burn sporadically in and around the Palisades, stretching all the way down to the beach. But now we are turning our attention, and I certainly am as a homeowner up there, to what's happening in the Hollywood Hills, and it is a very, very scary sight to see. And also keep in mind, when I tell you this is popular with hikers, I certainly hope that the people that are traversing Runyon Canyon in this late afternoon and the early evening, families, hikers, people with strollers, dogs, dog walkers, all of those people who use this canyon hundreds every single day have managed to find a way out, because you don't want to get trapped in there.
Well, Robert, as we look at this picture, if you can see one of the shots there under the canopy of all that smoke, you could see it looked like the trails of Runyon Canyon. We're getting an update right now on the acreage here. You talked about burning and burning quickly. As of 10 minutes ago, at least 10 acres have burned in this area, and there are road closures on Hollywood Boulevard. We understand it's closed from all the way to Laurel Canyon and maybe La Brea at this point. So we're talking about a wide swath here.
That would be the stretch. And once you get past, once you go east on La Brea, then you get to into Hollywood, and specifically in that area, you're going to get into the Whitley Terrace, the Bowl community, the people who live in the near the Hollywood Bowl. So they're going to be very concerned. Again, this is not Laurel Canyon. This is not Coldwater Canyon. This is the area that we know as Nichols Canyon. These canyons all sort of, marry right into each other, and it's hard to differentiate one for another. We're all part of the canyon communities there, and one street over, you're going to hit a different canyon, and what you're going to see though is from here all the way stretching east and west. This is the Hollywood Hills, and anytime you have a fire in the Hollywood Hills, it's a concern of just how quickly it can spread and the thousands of homes that are going to be in harm's way.
Robert, we're going to interrupt you for just a moment because we're getting word of mandatory evacuation orders, and I'm going to give the streets that they've listed here. We're talking about the Hollywood Hills West. As I said, at least 10 acres burning between Runyon Canyon and Wattles Park. Mandatory evacuation order now in place for Laurel Canyon Boulevard on the west side, to Mulholland on the north, to the 101 freeway on the east, all the way down to Hollywood Boulevard on the south. So, as we said, that is a wide stretch of area here.
I can tell you when I left my home today, I made sure that when I left, I was thinking, this isn't something that, you need to worry about. But because we are in the middle of this firestorm, I made sure that the doors that everything was secure, and that I removed pets from the house and brought the dog to a friend's house on the off chance that something could happen. And here we go. This is the area you just mentioned is a part where I will have to vacate and evacuate. And just walking this morning with my neighbors, we breathed a sigh of relief. And if we can be a lesson to anyone, right now there are very few communities in Southern California that you can deem safe. So please, everybody, be ready to go. Be ready to go if you need to. Here in the Palisades, I've had so many different people ask me, is my home okay? Is my home okay? I've tried to check on as many as possible, and my message to all of them is, your home's okay to right now. It's okay at this minute, but that could change in a matter of seconds. And so you have fires now burning in different areas throughout Southern California, and you have fires that right now they will do their best to keep from spreading. Resources are spread thin, and as you look here through that picture, that's a road that's just adjacent, that's going up Fairfax, adjacent to Runyon Canyon. They will try to move people out there as quickly as possible. But what I can say about my neighbors in Nichols Canyon, and I can say about just about everybody who lives in the Hollywood Hills, we know what to do because we know where we live, and we know the chances we take by living there. And so I just hope that, again, the people that were in Runyon Canyon when this fire started will be okay and manage to find a way out, because it looks like it's going to be very difficult. There's only really, you either go up Runyon Canyon from the north or towards Mulholland, or you go back towards Hollywood. So there's no other real ways out of Runyon Canyon otherwise.
Robert, since you're so familiar with this particular area, a 10-acre brush fire, we now see some of those flames actually getting over on the other side of that ridge there. When you listen to the mandatory evacuation order, the streets, the intersections involved, and you've run drills with the LAFD, this sounds all too familiar, and this is, in fact, what the protocol should be.
It is, and that is a wide stretch of an evacuation section. But again, it is the fear that this is, as we've seen in the Palisades, and we're learning our lessons. It just takes one ember to move a fire, and they're going to try to do their best to move the fire. You cannot underline enough how important it is going to be to hit this from the air, because to do it otherwise could prove to take much longer, and you don't have any time to spare on this. So,
and Robert, that's exactly what we're watching right now, some of the aerial assault. We've also seen some of the black and white officers, their squad cars going through the neighborhoods, presumably trying to evacuate people for the mandatory evacuation, get them out of there. Now, before we concentrate on the Sunset Fire, that's what they're calling this, we want to let you know we're getting an alert from LADWP as well. It's warning residents across LA County to only use boiled tap water or bottled water at this point for drinking and cooking purposes. The alert says the demand for water for firefighting efforts has resulted in low water pressure. We heard that in the news conference this afternoon. It also reduces water quality. So this is a boil water alert. So as to sterilize the water, and it will, otherwise, if you drink it from the tap directly, as some people are used to doing, it could pose a health risk. Only use the boiled water or bottled water for drinking and or cooking purposes.
All right, as we continue to monitor this fire here in the Hollywood Hills, again, we now have mandatory evacuation orders. Robert Kovacic here on the line here with us. And Robert, you look at these pictures and the first thing that comes to mind is what?
I knew this was going to happen one day. And I think we all, when we live in areas like this, know that this is the risk that we take. And I go to sleep every night knowing that, we have the best fire team in the entire world. And I'm not saying that lightly and without exaggeration. Without a doubt, the Southern California firefighters are the best. They have to be, and they've proven to be, as they've proven to be here. And so we're in good hands. But as we have seen in the last 48 hours, this is a battle that is very difficult for us to win right now, because this is a battle that is wind-driven. It's a brush fire that's become a firestorm, and it's whenever you have winds, whenever you have high winds, you're going to get the red flag warnings. You're going to get all of the warnings. But sometimes whatever warnings you have, it's just, it happens so fast, and you blink, and suddenly it's in your neighborhood. And honestly, guys, when I drove out here to the Palisades today, as much as I took precautions, and as much as, my neighbors, and we sort of thought we were out of the woods because we were hoping the winds die down, even winds that are not as intense as we've seen can do something like this, can create its own weather, can create its own fire, and push this into an area where, you have homes that have been built from turn of the century. Some of these homes were built for Hollywood celebrities to use. They were love shacks, if you will, back years ago during the silent films. So you have these sort of cabins that are there, and these wonderful places with so much history and so much story. And then you have these mid-century homes, and then you have your modern homes.
You know what? We seem to be losing.
Celebrity Row up there. You also have people who have lived there, and so you've got from very inexpensive to very expensive homes. Some are very, very close.
Robert.
Yeah, go ahead.
Robert, we're going to take a look at the pictures and review some of the boundaries for the mandatory evacuations. Your signal is breaking up just a little bit, but I want to remind people, again, this was 10 acres just a few minutes ago. It looks like it has grown tremendously since we first began to talk about this. It's the Sunset Fire, it's being called. Mandatory evacuation order now in place for, and here are the boundaries, Laurel Canyon Boulevard on the west to Mulholland Drive on the north, 101 freeway to the east, all the way down to Hollywood Boulevard on the south. Robert, are you with us still? Have you heard from any of your neighbors at this point?
I haven't heard from my neighbors, and that's a good thing because they know what they need to do. I did hear from your evacuation orders, basically, from what you just listed. Basically, what you're saying is that anybody who lives, east of Laurel Canyon, up into the Hollywood area, that is Upper Nichols Canyon, needs to go. And so this is something that, just to give people a point of reference, we are located just right near the 101 and the Hollywood Bowl. This is just east of you. This is sort of the top of Mulholland, and then it will go all the way down to Hollywood. And this is the Runyon Canyon area, the Wattles Park area, and this is a part of Los Angeles, again, that we've had small spot fires, but nothing intense, and because the LAFD has done a good job of keeping it that way. These are the areas that we worry about during the winter with mud flows. But now you add this extra concern and an extra fear of what can happen. So again, aerial assaults where it matters. You will have people who will know exactly where to go and what to do. There's easy access. You can go right down into the valley, or you can head right straight down into the Los Angeles, Hollywood area. But because I can tell you what the LAFD is working on right now. This is a fire that you need to get control of, because this area that's burning right now, Michael and Colleen, in Runyon Canyon, this is sort of the last of the open space here. There's a little bit of open space when you get west of Laurel Canyon, heading into Coldwater Canyon. There's a great big area of open space that the voters of Los Angeles passed years ago to keep it so there's not development there. The good news is there's not a lot of homes there. The bad news is that's a lot of brush, and a lot of brush that can burn and can push that fire as well. So this is where it's picking up its fuel, and this is where you want to stop it. You want to let this be the gas pump that it's using, but then this is where you have to stop it, because you don't want it to spread any further west. If it goes east, it's going to spread, unfortunately, into that Hollywood Bowl community.
All right, Robert Kovacic, our colleague here at NBC4. If you can hold on tight here, we want to bring in now Benjamin Vega, who was under this mandatory evacuation order in the Hollywood Hills because of the Sunset Fire. Benjamin, are you with us? Do we have Benjamin on the line? Okay. Benjamin, are you there, Benjamin? All right, so.
Are you still there? Yes, we are. Can you hear us? Benjamin?
Okay, so why don't we try to reestablish a better connection with him? In the meantime, we're going to keep Julia's picture up from News Chopper 4. And Colleen, I heard Robert say more than once that the best and perhaps only way to attack this fire is in the air. And of course, we talk about aerial attacks on fires like these, and we always are concerned about the winds and whether they have the capability to do so. Let's bring in meteorologist Melissa McGee. Perhaps you can lay the land for us here.
Right. I think why Robert is saying that is because it's so difficult otherwise because of the terrain. I mean, we're just looking at the pictures here, and it almost looks like, the Runyon Canyon area, the Upper Nichols Canyon area, there are divots in the canyon, so it goes up and it goes down. I think there's no other way to attack it than by air. What I can say tonight is that the winds aren't as strong as they were last night. They're not as dynamic. They're not as significant in the sense that we're not dealing with gusts close to hurricane strength. We've got gusts tonight anywhere from 20 to about 40 miles per hour, and locally we'll have some winds in some isolated spots a little stronger than that. Franklin Canyon Park, that's an observation site that we track closely. That's very close to what we're currently seeing burning with the Sunset Fire, and we've got winds gusting up to 25 miles per hour there. Elsewhere, it's actually relatively calm. However, we've got an issue with fire concern and fire growth because relative humidity is so low. It's down anywhere from 8% really dry to about 13% there in Hollywood. And this is one of those situations where we talk about that wildfire triangle. We talked about it greatly yesterday with the Palisades fire when that first broke out yesterday morning. You are essentially dealing with topography, so that's what we see right now with the Sunset Fire, the foothills, the mountains, the slopes across that region. Then the fuel is the fact that it's so dry, it's so dense in that area. Looking at Julia's picture, you can see there's a lot of vegetation and there's a lot of dry vegetation. You've got brush, you've got trees, you've got bushes across that area, and you've got trails as well. So probably some wood in that area very close to Runyon Canyon. And then you've got the weather, and the weather for us tonight and even for the next couple of days will be those Santa Anas that are starting to subside. However, when we see flare-ups like this and issues like this is a problem. This is a factor because those winds help to fan those flames, and the winds act to spread the fires faster than you would normally have in a situation like this. Michael and Colleen.
All right, Melissa, I think we've reestablished contact with Benjamin Vega. Mr. Vega, are you on the phone with us?
I am, Colleen. How are you?
We're good. How are you? What is going on, and where do you live?
I live at Kirsten Avenue up at the top of the hill. Approximately around 5:45 I was driving up the hill, and I saw a brush fire on the side kind of close to where our house was. And I came in. My son was there by himself. I opened the garage door. I told him to get yourself out. We got ourselves out. My wife was shopping at the time, but our neighbors, we all started getting in touch with each other and making sure we were getting out as quickly as we can, because Kirsten Avenue is a one-way street, only one way in, one way out, kind of like a box canyon. And right now, it's looking at the fire right now from the bottom of Hollywood Boulevard and Kirsten Avenue. The police have already kind of blocked off the street, and there was a whole flurry of activity with the fire department on our street initially, but they seem to have migrated closer to Runyon Canyon. That might be a good thing for us because our house is to the west of Runyon Canyon, but it's been pretty scary these past couple of 30 minutes. Unfortunately, life-changing, I think. I don't know if our house is going to survive.
Well, Benjamin, you mentioned that you saw the flames first at about 5:45. You were quick to get home, get your son, and get out before any evacuation orders were actually ordered, if you will. So, again, tell us where you are now. And again, you look at what's happening here in Southern California with the other fires burning, and give us your thoughts.
It was a hard last night. The winds were really strong. It was really scary. Woke up, went to work. Unfortunately for Los Angeles, Pacific Palisades was hit really hard. Silmar and funny enough, our niece, and so she was evacuated last night and came to our house last night. And we thought the worst was over already. I was coming home to go try to make dinner, and then I saw that, and no need to worry about stuff. Stuff can be replaced. Got my son. That's the most important thing. Got my wife right here, and thankful for all the police and all the fire department, the first responders, and everybody in the community. Just don't play. I can tell you, it started off as a small little fire, and it quickly grew like in a matter of minutes. So if you see something, say something, and make sure to heed what law enforcement and first responders tell you.
Benjamin, we're looking at a picture right now of the traffic jam around this fire here, with firefighters trying to get up, first responders trying to get up into the area. We were talking to Robert Kovacic, who also lives in the area, one of our colleagues here at NBC4. He says that he has a great relationship with firefighters, that you guys train, or they want people to know what to do in the event of a fire up there.
Yes, that's true. We see, and we're talking about traffic jams right now. We are in a traffic jam. People are just trying to get off of Hollywood Boulevard towards Sunset because I think the next street over is closed. But yes, the LA Fire Department always does training. We see them come up our hill. There's other houses closer to it. Kind of our hill kind of goes to a canyon, but then it turns around and goes to a promontory that has great views. But hopefully everybody in that area got out safely as well, because again, there's only one way, one out in our neighborhood.
Did you at all on your way up or down from your home see any fire crews, any ground units there as you passed?
We saw some fire units go up, but they came right back down. None of the big trucks went up. It was more like kind of the smaller trucks. I don't know if they were kind of taking a look to see what was going on. To our immediate east, which is Runyon Canyon, there's not that many homes. So it's kind of more of a hiking area. Waddle's Mansion is at the bottom of the street on Hollywood and Kirsten, and there's a bunch of the hard part is there's a bunch of vegetation in the box canyon towards the top. You can kind of hike your way up to Mulholland from where we live.
Benjamin, how long have you lived in the neighborhood there, and have you been through this drill before, had to evacuate?
No, we've lived here about almost 16 years, 17 years. This is the first time that we've had to evacuate. We've had not major mudslides, but mudslides. That's been kind of the big thing these past couple years. There wasn't expecting a fire. Definitely was not expecting a fire in my neighborhood tonight.
All right, Benjamin Vega, again, we applaud your efforts. So you see the flames and you take action right away.
Benjamin, have you ever been concerned about your proximity to Runyon Canyon? I mean, we all know what it looks like. It's beautiful to go up there and hike, but when you think about it, it's all wilderness area. Has that ever been concerning to you?
I think you're breaking up on me. So right now I can see the helicopters kind of going on the ridge. I don't know if they're dropping water or not, but yeah, they're dropping water now. So helicopters are dropping water on our ridge right now, if you can hear me.
Yeah, we're watching
that is
the
a fantastic
same
shot.
exact thing you are. I'm not sure if you can hear us now, but
I can hear you now.
Okay, I was wondering if you've ever been concerned about your proximity to Runyon Canyon. We talk about it. It's beautiful to go hiking. This time of year, it's very, very dry, and it's a wilderness area. There's a lot of brush out there.
It is a wilderness area, and there is a lot of brush. I've actually looked at it as a positive thing because it's fun to hike, fun to walk the dog when we had a dog. But it's a little scary now. But I can see the helicopters from my vantage point dropping water on the ridge. So hopefully they'll be able to save as many homes as they can. And the fire was kind of close to where we're at. Maybe you guys can tell me how it looks for me.
Well, we will try to zero in on that and try to figure it out for you. Where are you spending the night?
Don't know yet. We'll figure that out. Right now, I'm just gonna hang out and see what happens. And fortunately for us, we have a family, and as soon as the kind of the adrenaline goes down, we'll try to figure out where we're going to be tonight.
Benjamin, before we let you go, one last thing I need to ask, and that is, you saw that stellar water drop just as we did live here on NBC4. First thing that went through your mind when you saw that?
Yay! Hopefully it worked.
You're a man of few words. Fantastic. Benjamin Vega there. We appreciate it, and we, of course, will stay in contact.
All right. Thank you, guys.
All right,
I appreciate
thank you.
you guys
Stay
being
safe.
on top of it. Bye.
Good luck out there.
All right, so we want to go now to NBC4's Julia Dang live in News Shopper 4. And Julia, we've seen some water drops. We see those fire units there in the neighborhoods. What are you seeing?
Yeah, Michael, we were talking about that earlier, wondering, how long is it going to take to get those aerial firefighting resources in place? At one point here, I counted a total of 8 helicopters, a lot of air traffic here. Among those 8, there were 3 from the LA City Fire Department, 1 from LA County Fire, and we just saw that water drop live. It looks to me in my pilot like they're making a bit of progress here. We're not seeing any homes threatened, but you did see officers, LAPD officers, going door to door earlier along Waddles Drive, making sure people got out. So we were also talking about people, lining up, driving out of this area, out of Nichols Canyon, and you can see, as I follow this trail of smoke now, you can see the traffic in the Hollywood area as people try and escape this. But at last check, this was coming in at 10 acres, 0% containment.
All right, Julia, thank you. We have a programming update to share with you right now. NBC Nightly News will be available on Cozy TV beginning at 6:30 p.m. this evening. Julia, we're going to stay with your shot here. We're also going to continue our coverage of the wildfire emergency impacting our communities as the threat to your safety and homes remains out there. And as we've just discovered, new fires continue to grow. Again, our coverage will continue here. NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt will be available on Cozy TV.
All right, we want to now bring in Jonathan Gonzalez. He's live in our newsroom with more on the evacuations for all of these fires here in Southern California. Jonathan.
And Michael, Colleen, you come to me as people's phones behind me here in our newsroom are going off because of our proximity here at Universal City, where our station is, to this fire now burning just, the other side of the 101, really, from us there in Runyon Canyon Park. And right now we can tell you that more than 80,000 people are under mandatory evacuation orders. This is across LA County. But with this new fire, this most recent order, we know that number is only going to rise. As you all have mentioned, mandatory evacuations are now in place for this new Sunset Fire. Those are between Laurel Canyon Boulevard to the west, Mulholland Drive to the north, the 101 freeway on the east, down to Hollywood Boulevard on the south. Hollywood Boulevard also facing a closure. You saw Franklin and Hollywood Boulevard from Julia Deng's shots there, very heavily impacted as people are trying to get out on a night where there's normal amounts of traffic, heavy traffic along Franklin and Hollywood on any given night. Also, there's still no word on any evacuation centers open at this point for this new Sunset Fire. We also want to go to a map from CAL FIRE because we are still following closely the Palisades Fire and the Eaton Fire in Altadena. This is a map from CAL FIRE showing those different areas across the 3 other active fires under evacuation warnings and mandatory evacuations. You also have the Hearst Fire there to the north of your screen to the top there. In Palisades, more than 60,000 people now have been evacuated. That order is in effect for parts of the cities of including Calabasas, Malibu, Los Angeles, which includes parts of Pacific Palisades and unincorporated area of LA County, Topanga. That stretches from Las Virgenes to just east of Mandeville Canyon Road. Now we want to show you the Eaton fire map. This fire has scorched at least 10,600 acres. According to CAL FIRE, the evacuation area there covers about 13.5 miles. That stretches from La Cañada Flint Ridge all the way east to Monrovia. It also includes the area north of Orange Grove and Rosemead Boulevard, west of Michelenda Avenue, and east of Lake Avenue, major thoroughfare there in Pasadena. And lastly, we want to show you that other fire, the smaller of the bunch here. This is the Hearst Fire. This one has burned about 700 acres. We know mandatory evacuations are still in place for this fire area north of the 210 from Roxford to the 514 freeway split. Also part of the area south of the 5 and part of the Michael Antonovich Open Space Preserve there are impacted by those mandatory evacuation orders. Keep in mind, too, many of the roads in all of these evacuation zones do remain closed. The 210 off-ramp to Yarnell Street plus Oxford, as well as parts of the 5 and parts of the 210, again, remain closed in that area. About 3,000 people have now been evacuated thanks to the Hearst Fire. As we come back out live here, we're going to continue following the Sunset Fire, now burning just very close to us here from Universal City in the Hollywood Hills. People right now are actively trying to get out of that area. We saw Franklin, Colleen, and Michael very heavily impacted, as well as Hollywood Boulevard. Again, no evacuation center open at this point that we know of. We are working right now to figure out if there is one or there are plans to open one up as soon as possible. But we're talking, thousands of homes there in the Hollywood Hills now under evacuation orders, people trying to get down these narrow streets. Very similar situation, guys, to what we saw in the Palisades. Granted, the flames are not as dire with regards to their proximity as where they're trying to leave as it was in the Palisades, but still, it's a very, tough situation for these people who are trying to get out as quickly as possible.
Yeah, we've been watching some of the first responders from News Chopper 4 trying to navigate some of the heavy traffic out there. Very, very problematic. All right, Jonathan, thank you for that. Now, big difference between last night and tonight, not only the weather conditions, but the fact that there are aerial assaults out there. We've been watching the water dropping choppers on the Sunset Fire, and they seem to be making something of an impact here. Let's call in David Bigger right now with more on that.
Yeah, just a little bit of headway from the aerial assault. It's been helpful because part of the concern with this is the ember cast, obviously, with a little bit of the wind. We have gusts in about the 15 to 25 mile per hour range in the area. But also the other concern sometimes with fires is that you start to loosen and break down some of the fuels that might be holding back rocks, and you end up with maybe some boulders or some flaming debris kind of rolling down the hill sometimes. And so they've been attacking a lot of the ridgeline, which has been beneficial, trying to keep it back and from jumping down the next into the next canyon. Back to you.
All right, David, thank you for that. We want to bring in now Margaret Stewart with LAFD. Margaret, are you with us?
Hello,
Margaret?
Yep, can you hear me?
We got you. Yeah, thanks for being with us here tonight. Again, we have the Sunset Fire to contend with here. What's the latest on this?
I cannot emphasize strongly enough the need for everyone to follow our immediate evacuation orders, and I will give the zone. To the east, it is the 101. To the north, it's Mulholland. To the west is Laurel Canyon. To the south is Hollywood Boulevard. And we are currently enacting a evacuation warning zone, which goes further west towards, towards Franklin Canyon. Sorry about that. So we have a mandatory evacuation in place. We know that's it's a very densely populated area. We're asking people, do not delay. This is not the time to want to stay and protect your home. This is the time to get in your vehicle, grab your friend who doesn't have a vehicle. If you're up in a canyon, get out immediately, head south, get out of the area.
On this so far?
We don't have an update. The initial size up was 10 acres. We know it's far beyond that. But right now, our focus is on the evacuation. Our helicopters are hitting it from the sky, trying to knock back some of the hot flanks. But as you know, the brush up in this canyon is very thick, and this fire is still wind-driven. We don't have the strength of winds that we faced last night, thankfully, but it's still a wind-driven fire, which means it's going to push down into Hollywood, and we need people to evacuate now.
Now, we noticed some of the water-dropping choppers, the aerial assault up here, seems to be making an impact. Can you speak to that at all?
They are our best weapon with these types of fires because we cannot go in and put this out on the ground, which is why it was so difficult for us last night. So as you can see, our helicopters are in. They're making drops. They're going to be the workhorses for this fire, trying to knock back the hot flanks and slow down the advance of the fire while we have crews in place defending structures.
Margaret, also we heard from a couple of residents up there, Benjamin Vega and our own Robert Kovacic, that they actually work with a fire department up there and practice for this sort of thing.
Absolutely. We have some really active community groups like that. They'll practice evacuations. They do good brush clearance. And this is the time where it all pays off. So those communities need to come together, help your neighbor, check on your elderly friend that's in the neighborhood. We need to get everybody out.
They've also talked to us about the fact that we've got narrow, windy roads up there. In some cases, there's one way in, one way out. Talk to us a little bit about the importance of the parking restrictions and the problems that first responders are having today.
As you know, our red flag parking restrictions have been in effect since Tuesday, and this is exactly the reason why. The streets that fall within that program should not have any vehicles parked there. If they are, and if they're blocking, they're likely going to get moved out of the way. Right now, we don't have reports of our fire apparatus not being able to get where they need to get to.
Anything on the other fires burning in our area? We just spotted this one within the past hour or so, the Sunset Fire. Any new fires you can tell us about?
No, we fortunately, and let's certainly hope not. The Palisades fire, we don't have any. We just did a briefing on that a short time ago, so we don't have any new information on that. The Hearst fire has been contained at 700 for most of the day. There's not a containment yet, but it's been held at 700 acres. So right now, unfortunately, this is explosive, yet we still have the danger at the Palisades fire. So we're very reliant on our community members to follow our evacuation orders, and this is the time to go.
How relieved are you to hear about the mutual aid from Oregon, Washington, Utah, Arizona, and Nevada at this point?
Obviously, it will be a tremendous assistance. We weren't expecting to have a third fire in the city, but we send our strike teams to help our fellow firefighters in their communities, and we're grateful to have them coming to help us.
Back now to the Sunset Fire. What direction is that moving at this point? Is it moving towards Laurel Canyon, or do you know?
Right now, the anticipated direction is primarily to the west, and that's where, if you go to lafd.org/news and you click on the Sunset Fire tab, you'll be able to see the map. So you've got the evacuation zone in red that we discussed. That's the mandatory, and you'll see slightly south and primarily to the west is the warning zone. And I'm saying now, if you're in that warning zone, we would ask you to evacuate early.
All right, Margaret Stewart, LAFD, thanks so much for your time again. We spoke to you several times yesterday, and I have no doubt this won't be our last conversation. Margaret, thank you. Talking once again about the weather conditions tonight as we head into the evening. Let's shoot over to David Bigger with more on that. The wind situation now?
Well, the wind situation, fortunately, again, is not as bad as last night. We still have some wind gusts out there. In fact, around West Hollywood, we've got gusts in about the 15-mile-per-hour range, gusting up to about 25 to 30 miles an hour near the Franklin Canyon Park area. You heard Margaret there talking a little bit about the thick vegetation. Obviously, that presents a bit of an issue as well. For about every foot of vegetation height, you can get flame lengths 3 to 4 times that. So for 2 feet of vegetation, for example, you could have 6 to 8 foot high flames. And as you see on News Chopper 4 shot right there, some pretty tall flames. That's probably because of some of that thick brush. We've also got an interesting combination of fuels up there. We've got both some light flashy fuels, as we call them, and some heavier fuels. Now, flashy fuels is pretty obvious why they get their name. That's things like very thin grasses. They light in a snap and they burn out very quickly. And so that allows the fire to progress pretty fast. But it's always the heavy fuels that we're very concerned about, because that's the smoldering stuff that will burn for hours and potentially days and takes a while to put out. And as we kind of back out this News Chopper 4 shot, you can see all that smoldering that's happening behind where the fire itself is actually burned. And so back here on the map, I just wanted to kind of give another perspective on where the evacuation warnings were. We were talking about 101 right here, Universal Cities up here, Hollywood's down here. So here's the 101. This is Hollywood Boulevard down here. Franklin's this little street right here. This is Laurel Canyon, and then Mulholland is this squiggly line right about in that area. So it's really this chunk that they're trying to get people to leave. And again, if the firefighters have issued an evacuation order for you, leave. Do not try to defend your home with a garden hose. It will not help. It puts your life at risk and it delays you getting out. And if there's already a lot of traffic built up, that could become an issue later on. And again, we were also talking about know your neighbors, knock on doors. If you've got a friend that you know maybe doesn't have their phone on, or maybe they ran out of power, make sure to knock on their door, wake them up, and help them get out. And one other little note, with the smoke from all of this blowing off toward the south now, if you're in the Hollywood area, if you're essentially anywhere south of this, so that includes West Hollywood, if you smell the smoke outside, close the windows, close your doors, and if you have power, try to run your air just on recirculate to try to filter some of that out. You don't want to have any windows or doors open because you would have to wear an N95 mask for this. But again, right now the wind's relatively light, about 15 to 30 mile-per-hour gusts around the area, and we're still watching them as they work on this active firefight. Back to you.
David, you talk about that air quality. I noticed a lot of people in my area wearing masks again today.
Yeah, and it's tough because for areas like this, where right now it's all brush, really the smoke is composed of a lot of just kind of ash and smoke particles. But in other areas like around the Eaton fire, we're now not just talking about brush, we're also talking about structures. And in that case, the air quality is poor, not only because of the smoke, but because now you have chemicals in the air, like cleaning chemicals, building materials, stuff like that, that has been burned by the fire, and that's been what we call aerosolized, where it gets turned into essentially small particulates that can blow through the atmosphere, and you do not want to be breathing any of that in. That's why it's always recommended to have an N95 or higher rated mask if you're out in the smoke. But the best bet, stay inside, keep the doors and windows closed, unless, of course, you're in an evacuation area, in which case, leave. Do not wait, leave. Back to you.
All right, and David, quickly, we just want to ask you one last thing about that specifically, and this is Jonathan Gonzalez joining Colleen here on the desk. David, how long after these fires are finally over does that particular matter last in the air? Because it can last for days in some cases.
Well, that's a great question. So we do actually have a couple of weather models that we can use to look at the smoke in the area, and it will sort of linger for a couple of days. But then you have some of the after effects of it, like you have some of the ash and just burned ground. And what will end up happening is if we do get a day with a pretty stiff wind, it may actually end up kicking some of that up. We had that with the Bobcat fire several times, where we had a big burn scar in the San Gabriel Mountains. Every time we had an offshore wind coming through the mountains, it was kicking up clouds of dust, which would then be blown down to lower elevations. And we sort of had that at the very start of this wind event as well. So as we got into Tuesday and the wind started to ramp up, parts of the San Fernando Valley had really poor air quality because we had all of this blowing dust. It's so dry out right now. And that'll also be, as you were mentioning, Jonathan, that is also a little bit of a concern, is after they've put out this fire, which could take some time, even if they do manage to contain it, it's still going to be smoldering for a while. You're left with some of the ash and the particulates, stuff like that, and that could get kicked up anytime we get another wind.
What you're seeing right now, David, thank you, on the right side of your screen is the Sunset Fire, which we've been covering since it first broke out. Approximately 10 acres at this point, but it looks like it's definitely grown to more than that. I want to run through very quickly the mandatory evacuation order and the parameters or the boundaries for that. It is, let me see here, Laurel Canyon Boulevard on the west, Mulholland on the north, the 101 freeway on the east, all the way down to Hollywood Boulevard on the south. Now, just to give you an idea of where this is burning just off the 101 and the other landmark that you might be thinking about, just west of the Hollywood Bowl area. Julia Dang, News Chopper 4. Julia, you've been on this since it really first broke out. What are you seeing in terms of progress here?
Colleen, I was just talking about progress with my pilot up here in News Chopper 4 because he does fly for fire, and it looks to us like City Fire is making significant progress on one side of the fire, on the west flank here where I'm zooming out. That's where the City Fire helicopters that the fire official just now called their workhorses, that's where they have been concentrating most of their water drops. I haven't seen a single water drop on the eastern flank of this fire. As I pan the camera to the right, you can see the difference here. It's still burning out of control to the east, but it looks like they're attacking this systematically. They're starting on the west side. They're running their helicopters over this ridge over and over, and I imagine that's because when we first got on scene and we reported this was exploding in size, embers were flying through the air and it was moving quickly over this ridge. I imagine they're starting here because look at these flashing lights. Look at these blue lights on right here. This is where the homes are closest to the fire, and there's still a hot spot here that's burning. Look at those embers flying through the air. Somebody who came on for a live interview made the point earlier, all it takes is one ember to spark a destructive fire. It is good to see, though, that most of the homeowners here, most of the residents have left at this point. We're seeing a few more cars. Officers were going door to door. You saw that live footage earlier. LAPD officers knocking on doors, going in, telling residents it was time to go. As they were doing that, fire trucks were coming up the hill. So this ground firefight started as the aerial firefight was already underway. And as I go wider here, we've been talking about the traffic backup in the Hollywood area with everybody trying to get out. There are not that many routes out of Nichols Canyon. So this backup along Franklin Avenue, Hollywood Boulevard, Sunset Boulevard to the south, this is significant. I mean, this comes at a time of day where we have rush hour traffic anyway on a weekday. And if you look south with me, look at that smoke. This is blanketing parts of LA that were already affected by smoke from the west, the Palisades fire that we were covering when we spotted this, and smoke from the east, Altadena, the fire that we were over just a couple hours ago. Like we said earlier, nobody in LA is untouched by what is happening right now, and this is going to continue, even though one part of this fire now appears to be under control.
And it's incredible. What a relief, Colleen and Julia, to see that aerial attack finally, a tool, their most precious tool that they couldn't use last night because of the severe winds. Julia, thank you. I think we're going to stay with your shot as we see yet another water drop there on the flank of the fire that's closest to the homes there. We believe our Conan Nolan is live now with a vantage point up above the fire. Conan, where exactly are you right now?
We're on Solar Drive. That is south of Mulholland. It is it's east of Laurel Canyon, which is problematic for those trying to make their way over the hill on Laurel Canyon. I'll pull to the side. This is one flank of the fire. I'm not exactly sure if this is the one that Helicopter 4 was shooting just a moment ago, but of course, this heavy vegetation, lots of manzanita shrub, not a lot of coverage, that is, not a lot of grown forested area, but it is making its way down the hill. Of course, it goes as we have one engine company. Let me get out of the way here as this unit makes its way past. This is LA City Fire Class 1 truck. This is engine company 450 arriving just to the just up shoulder as we take a look here. A few more companies as they're concerned that this now is going to make its way down this ridge and make its way up to the homes where we're standing near along Solar Drive. Of course, when the fire makes its way uphill, it's far right. We mentioned that earlier. It preheats the vegetation, and so it's able to go uphill a lot faster than it is when it goes downhill. So that will, their strategy frequently has been, again, as we see a major response now. Just when we arrived here, there was nobody here. Now, this engine company and a strike team, maybe two strike teams arriving in full force as they're going to engage in, no doubt, structure protection if indeed these flames make their way down this canyon wall and then back up. That's the problem, is that it will take a while for those flames, unless they're able to get that aerial application to it with significant success. Those flames will make their way down the canyon floor. There's nothing there to, there's no structures to burn, but then they will make their way up where we're standing. And although there seems to be some clearance here that they've maintained, which is going to be helpful for them in the long run, at least where I'm standing, that is very fortunate for them. But if it makes it down to this canyon, not only do the homes down below have a real difficult evening ahead for them, but also potentially the homes up here as well, if and when those flames start to make their way up. Once again, as just a moment ago, we saw one LA City Fire, actually two strike teams, I think, that were formed, making their way up to this neighborhood. Is it establishing a structure protection element to this? Possibly, but they're not at that point yet, I don't believe, because they still have high hopes that they can attack this flank of the fire to such a degree that they can get at it before it gets any close to the homes up here. The homes down below, that could be a different story. But yeah, this is the nightmare for the canyons here. Laurel Canyon, not far from here. Echo in the Canyon, remember, it is the famous worldwide for the fact it was the epicenter of the music scene, the West Coast sound, and so many music groups and musicians that live there. Well, the echoes of the canyon currently right now are sirens from the fire department of the LA City, as well as the snapping in the distance, as you can hear, of manzanita, scrub, California pines, and others that are going up in flames in the hillsides overlooking Hollywood. Back to you.
From your vantage point, how close does the fire appear to be to the closest home? Can you tell?
Could you repeat that, Colleen? You cut out.
I said, how close, from your vantage point, does it appear the flames are to the closest home?
Well, from where we're standing, they're not that close. I'm going to walk over. You can see the flame as we pull out. This is the closest house over to my right. So they're not in any kind of jeopardy right now, but they are updraft from one of the canyons here off Solar Drive, and that's going to be problematic if they can't get a hold of this flank of the fire and it makes its way into this canyon. Then it'll go up quickly. Again, I said that there is a lack of shrubbery here. That'll help, but that would be problematic. The big problem, I think, right now for them is and the airship pointed this out just a little while ago, those homes down below. Again, the fire is going slowly there, and yes, they're interested in, frequently the fire crews will let the fire come to them. They will let it burn out if they believe there's not a lot of propulsion, that is, that there's not a lot of wind, and they will wait for it to come to them, and then they will put a full effort to extinguish it before it gets into the neighborhood. And this is a case, though, that they are very concerned that they won't have a chance to do that if the wind picks up any more than it has. And so that's why they're going at, my guess is they want to get at it now and not wait for it to get closer to homes, because with the winds that we've seen, there's no telling what would happen then. So yeah, and night, the air attack by night is relatively new. I mean, it's always was problematic in the past because of safety concerns, and so we've seen airdrops now, and it's obviously at night flying is a little more dicey, and of course in the wind, as we've seen, that adds a complication to it, the likes of which that makes this a very, very difficult firefight here in the Hollywood Hills, as we've seen in the Palisades and up at Eaton Canyon.
Conan, if you could, talk to us a little bit about the winds. We know you were at the Eaton fire earlier today. What's the wind situation as you're standing on the ridge up there right now?
It's not bad, Colleen. It's nothing like we saw 24 hours ago. So that's the blessing. There are occasional gusts, but again, the fact that the plume of smoke seems to be, it's a bit of a chimney. We have a slight breeze. It's doable. Let me put it that way. It is. Yeah. It gives the firefighters an opportunity, the likes of which they really didn't have last night, and that's one of the reasons why we're seeing an effort from the air to get at this flank of the fire again, before it makes too much of an advance towards the homes down below and the homes up here. Right now, though, for the people here, if there is a wind velocity, it seems to be blowing it in the opposite direction. But of course, that can change.
You know, Conan, as we stay with your shot here, we want to read over a note from our colleague, Robert Kovacic, that the Bird Streets neighborhood of Los Angeles has just been evacuated. That's the one just off of Doheny and Sunset, which is actually west of Laurel Canyon, which is, the western part of the mandatory evacuation orders for this new Sunset fire. And we do know there is an evacuation warning in place west of Laurel to Franklin Canyon for the same Sunset fire. So we're trying to get more information about the evacuations that are again now happening west of Laurel, because Laurel was the border of what we were told initially were the mandatory evacuations here for the Sunset. He's also reporting that the Outpost and Outpost Estates were just evacuated as well. So we're going to try to get confirmation on some of those reports as well.
And that would make sense, because when we were talking with Margaret Stewart from LAFD, she said the fire is burning in a westerly direction. Yep. So it is moving towards Laurel Canyon. If there is a feeling that they can't stop it at that point, it would make sense that there would be a warning ahead of that. Absolutely. To get people out of the area. Conan, are you seeing Runyon Canyon at all from your vantage point?
Well, I know they've been evacuated. I'm not sure if I'm seeing it, quite frankly, because it's dark, Colleen. But I'm seeing fingers of it. There's no question about that. And yes, you mentioned the evacuation warning. When you get an evacuation warning, there's a 90% chance that will be followed up by an evacuation order, and that's what we've seen before. So for those folks on the other side of Laurel Canyon, the warning is be prepared, get your stuff ready. You don't have to go, but dollars to donuts, you're going to get another one later. And it's not necessarily because the flames are really headed toward your neighborhood, because they might not be, but it's in the way it's been described to me, they err on the side of caution, and if they don't achieve supremacy over this fire at a certain point in terms of its proximity to what would be that line, which is Laurel Canyon, then they issue the evacuation order for the rest of the neighborhood. So my guess is that if you've got that alert on your phone, Don't take it lightly, because you'll probably be followed up by a second alert saying it's time to leave. And Laurel Canyon, keep in mind, it's part of the beauty of the canyons and the Hollywood Hills, the beautiful vistas, the windy roads, just the bucolic neighborhoods of the mountains. But that's a real problem, of course, for a firefight, because these roads aren't large enough for an apparatus to make, for example, a U-turn. I don't know of how many landing zones they may have, or areas where they may be able to achieve a water supply for an aerial drop, where they need to go for that. And it's these neighborhoods, just like the Oakland Hills, years ago, where they lost 600 homes. It's one of the reasons why these neighborhoods are so popular and wonderful to live in. It's the biggest downside, though, is the inability of fire units to make their way through these streets. If there are any cars in the way, that's a real problem. These are not wide boulevards, and snaking their way through these canyons is part of the job of the fire units that have been assigned to this region, this neighborhood, but it adds to a major complexity in dealing with the structure protection, getting people out, and addressing directly the flame as it makes its way up the canyon and some of these canyon walls towards the homes above. Right now, that doesn't appear to be happening where we are standing. You're looking at the fire. I believe that's the main flank of the fire. It can be seen for miles. I have people telling me from Beverly Hills and Santa Monica they can see it. But it's the wind, such that it seems to be blowing it away from our location.
Well, Jonathan and I are sitting here. We presume they might be doing that water draw from Lake Hollywood, because they've been making some quick turns in terms of the aerial assault here. Conan, you said you went in with strike teams. What are they up to right now? Are they working? Or are they waiting for this fire to come to them?
Well, you know what? First of all, you're right, Colleen. You're smart. That's probably where they're getting it from, Lake Hollywood.
Thank you, Conan.
There are a couple reservoirs here, so I should.
I've been waiting a long time to hear that from you. Thank
you. You and I have been doing this a while, Colleen.
Yes, we have.
The strike team that we saw, now they pair these up. Sometimes they're various units from mutual aid from throughout the state that they pair up. Two engine companies, firefighters, a captain, an engineer, and a battalion chief, and they assign those frequently to go into a neighborhood and just figure out how to keep the fire from burning those homes. Structure protection. Sometimes, as I said earlier, they wait for the fire to come to them because it's just too problematic, other than an aircraft, too problematic for them to go after it with a hose down here. Right now, they're praying, though, that the aerial attack will knock much of this fire down before they have to start saving homes here.
All right, Conan, thank you for that. The time now, 7 o'clock, where we stay with your shot here. We continue to track a new wildfire there burning in the Hollywood Hills. They're calling it the Sunset Fire. That is where Conan has been, and that's where News Chopper 4 is over right now.
This, of course, as we continue to update you on the latest on the Palisades Fire, the Eaton Fire in Altadena, and the Hearst Fire in Sylmar. That one's burning as well. Primetime programming will be on Cozy TV tonight. That is Channel 6. Again, this is the fire we've been covering for the past couple of hours in the Hollywood Hills, called the Sunset Fire, just off Runyon Canyon, actually a little bit closer to Franklin Canyon than Mulholland. News Chopper 4 overhead. You can see the orange glow here. This is, as I said, the Runyon Canyon area, very popular hiking area. This fire broke out within the past couple of hours. Water dropping choppers out there tonight. This so far, they tell us 10 acres, but it looks to be bigger than that. That was the initial call of 10 acres on this.
We anticipate that number is going to rise, so they are making some really good progress tonight with the aerial assault on the Sunset Fire, something that was not available to fire crews last night. We're also keeping a very close eye on the Palisades Fire. This is the one that has now burned close to 16,000 acres there in the Pacific Palisades neighborhood. neighborhood as well as nearby Santa Monica with no containment still tonight. Evacuation orders have been extended for parts of Santa Monica, which include areas north of Montana Avenue between 11th and PCH. The evacuation order for parts of north of San Vicente are still in place. More than 15,000 people do not have gas in the Malibu area, and there's also a boil water advisory right now for the Sunset Mesa community. On the Eaton fire, from the news conference from the last hour or so, the fire has now burned more than 10,600 acres, and it continues to grow at this hour. We did learn, sadly and tragically, at least 5 people have been killed in the Eaton fire, and that more than 1,000 buildings have been destroyed. Those include homes as well as businesses, and city leaders there with Altadena, Pasadena, and nearby communities asking people to leave the fire area immediately and to stay out of that area. We've seen a lot of people stay behind to try to put out the flames in some homes. Firefighters say they're trying to get in there to work because there are still active fires burning. There are evacuation centers open right now at the Pasadena Convention Center as well as the Arcadia Community Center, and we have live TV coverage right now on all those fires. We want to start, though, with our meteorologist, Melissa McGee. Melissa.
Hi there, Jonathan and Colleen. And yeah, we're tracking the very latest with the Sunset Fire. Very interesting to look at the pictures and the images coming in from our chopper shot because as we had LAFD earlier, they were saying that they were using the aerial attack to stop the hot flanks from spreading. And then they start to stop the forward progress of this fire here. I do want to show you the latest observation data as we're looking at the Sunset Fire here. And like Conan was saying, we had him on just 5 minutes ago, he was saying that the winds are not as strong as they were last night. So I want to show you some of the observation sites. Franklin Canyon Park, we've got a gust up to just 25 miles per hour, but they're coming in out of the north in some spots. So this is a big concern. Also, as we look at the pictures and the images you can see on the other side of the screen here, this is really when we start to talk about that wildfire triangle because we've got a few components to make this fire really grow and really blossom. First of all, it's all about the topography. We're very familiar with Runyon Canyon. There's a lot of slopes, there are a lot of hills, there are a lot of trails in that region. And then we talk about the fuel. That's the dense, dry brush in that air, the trees, the bushes, the grass, and it's very dry. Add on top of that the weather we have right now, the Santa Ana winds. And unlike last night, the winds are actually starting to weaken. So right now we've got winds gusting anywhere from 20 to about 40 miles per hour, but the Santa Anas help to spread the flames a little faster. Also something as we're looking at the images of the Sunset Fire here, when we've got flames like this, the rising heat from the flames helps to preheat the fuel out ahead of it. So once that happens, especially when you're dealing with the slope, for example, fires can ignite and spread more rapidly, especially as they travel uphill. So that's the very latest. We'll continue to track it for you for the rest of tonight. I'll send it back your way, Colleen and Jonathan.
All right, Melissa, thank you. We've been talking with our Conan Nolan, who is above the Sunset Fire. There you see Alex Rozier. He is live now at Stanley and Hollywood. He's actually looking up towards the Sunset Fire right now. Alex.
Yeah, Colleen, I want to give you a live look in the distance here, and you can see to the northeast to the fire that is burning there in the Hollywood Hills, right in the direction of Runyon Canyon Park. You can, we've been watching here over the last little bit as a number of people have come out here tonight to observe where this fire is moving, to keep a close eye on it as it is so close to so many apartment complexes and homes here. Again, at Stanley and Hollywood Boulevard is where we are right now. This gentleman's lived here for 30 years. For folks who are watching this fire tonight, familiarize us a little bit more here, what we're looking at when we see these flames up in the direction of the northeast.
All right, so what we have here is what we call the Hollywood foothills, and where those flames are now would be on top of Vista Street, and we've got top of Sierra Bonita and top of Curson. And Curson is pretty dangerous because it goes up further to the hills, and that's a dead end, and therefore only one way to come in and out. So I hope everybody up there has gotten out.
And you said you're sticking it out for right now. Tell me about your experience thus far as the flames have moved a bit closer to Hollywood Boulevard.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, you know, we're seeing them right now. I'm pretty confident because of the wind blowing to the east, so it seems to be blowing away from us. So I'm feeling comfortable about that. But everybody in my building's gone. They got their valuables and their animals, and they've left. So I'm the only one here.
Well, thank you.
Now, kind of holding for it.
Thank you so much for your time. Again, the wind, I've noticed, as it's been brought up a couple times, a distinct difference from last night. Still dangerous conditions out here, but it is far less significant, far less intense than it was last night. I want to talk to these guys over here, too, because they came out from Highland Park, and you were helping out with putting out some water. Tell me about what you were
doing. Yes, sir. Yeah, so we were in Highland Park watching it start right here from like a little spark to what it is now, and my friend lives right here, my really good friend Kiana, and so we just rushed over. It took us like 30 minutes, but we sped a little bit. Just started like, what can we do to help? What can we do? So we just started watering the house and everything.
We got some news coming into the newsroom, so we'll loop back with you guys. Let's send it back into you in the studio.
All right, Alex, thank you. Right now we want to go to our Julia Dang overhead. And Julia, we just saw flames coming from the backyard of that home there, from the balcony area. We see them again. Well, can you tell us what's going on there, if there's anyone trying to put out those flames?
Yeah, Jonathan, flames are flaring up again. Look at this. This house looks to be on the corner of North Sierra Bonita Avenue and Franklin Avenue. It looks like embers must have jumped at least 2 blocks from the southernmost flank of this fire, and it sparked up near the front porch. They got it out quickly, and then it just flared up again. I'm going to keep the camera on this as I zoom out wide and show you the progress that's being made. It is incredible the difference it makes when the fire department is able to launch their helicopters and attack these fires from above. They've been flying at least 3 city fire department helicopters, 1 from the county fire department, over this over and over again. I've lost count of how many water drops we've seen. I see a helicopter right now with the night sunlight over the south flank of this fire, probably preparing to do another water drop. Colleen noted earlier how this fire is being blown to the west. It makes sense. They've been attacking the western side of this fire, the west flank. On the east side, a couple minutes ago, we showed you how it's still burning out of control, and that's where the spread appears to be right now. The south part of this fire and the east flank. This home, let me zoom back in here and take a look. It looks like they got it knocked down, but it's just terrifying. These embers can jump that far. This was 2 blocks from the heel of the fire. So you're understanding now why this evacuation zone is as broad as it is and why they're expanding it right now to the west. If you follow my camera, I'm going to pan this to the right. This is looking to the south now. Look at this traffic. Look at this, and firefighters are still trying to get in. They're fighting this from the ground as well as people are trying to get out. Incredibly, and we have seen this in every fire we've covered today, incredibly, there are people trying to go up the hill as well. I'm guessing people trying to go back home to maybe rescue pets, grab important documents, try and secure their valuables. There is no time for that. My phone keeps on going off in the helicopter. I know my colleagues in the NBC4 newsroom have mentioned as well, they're getting alerts over and over. They're coming from the city fire department. It started with an evacuation warning, and then right 90% of the time you get those, it turns into an order. Sure enough, within 10 minutes, I got that alert on my phone, and then another one came by warning more people about potential evacuation orders. So even though this looks to be under control now, this looks more hopeful than what we were looking at about an hour ago. These embers, these flames can jump far and they can jump fast. So if you're under that order, it is time to get out.
Julia, you're right about that. Firefighters call that spotting. You talk about the spotting being 2.5 blocks there, but with the winds that we saw last night, gusting over 70, 80 miles an hour, we saw spotting anywhere from 3 to 5 miles ahead. All right, we're going to stay with your shot. We're going to bring in on the phone with us right now the sketch artist, Mona Edwards, evacuated in Hollywood. Mona, we understand you had to leave your pet birds behind.
Yes. Hi, Colleen. We took our dogs. I had to leave the birds at home. I have huge cages. I have 49 birds. Draped the cages, wet it down with a hose. brought some of the birds inside into a bathroom that is a very cool one, also put wet towels. This just came upon us so quickly. I have my family who lives in Mandeville Canyon, and we have friends from Pacific Palisades, and we thought that we were safe, and then all of a sudden we heard our street. So things changed very quickly.
Mona, as we continue to see these devastating images there in the Hollywood Hills of the hillside burning, you know, we did see at least one home with some embers that may have caught fire there. How close are you to the closest flames? Did you see any as you were trying to get out?
No, the entire neighborhood seemed to all be in sync, and we all left at the same time. We were given just a few minutes notice. I did not see flames. I'm up at the top of Nichols Canyon, so we are at a bit of a distance, about 2 minutes driving time from Runyon Canyon. But as we know, the flames move upward and very, very fast. So no, we didn't see the flames, but we weren't going to wait to see them.
Mona, we talked to a couple of other people who live in that area, and they said they have a great relationship with the fire department and they train for this sort of thing. Are you involved in that as well?
As far as training, we do have a good connection with our fire department, which is 97 on Mulholland and Laurel Canyon. We have a pretty connected neighborhood. Robert Kovacic is also a neighbor, and so we're all very aware and watch out for each other. But I didn't have any kind of training. It's just, I guess, experience from living in the hills.
Yeah, it's a sense of community. Robert said that the fire department comes up there sometimes and they go through these drills and they brief people.
Yes.
You know, I don't even know how to ask this question about the birds. You had to leave them behind?
The cages, there's one, a wrought iron cage. It's about 6.5 feet high. The other cage for the inside birds, we were able to move into a back bathroom that's all marble. So there's no wood or anything. As I said, we had no notice. We were so occupied with watching for my brother, who was evacuated in Mandeville, and then friends who were in Pacific Palisades, that we thought for sure the fire would be contained, that we wouldn't be touched. So I didn't have carrier cages, but we have a huge Great Pyrenees and English Golden Retriever. We took them. I took photo albums. We took documents, and only what we're wearing, a sweater and jeans and tennis shoes, and that's all we have.
It's so tough. It's so tough, Mona, in those moments to know exactly what you're going to grab, even if you've thought about it. At that moment when it's happening, it's just so hard to think about. You know, Mona, for those of our viewers who may not recognize her name per se, you've seen her work for years. Mona, you've helped us cover this community, this city, through so many court cases over the decades. But talk about today. I mean, you mentioned it earlier. You know, you saw what was happening in Palisades. You were paying close attention, and then suddenly, you know, LA across the way is just on fire, and here now you're being directly impacted by this latest one.
Yeah, absolutely. When I was growing up, there was a big fire in Coldwater Canyon, where I grew up, and we had to evacuate. I was like 8 years old, and of course it was quite fun. We went to a little restaurant and stayed until we were given the all clear. But there was never, ever a time where we were getting these alerts and these alarms, and my husband was screaming at me to go, and we just left. I only took things that cannot be replaced, and to me that's photo albums. So I've got my phone, so pictures from the recent years, but you can't replace that, and that's it. That's it. So yeah, we're just used to the hills and used to seeing fire someplace else, and it is quite a bizarre, and I want to call it a Hieronymus Bosch landscape that I've seen, which has happened to Pacific Palisades and Malibu. Terrible, terrible.
Mona, how long have you lived in that area, and have you ever had to evacuate before?
No, we've lived up here for decades. Bought the house when I was very young, and no, we've never evacuated, never. So this is it, first and last time, and I hope I come back to my house.
Well, we hope that you have good luck and you come back to your house and your pets as well. Mona, thank you.
Yes, and may I
Good luck to
just
you.
suggest that what I'm going to do is order carrier cages and have those on just like right outside and ready to go for if there is a next time.
Another great way to stay prepared, and there very well may be a next time. Mona, we're wishing you all the best of luck, as well as your neighbors. Thank you so much for speaking with us this evening.
And thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Take care.
Right now, we want to get to our Amber Frias. She's live in Hollywood at Franklin and Fuller. And Amber, Franklin is one of these streets we've seen heavily impacted by those who are trying to escape, you know, under these mandatory evacuation orders.
Yeah, that's right. Very chaotic out here. A lot of people just rushing to make their way out. Very heavy traffic coming up here. It took us at least 20 minutes to come up to this intersection from Hollywood Boulevard, which was just a few blocks away. But people just really trying to make their way out as soon as possible. The smoke has gone in really thick. There is a lot of ash raining from the skies. People just trying to do their best to get what they can before they leave. And I want to walk this way. We saw this man who was hosing down some of the sidewalk and some of the trees. Sir?
Yeah.
Hi, sorry to interrupt you. My name is Amber with NBC. Do you live in this complex?
Yeah, I live right here. Yeah.
What's your name?
Lawrence.
Okay. So, I mean, what's going through your mind right now?
Oh my gosh, this is my whole life right here. You know, I spent my whole life savings to get buy a condo here, and so I lost my family during COVID, and so I don't really have anybody to call or anything, so it feels a little bit scary, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, are people still in the complex?
A lot of people have left, but a lot of people are staying too, you know. I think we're going to be okay. I hope so. I mean, all these fire trucks are going up there, but, you know, you never know. I mean, you got all these mansions right here. If they catch on fires, we're in real trouble.
What's your plan? Are you staying?
I'm going to stay right until it catches. If it catches on fire, I'll leave. Yeah, I have my 2 Bengal cats in here, and I don't know, they're freaking out. So I'd have to take them with me, but I don't know where I would go, just in my car, I guess.
You're ready to go at least.
I am ready to go. I've been working on this condo since I bought it. Like every piece of it, you know.
So sorry.
So
well,
we're ready to start renting it, and it's like, no, it's okay. It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay.
It's going to be okay.
Yeah.
It's not going to get all the way down.
It has to be the most important fire in LA. It has to be. I mean, we're right here, Hollywood Highland. You know what I mean? Yeah.
All right, sir. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to step aside so you could take a look a little bit. If we continue walking this way, closer to the complex, we could see some of the people that appear to be just heading out with their suitcases in tow. You hear the fire alarm going off in the background. It's probably because of all this smoke we're breathing. Let's see if we can speak with this woman here. Hi, ma'am. How are you doing? My name is Amber. I'm a reporter with NBC. Do you live here?
In this building, yeah.
Where are you headed?
I come here.
Where are you headed? Where are you headed?
My son-in-law will pick me up. I'll go to his place, Santa Monica.
How are you feeling?
Fine.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, so if we continue to walk this way, coming up onto these streets, it was pretty busy, a lot of traffic, but it does look like for the most part in this area people have made their way out. It's a lot quieter than when we were up here just about 30 minutes ago, but this fire is really spreading fast. We were notified about it just about an hour and a half ago, and already seeing these evacuations are just hard to take in. As you can see, a lot of people making their way out. Conditions out here getting a little worse, I would say. The wind is not as strong, luckily, as we've seen, yesterday or earlier today, but the smoke is thick, a lot of ash raining from the sky. So just like we've heard from authorities, if you have received an evacuation warning, make sure you do listen to those warnings and make your way out. Reporting live, Amber Frias, NBC4 News.
All right, Amber, thank you for that. Now, on the right side of your screen, what we're looking at is a live picture from News Chopper 4. You can see one of our ground units was on the left-hand side of the screen. We're going to go topside right now to Julia Deng. Julia, you've been on this from the beginning. What's it looking like to you right now?
Colleen, this firefight is still underway. You saw that helicopter, that LAFD fire helicopter, that just a water drop here, and that was on a different flank of the fire. That was on the southern flank. Earlier, we were talking about how most of that aerial firefight was concentrated on the western portion of this fire. A lot of that has now been knocked down, but the latest we're hearing right now, we're listening to scanner traffic, we're getting alerts on our phone, and of course, we're watching what's happening out the helicopter window. There's a home here that's being evacuated because it's being threatened by this fire. You can see the heel of the fire here. The southernmost portion of it is just creeping down the hill, and it appears to be a home at the corner of Hillside Avenue and Sierra Bonita Avenue here. I think it was the one where the front porch was flaring up when I talked to you about 10 minutes ago. Fire is out for now. The ground crews have moved away. I think they're congregating around the corner now over on Curson Avenue. But again, anybody in this area, anybody who's thinking about coming back to grab things from their homes, that is not a good idea. We're seeing people scramble to get out. Somebody was coming down the hill on an electric scooter earlier. We've seen people running down the hill, a lot of people driving out. Fortunately, we did not see the apocalyptic scenes we saw yesterday on Pacific Coast Highway, where people were abandoning their vehicles and just running through clouds of smoke. They were forced to get out in such a rush yesterday. People left their blinkers on. They left bags of groceries in their cars. They were in the middle of their day when it happened. So this firefight tonight, this one in the Hollywood Hills, this really is like day and night. I mean, we have aerial firefighting resources now. The winds are nowhere near as bad, and we can feel the difference up in News Chopper 4 between wind conditions just a couple hours ago over the Palisades fire and tonight over Hollywood. You can probably tell from our picture too, as I zoom in on some of these trees, this dry brush that's burning. Look at these palm trees I'm going to zoom in on. They're not flapping in the wind quite the same way as what we saw over in Altadena and over in the Palisades earlier, but these embers are still flying. All it takes is one, and these embers can fly miles through the air. So it's not unheard of for this to jump 2 or 3 blocks down to that home on Sierra Bonita that was at the center of a frantic firefight. Thank goodness there were already fire resources on scene, on the ground and in the air. LAFD calling their helicopters, their workhorses. Thank goodness they can launch tonight. And we are watching this from upstairs, just west of this fire, because fortunately we can now fly. We are no longer grounded by the extreme historic winds that spread the other fires we've been covering. So it looks to me like this is under control for now, but we're still waiting for an update on acreage and containment.
And we're not out of the woods yet, Julia, as we stay with your shot here. We know that you guys have to go refuel in just a moment. But Julia, quickly, you mentioned earlier when I was talking to you that you could barely hold your joystick to man the camera because it was just it was that windy when you were over the, I don't know if you remember, it was Palisades, I believe it was, or Eaton fire. Regardless, the conditions sound like they've gotten better. Are you continuing to see the aerial attack on this particular fire now, the Sunset Fire?
We're still seeing the aerial attack here. The frequency of the water drops from the firefighting helicopters, it seems to have lessened just a bit. But as I zoom out, you can see some of those spotlights. Those are the night sunlights from these LAFD and LA County firefighter helicopters. So we're not seeing anything right now, but I bet you if we could stay on station for a little bit longer and hold this shot, we would see additional water drops. One thing I do want to note, we don't know anything about the cause of this fire just yet, but we did see what looked like a drone flying very close to the fire. It was on the western flank over here about 10 minutes ago. So I don't know if that's an LAFD drone. I don't know if that's part of their firefighting strategy or perhaps part of their investigation into what sparked this. But we're going to try and track down that footage and of course confirm what started this 10-acre Sunset Fire.
All right, Julia Deng in News Chopper 4. I know you're taking off to get fuel, and we'll see you back here once you fuel up. But in the meantime, we're going to go back to Conan Nolan. Conan, this is exactly what you were talking about, the winds pushing these flames down into the flats, into some of these homes.
Right, Runyon Canyon, as we see another, this is in North Hollywood, LA's fire truck, again, part of the strike team that we saw come up. One of them has dispatched, I think, to another location. Yeah, Runyon Canyon, we're on the other side, Solar Drive, to where the News Chopper 4 was taking pictures. And yeah, it goes slowly downhill, rapidly uphill, because, of course, it preheats the brush ahead of it. And the point is that the fuel is already dry enough. It doesn't take much for it to become combustible. Based on what we've seen, along with what you've just heard, it appears they've done a pretty good job with the water applications by air that they've been able to put on this branch of the fire. We've seen it gets into some of the manzanita, some of the brush, and you can see a rise in the flame. You know what, 6 inches of brush can give you 5 feet of flame. I believe it's something to that effect. But they've been able to advance, I think, quite effectively on that flank of the fire as it continues to make its way slowly downhill towards homes. The homes up